You retard.
All
It was gonna
right.
be that moment where like SK realized that he was fucked.
Oh, it was so great because it was so great because like SK was he didn't know you were coming, but then it's like, oh, never
He
mind.
did not.
We didn't catch that live. I think I still have that uploaded and listed on the channel though. But also, hello everyone. We're live, hopefully. Uh,
We are. I see that we are actually streaming right now.
oh yeah. So hello.
Hey.
Um, how does everyone do? Today we're gonna be covering two topics, which is the Mitchells versus the Machines and Loki. And today we have Southpaw here as our guest. Hello, Southpaw.
Woohoo!
Yay.
Hey,
Yeah, you haven't been on for like 13 episodes since that amazing Spider-Man 2 debate, so I'm
yeah, I
I can
was I
see
was
why
I
you
was
haven't
kind of
returned.
I was kind of traumatized by my last experience on ECUM, so I was like, all right, well, if this is what I have to deal with the constant he's arrogant defenses, then I'm gonna stick to EFAP and South podcast. But nah, SK has since converted to the based and red pilled Spider-Man 2 is awful side, and that was a resounding victory. Oh, and the guy that SK's goons were chanting to come on to prove why Spider-Man 2 was such a great movie had a complete mental breakdown and is now like a meme in their community. So that was man,
It's been quite an
that
arc.
whole arc. It's a really hilarious arc. It's one of those things where I think the vast majority of the people in the community in the EFAP sphere are unaware of, but it's quite a journey from beginning to end.
Yeah.
Still
That's some
going to
deep
an
lore.
extent.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Spider-Man 2 saga never ends.
And there are always going to be retarded people who defend the show, so unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
there's gonna be retarded people that defend Loki. What's funny is I was actually getting a haircut today, and I was asked what I was planning on doing with my weekend. I'm like, well, I'm doing this podcast thing tonight. We're gonna talk about like a movie and a TV show.
Mhm.
And she asked me, well, what TV show? I'm like, oh, Loki. And she's like, oh yeah, I watched that. I liked it quite a bit. I'm like, oh.
Oh no.
So she kind of got me talking, and I kind of broke down what my way of like watching movies and shit is. She went well. What's funny is what kind of prompted this was she talked about how her least favorite of the Marvel shows was WandaVision, and I'm like, oh really? And I kind of wanted to understand why, and she told me that she only got a couple episodes in. So I'm like, oh, you watched the good episodes of
Yeah.
WandaVision then. Those are actually the best. In fact, if you stop watching at episode 3 or episode 2 even, because episode 3 has that cliffhanger with Monica, it's kind of perfect basically. There's like a mystery though that like there's mystery elements that you'll never get the answers to, but you don't want to get the answers to those. And so I had to explain to her what ended up happening and gave her the Cliff's Notes version. And it's like, yes, they've character assassinated Wanda, and they don't even realize it because they think that what she did is totally fine. And everything that I said was registering with her. And then I talked about my Spider-Man 2 video with her. I said, yeah, I made a video about that movie a while back, and I broke down a few different of the big key criticisms. Doc Ock's impact tremors, his plot armor, and the tentacle blade. It's like those are 3 recurring issues that repeatedly break the story. But it's funny because this barber was just like, oh man, we would get along really, really well watching movies together, but because my kids, they're always complaining that I'm ruining the movie for them, and when I'm pointing out how stuff doesn't make sense, it's like, yeah. So it's kind of funny because it reminds me of like Mahler's dentist not liking Game of Thrones season 8. But what's funny to me is like, so wait, you have this way of watching stuff similar to me, but you like Loki. And so then I kind of had to go into the issues of, okay, so the TVA exists outside of space and time. That's not possible given what they show. Events are occurring, which means time is, time exists in this thing. And then we also see objects moving around, which means there's space in here too. So it does not exist outside space and time. Nothing can exist outside space and time and play out the way that it does on Loki. So When she recognized that, oh, and I had to also break down why it is that they've kind of rendered every single character decision in the MCU meaningless. I was like, man, if you just do something that you're not supposed to do, they come in, they kidnap you, they melt you, and then they feed you to a cloud shark. It's like, all right, so even if even if we are to take determinism seriously as a theory, which I do, at the very least, it's a theory, and even if it's correct, like technically, we still have an illusion of free will,
Mhm.
and that is honestly good enough for me. To feel like we have free will is enough. The moment that
One sec. We got a donation from Dominic the monkey. Shit, the donation
ooh,
disappeared. But I actually,
Oh.
yeah, if I set up the system to have it show up on screen, and I don't miss the super chats because I've been missing them the last few times. And
sure.
hold on, because I have the wrong fucking. You can continue talking until I find the message.
Oh, okay. Well, I basically just said like once you confirm that free will does not exist in universe, it really does render every character's decision kind of meaningless. It's like, yeah, that's what they were supposed to do, and if they did any differently, they'd be fed to the cloud shark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the opposite experience at work where I was explaining the issues, and they were like, "Oh, why can't you just sit down and enjoy it?" And I'm like, "Because it's shit. I don't know what to say about it."
That is what I kind of liked about my barber today. Like she liked the show, she enjoyed it, but she also heard out my criticisms of it and acknowledged like, yeah, those are valid. It's like, man, why can't more people on the internet be like my barber?
Yeah.
And
Just one sec. The message from Dominic the Donkey said, "Hope everyone is having a great day. Sorry you had to suffer through Loki. Yeah, it was rough to sit through all of the 6 episodes yesterday because I had to watch all of them at once for the ECUM today. And then
Oh,
at least most
yeah,
of you have seen the
I'm
Mitchells versus the Machine, so it balances out. And yes, I think we've all here
yeah,
seen Mitchells versus the Machines, and yes, it is a great film.
yeah.
Yes.
I'm probably not going to stick around for the Loki coverage just because like I did not rewatch the show and I cannot be arsed to actually go through it again. I'm not.
Completely
I was
understandable.
considering doing a video on it, but honestly, I've got so many projects to work on that are going to be so long as it is. Batman the Animated Series is a show with 109 episodes, and there's a lot. Like I've not only watched through it once, I now have to watch through all of it again to collect my references as I write my script. Then I've got my Last of Us 2 script that I'm still having to retool to make sure it's as sharp as possible. And I have a video. Oh, I've got Shazam. I've got Shazam to work on as well. That's the one that I've been working on the most recently. And I've got another one that I'm hoping to release kind of like almost at the same time as Shazam over by the end of the year. So I've got a lot on my plate as it is. And that's not even counting like I don't know if I can even edit together the Terriers watch parties. Like if anyone here wants to edit together the Terriers watch parties, I'd be happy to send you the files just so I don't have to worry about it.
I
But
could help you
um,
out. I think I may have a bit of time free this month to help you out.
I'd greatly appreciate that because I just do not have the time to take care of that on top of everything else that I'm dealing with.
Yeah, we can talk about this later. But yeah, I really had fun watching Terrier, so that could be fun to edit.
Oh, right. Have you guys spoken about Terriers on ECUM yet?
We have not. That's actually a good point.
Huh.
Yeah, Terriers
Oh,
is
well.
a fantastic fucking show that from the people here in the call, I think only me and Southpaw have watched it. Zodi watched like the first episode, right?
I watched all of it a couple
Oh.
of weeks ago.
Oh, okay. So what'd you think of it, Zod?
All right.
It's fucking fantastic. That's what it is.
Hey, yeah.
It's it's
one of the
probably
best
the
shows.
most consistently written 13 episode TV shows that I will ever watch. It's one of those things where the way that it ends, I kind of wish that we could have gotten more, and I still hope that there's a revival on the horizon in the next couple of years. But if we never get any more Terriers content, it's honestly a perfect ending for a neo-noir story.
Yeah, I agree.
yeah,
The ending
definitely.
left him the way it is. I was gonna spoil it, but I shouldn't. It's just
Well, it's
extremely perfect.
ambiguous.
Yeah.
It's ambiguous. Not everything is wrapped up with a nice little bow on top, but the characters' journeys are pretty much completed, and they're set on a trajectory where you can basically figure out what happens next. And
It's the good kind of ambiguous, kind of like the ending of The Last of Us, where it's like, yeah, the
or
journeys have ended.
prisoners.
Prisoners is a great, great example. Yeah.
I what's funny is we took I think 4 months to get through the entire show, almost 4 months basically, because we had it was a 10-person watch party. You have so that's like 10 different schedules that you're having to juggle, but also one of them was the guy that's the other guest that's supposed to come on here later today, Meme Repository, who's Australian. So we could only ever basically do this in the evenings for me, because that's when like my evenings are his mornings basically.
Yeah, which is why they
So
come not 2 days way later than it usually is. Because juggling schedules with them and whatnot.
but it was very much worth it. I'm glad that we got everyone that we got in. I think like honestly, Mike, I do kind of regret making it a 10-person watch party because it did make it such a hassle. I kept on saying 10-person watch parties never again. Like it's going to be me, Evan, and Buzz, and then we'll have like one or two people, and then that's it. We're keeping it limited from now on because especially if we're going through a TV series, because man, it was a massive pain in the neck, and everyone was dying to get to the next episode because it was so well written.
But then we had to wait like
For
2 weeks to watch the next episode. It was a bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, to understand just how good this show is, I don't know if everyone in chat or the ECUM audience is aware. Um, Wolf recently had a minor little surgery. He's fine. Don't worry about him. But he was like bedridden for about a week, and he had TV shows to binge on. So he binged through Invincible, and he really liked Invincible. Gave it like a 6 out of 10, I think. But then I kept on insisting that he check out Terriers. So he signs up for like a free trial on Hulu, and he watched the first episode, and he was like messaging me as I was at work as he's going through the first episode, and he's like sending me all these quotes from the show. Like he clearly is digging the dialogue, and then he like mentioned, oh, that action sequence was great because there's a fight scene in the first episode that's like it's short, it's quick, but it's really consistent. The choreography is not fancy or anything, but it's basically there's no issues with like consistencies, tentacle blades, anything like that. It's pretty much a perfect fight scene. And it feels very real, by the way. Like people are actually fighting the way that people would fight in an actual fight. And then he said something like that again with episode two's fight scene, which is fucking great in terms of choreography, but it's also hilarious thanks to just a simple like musical choice for the background. And then by the time that we got to, I think it was episode, was it five? I think it was episode five that I really wanted him to watch with me, or was it? Maybe it was. Yeah, it was. I think it was episode. Or was it episode six? Episode six. I wanted him to watch episode six with me because that was the one with the ring. And that's kind of the point where the show becomes from like lighthearted to more serious and dramatic and kind of heart wrenching. And so he really liked that. And then he had to go, but he binged on like the first 6 episodes in like one sitting, and then I guess that like I was away from my phone and I didn't see his messages on Discord, so he just starts episode 7 without me. And then he like messaged me after he finished it, and we got into a call again. And literally the first thing was, "This show is too good to be real, so we are finishing this tonight." And yes, Wolf binged on the entire show in one single day.
Yeah.
And he gave episode 7 a 10 out of 10. He gave episode 11 a 10 out of 10. Episode 11 is one of the greatest TV show like TV show episodes ever made.
Yeah, it's
It's
by
it,
far
it
the
was
best episode of the show, and
it's
that's like a
it
high
is
bar.
it's the Hill House episode Two Storms before Hill House was made. It predates Hill
Yeah.
House by like I think 6 years,
8
6 or 7 years, 8 years. Okay, wait, Hill House was in 2018.
Yep.
Oh, I guess so. Well, yeah, it was. All right, yeah. So predates the Two Storms episode of Hill House by 8 years, and it's just exceptional. Um, so everyone needs to watch Terriers.
Yeah.
It's a really underrated FX dramedy. You'll love the characters. You'll love the dialogue, the character development. Hank Dolworth is one of the best TV characters ever. Brit's great too, but goddamn, there's a reason why in my tier maker list for the show, Hank got his own tier up at the very top. So
Yeah.
All right,
Terriers.
I'm done talking about Terriers.
Yeah, no worries. It's a great show. It deserves all this praise, and yeah, I recommend everyone watch Terriers. It's not the easiest show to find. I think you can buy it on Amazon or watch it on Hulu if you're in the US. But it is.
If
really
If you're in the
fucking good.
UK, it is on Disney Plus.
Yes,
that's
it's on
great.
Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Under the Star section, I think.
Yeah, so go watch it. Everyone watching the stream. It's probably the best TV show you'll see ever. It
It's
is really good.
up there.
Yeah.
It's comparable to Bly Manor.
Yep. Yeah, honestly, I'd put it like in terms of like the best TV shows I've seen, I'd probably like Mr. Robot and Better Call Saul, and I'd say Terriers is up there. And like Terriers only has 1 season, while those other shows have like 4 and 5 seasons. So it's really impressive how good it is.
I think that Terriers blows both Hill House and Bly Manor out of the water when it comes to pacing. Also blows Breaking Bad out of the water when it comes to pacing.
Oh yeah, Breaking
And,
Bad has some weird subplots that really hurt the pacing. I think we talked about that in the
There's-
recordings about the Marie being a shoplifter subplot. That was weird.
Oh yeah. There's nothing in Terriers that you can really point to as like that was a waste of time. That didn't really go anywhere. So I feel like in terms of pacing, the just the density of content that you get in each episode. I mean, there's a lot that's happening in a single episode. By the time that we got to episode 8, which is where there's 2 characters in particular that end up in pretty serious peril. Everyone in the watch party was like on the edge of their seats, and just ridiculously invested in seeing these characters make it out alive. And again, had only known these characters for like 6 hours in total, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I'm trying to think what was the other there was something else that happened where I think the watch party was the final episode. It's the one where a certain character is getting out of the cop car and everyone was like losing their minds over that scene. I'm sure that you know what I'm talking about, Marcus, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm not gonna spoil anything else, but man, it is an intense show at times when it wants to be, when it needs to be.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much, not to spoil it, but yeah, there are some. Terry is really good at building tension and stakes, even though it's like very grounded. So like the stakes aren't really like the end of the world; they're very personal, which I prefer much more to just having like world-ending stakes, but the story making no sense. I really care about the characters, so when every time there's like a character conflict or the characters are in danger for some reason, then that's way more meaningful than just trying to defeat this evil baddie who's going to destroy the world.
And the acting is like these are some of the best actors that you'll ever see, and you haven't heard of most of them.
Yeah, they're discount
Or
versions
any
of
of them.
mainstream actors, and they're fantastic.
Like
I know-
if you've seen The Walking Dead, if you've seen the second season of The Walking Dead, one of the main actors had one scene in that season and was promptly killed off. And you probably wouldn't think much of it, but if you went back and revisited Walking Dead season two, and then you see Michael Raymond James, and he gets his head blown off within like 5 minutes of screen time, you're like, God fucking damn it! You just killed off Brit's actor, and he's like a really great actor, and you could have done so much with him. And that episode was filmed like a year after Terriers. It's like, man, you blew it. And then, I mean, Donald Logue has had some more success. He was on Gotham. He was like a main character on Gotham, but that show was terrible. I
Yeah.
tried sticking it out for him because like that's the reason why I watched Gotham. It had nothing to do with Batman. It was just like I just want Donald Logue to be successful. But season one was painful to get through, and I bet that if I revisited Gotham today, it would be even worse because this was this was back in like 2015 or 2013 that I watched the show for the first time, and I just couldn't stand it. Or maybe it was 2014. I'm having a difficult time recalling what year it was that started, but yeah. But I mean, Donald Logue wasn't an issue in that show either.
Oh yeah, from the few episodes I've watched, he was pretty good.
It's funny
Yeah,
because after episode seven, Wolf was like, I want to go back and watch every single thing that Hank's actor was in. Because that's the episode that ends with this really devastating shot of Hank's face, um, because of having like what happened with his
Yeah.
so again, trying to be as vague as possible so that people can just go into the show and not be spoiled, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, we will talk more about Terriers when Tin and Jeb have seen it. But yes, we can leave you with
I will
Watch
totally
Terriers.
I'll I'll totally be on that stream. Like I'll
Yeah.
totally come on and stay the whole way through.
Hell yeah. Uh,
And then I'll do my own stream the day after, talking about Terriers. Like I could literally talk about that show forever.
yeah, Terriers is
It's
your legion.
yes, very much so. It's the thing that I want everyone to watch. It's like if you care about my standard of quality, if you want an idea as to what good writing looks like, you need to watch Terriers. It's basically the gold standard.
Pretty much. Okay, so we were talking about Terriers, which is a good thing, and now we're going to be talking about another good thing, which is a film called Mitchell's vs. the Machines, which everyone here has watched, and I guess going from left to right, Jeb, what did you think of Mitchell's vs. the Machines?
So I didn't really hear much of it till I think it was Southpaw that first mentioned it in the group. And then everyone else started mentioning it, and I thought, okay, I'll check this out. Didn't see any trailers or anything, so I had no idea what this film was about. It caught me off guard in wonderful ways. Surprisingly, it's very emotional. Usually, kids' animated films stay away from that nowadays. But this one kind of hits hard, and the way it represents, for example, LGBT plus is done wonderfully, very subtle. The comedy is one of the best I've seen in an animated film. Most jokes did generally get me. And as someone who loves tech and hears a lot of things that robots are going to take over the world, I did thoroughly enjoy it. And I think it's a 9.5 or 10 out of 10, to be honest.
That's high praise. And
Yes.
Southpaw, what did you think of it?
Oh, so well, I made a video about it, and so in case you guys haven't seen it, I went into it expecting it to just be kind of silly because the very premise of it kind of demands a lot of suspension of disbelief. When you have a robot apocalypse where it's kind of inferred that these robots have taken out every law enforcement and military in the world, and it's up to this, little nuclear family of goofballs to take them out. I think it's quite clear as opposed to merely having webs shooting out of a character's wrists or there being magic and laser swords in space. That this is an incredibly silly story, and it doesn't really want to be taken seriously, at least regarding its the stakes with the robots and everything. What I was really impressed by though was within 15 minutes, it got me to care a whole lot about the characters. I feel like, man, if you're going to just kind of go for like a goof and you're going to just be a slapstick comedy with this family of goofballs going up against these robots. I imagine it's gonna be kind of hard to care about what happens in it. But man, 15 minutes in, I was like, oh God, there's actual stakes here that are involving like the characters in the family. It's not like about whether or not they'll save the world. It's kind of a given that they're going to stop the robots, and it's going to be incredibly absurd and ridiculous. But the movie only really wants to be taken seriously when it comes to the stuff with Rick and Katie. And it's funny because my brother thinks that I relate a lot to Katie, and that might be the case. I just really care a lot about Rick. I think Rick is a great character. I think that it's kind of crazy how they set him up to be this really inept and dumb dad sort of archetype, and he turns out to be so much deeper than that. Um, so and I think that like there's a lot of stuff to appreciate about really each of the characters, stuff to relate to. Like Linda compares herself and her family to this other family on social media that she sees as like this is the ideal family basically. They're perfect. They're incredibly photogenic and they love each other and enjoy spending time with each other no matter like where they go. Um, and it's very much relatable if you spend any time on like Instagram or Facebook. You have Aaron, who I related to a lot because of his like he clearly has like anxiety issues, and he I found his dynamic where he has a big sibling that's about to go off to college, and he's going to be like left alone at home basically. That was very relatable to what I had with my older brother. And yeah, like each member of the family is relatable in their own little ways. And it's obviously more about Katie and Rick than it is about Linda and Aaron. But I kind of liked how Linda and Aaron basically their role in the movie was they wanted to be like the peacekeepers. They were the ones that were trying to build this bridge that had been burned between Rick and Katie, and they want their family to be like back to at least semi-functional. So, yeah, Mitchell's versus Machines. There's like a couple of things that still stretch my suspension of disbelief a little bit. But it's one of those things where, and I'm gonna get called a hypocrite over this by some people in the EFAP audience. I've already been called a hypocrite over this because some people, I guess, they can't really understand nuance. Um, but when it comes to something that clearly is not taking itself seriously regarding like the plot, um, I can't really judge it the same way that I would judge something that does want to be taken seriously. Um, Otherwise, every single comedy falls apart. Every single animated movie pretty much comes apart. Because every one of those is going to exaggerate aspects of reality for comedic or some sort of artistic purpose. Um, characters in comedies tend to not behave the same way as people behave in real life. So it's like, yeah, um, when you have Linda destroying robots by herself, I'm just like, yeah, this is fine. It's a cartoon. It's a comedy, and it's clearly being played for laughs and not like, look at what a badass she is.
Yeah.
Robots
Just
shitting
before
themselves.
the stream started, we were in the call. Us for waiting for Southpaw, and I'll actually talk exactly about that, about the fact that we're probably gonna be called hypocrites for this, for saying that we don't really care about the issues in Mitchell's vs. the Machines. And I use that exact example of Linda taking on the robots because it's a joke based on, you know, the idea that in real life, like moms, when their children are put in danger or threatened, they like become vicious, and they do all they can to protect their children. And it's like, obviously she wouldn't be able in a, you know, realistic world to take on robots, but that doesn't really matter because the film knows that, and that's the joke. The joke is that she would not be able to, but this is stretching it to the point where she can in this universe, because this is
Well,
extremely exaggerated.
and I mean, there's still like something that logically follows in that scene where it's like her mama bear instinct kind of kicks in because she sees the robots are hurting her son, which is like it's understandable why she's like this now. Like she gets a massive adrenaline rush that I think any parent would get from seeing their kid in danger.
Yeah, but then it's
But
taken
also
to the
it's
extreme.
well, it's so exaggerated. Like the
Mhm.
robots are like Jeb said, shitting themselves and running away in terror. And she just turns into this anime character, and it's I don't know how one watches that scene and thinks, oh, she's a Mary Sue, and this isn't funny. Um, but it's as Dominic the Donkey said in chat, Hot Fuzz would fall apart if you take it 100% objective. So, an example of this would be, and I rewatched Hot Fuzz recently, and I really like Hot Fuzz, okay? I think that Hot Fuzz is a great movie.
Same.
Towards the end of the movie, uh, well, the sea mine goes off and blows up the entire building, and it's just a pile of rubble. But everyone in the building is okay. And this is following a scene where um, they're referencing how much paperwork there would be if there was like a gunfight in a cop movie that they never show in like cop movies that are played straight.
Hmm.
Um, but I don't have an issue with everyone surviving in the building after the sea mine goes off. Like, yeah, it's a goofy comedy.
Yeah, Hot Fuzz
But
doesn't take a lot of itself seriously. Like, the reason why they're able to get the car they're chasing to stop is because the goose happened to be on the road. And I think it's a hilarious joke that the goose they were being chasing for the entire film just happens to help them out. But like, yeah,
And then they
is
decide to like stop the car just to pick up the goose while they're or no,
that
it's
is
a
also
swan.
hilarious.
It's a
Yes.
swan. Yeah, it's like they've got priorities here and they're stopping the car to pick up the swan. Like, do you guys not understand how comedy works? Like, there's a part of your brain that recognizes how absurd this is, and that's what makes it funny. Um, I was also like just realizing here, not all animated movies or cartoons that I watch, um, and like, I judge the same way. So.
Mhm.
Into the Spider-Verse has valid problems. Not as many as with any other Spider-Man movie, actually. It is going to be the best. If you measure all the issues in every Spider-Man movie, Spider-Verse does hold up the best, and I think that holds up really, really well when you balance out all of the issues that are in it, how many they are in proportion to uh, how much that movie achieves through cause and effect. And it's like, yeah, man, it's solid 8 out of 10, possibly a 9. And so, but the criticisms that are there, I don't go, well, it doesn't take itself seriously or it's a cartoon, unless you're trying to criticize like physics involved with Spider-Ham, where no, Spider-Ham's allowed to have hammer space in Toon Force and generating anvils out of thin air. Like
That's his gimmick.
that's his character.
Yeah.
That's his gimmick. Yeah, that's the whole point. But like, of course, if you have Miles suddenly do that, it's well, I mean, Miles is able to like keep the hammer because I guess the hammer itself has like Toon Force physics involved,
Hmm.
not just Spider Ham. But like that's what Spider-Man Ham says is like a feature of the hammer is that it'll fit right in your pocket. Um, but like if Miles is generating anvils out of thin air, right? Or if he's floating through the air when he smells a delicious pie, I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense though, because that's not this universe. Like
Yeah,
you've long passed the point of no return for establishing whether or not Toon Force exists in Miles's dimension.
yeah, pretty much. Just JM asking chat if this would apply to Scott Pilgrim as well, and definitely that film of Edgar Wright's films is the most like absurd in terms of how its physics work.
Mhm.
And like a lot of it just would not make sense if you take it at face value. The film does not expect you to take it seriously. Like well, like when the first fight begins with the first Evo X, he just starts flying and he knows how to fucking fight like a trained soldier. And it's like, wow, how can you do that? And it's like, well, it's the gimmick of the film. It's how he's gonna fight these 7 Evo X's, and being an allegory for like past relationships and how you move on from them and whatnot,
And
which
this
I think works really well for that film because it doesn't really rely on actual just like physics and logic, because the film knows that and it doesn't take itself seriously in that regard. But with the characters, it does, which is pretty much the same as Mitchell's vs. the Machines.
And this standard also it applies well my standard for the Toy Story movies is actually different from what we have with Mitchell's versus Machines. Again, like different values are going to apply to different movies. The Toy Story movies do not have the kind of Toon Force that Mitchell's versus Machines uses. And also those movies, while they have like toys coming to life and there's all kinds of comedy that comes from that, um, I think they want their premises to be taken way more seriously than Mitchell's versus Machines does. And so for instance, if Bo Peep is made of porcelain, it's like, yeah, you have to be consistent with that. She can't be like jumping around doing all kinds of stuff that would result in her shattering. But then Toy Story 4 comes on, it's like, no, she's fine. She's just like broken off her arm, but she can just tape it together. Like,
Oh yeah, that annoys me a
not
lot.
not sure about that. And even Toy Story 2, I cited this in the EFAP on Toy Story 4. Bullseye is somehow able to keep up with an airplane that's about to lift off. Like Woody and Jesse jump from the plane, and the plane immediately takes off after that, which is like, okay, do you understand how fast this thing was going? Um, it would have been kind of funny if it was just like if the plane was going very, very slowly, but for the toys, it's going very quickly,
Oh yeah, you just
and
have
Bullseye has to run very
quick cuts to
fast.
show how fast the plane is actually going. Like
Yeah,
showing yeah,
it'd be a really
establishing
funny.
shot.
It'd be a really, yeah, it'd be a really funny moment.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't have the same stakes of like they're about to miss their jump, but it at least make more sense with what the film's universe establishes.
Hmm.
YMS also pointed out, I think that there's like a point where um, they're able to. There's some weird magnetism bullshit happening in Toy Story 3, where they're like I guess that they. All right, it's driving me nuts. I think that they like you've got 3 toys holding onto a golf club, and it was it like lifts like there's a magnet that the golf club is taken up to with all 3 toys holding onto it, but they're like the magnet was also too weak to lift up that golf club when it was just 1 toy. Like it's something like that where it's like, okay, there's an obvious inconsistency here, and it's not explainable through Toon Force
Hmm.
in the series.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where you have to understand what are the physics actually like in this movie. What's the overall tone? Is this is Toy Story an absurdist movie, or is it trying to be somewhat grounded even with its like basic premise of toys can come to life? So I don't think that they go for much of an absurd like they don't they don't lean into the absurdity the way that Mitchell's versus Machines does, or
Mhm.
like Looney Tunes does.
Yeah, I agree. Tin, what did you think of Mitchell's vs. the Machines?
Finally.
Sorry about that.
No.
No, no, it's fine. It's fine, mate. It's fine. I'm used to being talked over. But yeah, I first heard of it like a while back, maybe like a few months ago. I saw like a clip on Twitter, and I thought, yeah, that's fine, I suppose. Then I saw you lot talking about how like it fucking like made Marcus cry, and I'm like, what the fuck is this film? And then I saw that Southpaw was making a video, and I was like, fucking, I'll watch it. And then I found one of the most personal films to me ever. I'm like, do you mind if I like go a bit in depth on it, or should I save it
Sure.
for review?
No,
I mean,
sure.
I spoke for such a long time.
Yeah.
Go for as long as you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Like,
Tess.
I've talked about this is about like how Katie and how like she's the most freaking relatable character to me ever. Like I've talked about, but like it is eerie. Like even when the film started, like the strained relationship with her dad. Like I've talked about how like I've got a pretty strained relationship with my dad. He walked out like 7, 8 years ago, and I won't go into it. It's personal and stuff, but yeah, the strained relationship, and that's fucking eerie. The fact that she's very alone, like just in the way she is, that's been me for the past 18 fucking years. And the fact that the only person I really talk to her is her family, which, yeah, that's me. And just the fact that just recently, like, how, like, I've been a lot more passionate about film and that since I joined the EFAB community and the ECUM community. And in fact, even when the whole Fama People thing, that's basically what happened this time last year when I met Liesel. And just everything just sort of falls into place. Even the relationship with her brother, like that's really close to me because one of the only people I really like nowadays is my older sister. And even then she's at uni half the time, so that's similar in that regard. And even the fact that she's gay, like I'm bisexual and also other stuff I won't go into. But even that like makes her more relatable because like I had a question for a while and then I came out and from the start of the film it says like she probably hasn't come out yet, so that's fucking relatable for me. And just it's so fucking personal and relatable to me. Like I didn't imagine this when I first heard about it. Like I thought it'd be just some random ass animated film that I go, yeah, that was good, then just sort of move on to shitting on the MCU as it usually happens. And then I found this, which just and even with the things in the rest of the film, it was just so charming and nice for me. It was so fucking funny in that, and just it's so good. It's hard to put into words, man. It's just I've run out of words. But you get my point. Like, yeah, the whole thing with the plot not making any sense. Honestly, really don't give a shit if it doesn't make any sense. It made me laugh. It made me close to crying. I think on the third viewing it'll, the tears will come. The tears will come out if I force them. but yeah, it's just really good for me. Like, it's just really fucking good. And honestly, as like Jeb said, I'd give it like a solid 9 or 10 out of 10.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And Zod, what did you think of Mitchell's versus the Machines?
Right. Where do I start? So, I before I watched it, I heard basically fuck all about it. Then I saw like some people going on about how great it is, and I was like, okay, so this is a fucking Croods 2 situation again. So I decided to watch it, and when I watch things by myself, I don't tend to focus much on it because I sort of struggle with focusing on things. But I don't know, something about this film I just sort of stayed with it. Like, it made me laugh out loud a lot. Like in the restaurant when the Mitchells are trying to recreate the other family's sort of combat techniques. That just fucking killed me. And the Furbies is the fucking highlight of the film.
I agree.
But-
my favorite jokes come from the
Our harvest begun!
The dark harvest will commence.
You got confused me.
There's
Yeah.
it's actually kind of funny. I was looking through the movies page on Mitchells versus Machines, and apparently the there was some dialogue that they had originally had for the giant Furby. I'm trying to find the exact piece of trivia. Oh, edgier lines from the giant Furby referencing blood, eating people, and serving Satan were cut.
Oh my god. Oh Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, in fact, this is what TV Tropes was citing. In early versions, the Furby language was way more wild, like "I'm hungry for fleshling meat," and when the giant Furby dies, "To my dark master, I return to thee."
Oh my god.
Now.
Jesus, that's
and
is
and
okay.
that's from the director. That's from the writer and director of the movie, Michael Rianda.
Yeah, directed the Mitchells vs. Machines. God damn. Okay.
Incredible.
That's hilarious.
I love that.
Zod, were you done talking, or do you have anything to add?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, basically it's just fucking batshit insane, and well, I love it for that. But you know, if you try to defend that, then people make Reddit threads about you. So you know.
Oh yeah, just noticing that the movie commits to a sort of crackhead energy that most movies don't really commit to, and differentiating like how you judge it is like, oh, that's apparently it's the same thing as people defending the chicken soup scene from Batman the Animated Series with it's supposed to be campy. By the way, Marcus, you've seen Heart of Ice now. Talk about Heart of Ice for a quick second and tell people how fucking wrong they are when they say that scene is supposed to be campy. Do it. Come on.
That's
You've seen the whole episode in context.
Heart of Ice is by far my least favorite Batman content I've ever seen. It's nothing about it works. Like genuinely, the plot makes absolutely no sense. It's purely contrivances. It tries to take itself so seriously, but then it resolves the conflict by having Batman throw fucking chicken soup at Mr. Freeze. It's really fucking stupid, and I just cannot believe this is hailed as like the best episodes of the show. One of the best episodes of the show. I mean, the show, as far as I
Chicken
heard, is
soup
like
that, by the way, Batman inexplicably keeps on his person rather than in the Batmobile, and then it's on his utility belt. Mr. Freeze does not notice the chicken soup sloshing around on his utility belt. Does not question it at all. The chicken soup is not vacuum sealed to the point where just one boop against Mr. Freeze's helmet will open the thermos. That means that you've got air that's going into the thermos. That means the chicken soup's not going to be that hot, especially if the chicken soup is going to be in a room that's just engulfed in snow, and it's going to be like fucking freezing. So that doesn't work. You have the fact that Mr. Freeze inexplicably brings the utility belt with him when he's going to freeze GothCorp, the building that he has an agenda against, and is also next door to his headquarters, if not is in the same building as his headquarters. Yes, Mr. Freeze's lair, it is inside GothCorp. It is inside the company that he's going after, which like shatters the plot in ways that I have never seen in a superhero show. You have but like Mr. Freeze bringing that utility belt along and not having it on his person, that's what permits Batman to get the utility belt back to then use the chicken soup. You have the fact that Mr. Freeze's helmet is clearly durable enough to withstand a punch from Batman, but it's not durable enough to withstand like fucking room temperature chicken soup. Batman the Animated Series is really bad, and Heart of Ice, so as a whole, Batman the Animated Series is bad. Has 19 good episodes. There's 19 episodes that don't have these issues, guys. I just want to make this clear. You can have a Batman episode without any of these problems. It's kind of absurd. I'm just. Oh, Marcus, is Heart of Ice supposed to be campy? Is that a campy episode?
Definitely not. It takes itself very seriously.
Yeah,
Wage slaves.
but it's
Sounds
apparently
profile picture.
the same thing. No, it's apparently the same thing as Mitchell's versus Machines. And if you criticize Batman the Animated Series, but you give Mitchell's versus Machines a pass, you're a hypocrite.
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna make a
insane
Reddit
the
thread
double
about you.
standards about it.
I think the only point of comedy in Mitchell's First Machines that took itself seriously was the brother, what is death?
But
Yeah, I'd
then
say
that was
that's
still
the
played
most
off as a
serious.
joke.
Yeah. Just with dark undertones.
Okay,
the-
Tom said
the-
in
the
chat,
episode
okay,
did
the chicken
redefine-
soup is
Yeah, go ahead.
stupid, but the episode did redefine freeze in a good way, wouldn't you say?
So
I don't
here's the
care
issue
how
that I
it
have with
redefined it, especially when the character is so inconsistent. Like, really, that does not save the episode. Just because
Okay.
it's basically the same as Spider-Man 2. It's very important for defining the genre and what it became, but that doesn't mean the thing itself is good.
Yeah, I don't think that we should really care much about like the influence that it ultimately had when determining its quality. So, a bunch of people can be influenced by something that they think is really good, and it turns out to actually be really bad. You have okay, so let's say that the first time that Mr. Freeze has his little backstory with Nora was in Batman and Robin, and nothing else was changed in that movie. Nothing at all. That was the first time that you have the "I want to save my wife" backstory. Does Batman and Robin now get a pass because they redefined Mr. Freeze in his origin? No,
Obviously
it doesn't.
not.
Although it's still, I mean, Batman and Robin is still a very that's actually a campy Batman story. But you actually, the issue with Mr. Freeze in that episode, it revolves around how stupid he is for leaving behind a henchman that could easily snitch on him and where his hideout is, and then Batman helps unfreeze the guy's legs because Mr. Freeze stupidly aimed down at the ground while Batman was grappling upwards. And Mr. Freeze was supposedly trying to hit Batman, but he decides to aim in a completely different direction from where Batman actually is going. You have Batman helps the guy's legs, even though they should totally be snapped off given what we see of Mr. Freeze's freeze ray and what happens to things that get frozen by Mr. Freeze. Batman has all the leverage in the world to say, hey, just tell me where your boss's hideout is and I'll let you go. I won't even send you to jail. You just you'll go home and there's a job opening at Wayne Enterprises. You should go submit a job application because I hear that Wayne Enterprises is really good about hiring people and giving good benefits and everything. Something like that, basically. No, he doesn't do that. He does not interrogate the guy at all. He doesn't even try. He just drops him off at Gotham PD. It's oh, well, if you'd interrogated him, if you'd even tried to negotiate with him, you would have gotten Mr. Freeze's hideout and the episode would be over. But he doesn't do it because Mr. Freeze is not only stupid, but Batman's really stupid in this too. And then Mr. Freeze can also teleport in like Doc Ock can. He can just teleport into places where he shouldn't be. And then teleport frozen Batman out of GothCorp and then over to his lair. And then also Mr. Freeze's entire plan is, I hate Ferris Boyle because he made me this way, so I'm going to kill him and every single other person in the building. Which is okay. All right. You're not much different from Carly Morgenthau at that point, actually. You are actually directly comparable
Yep.
to Carly Morgenthau.
That is actually a great fucking comparison.
If you think that Carly Morgenthau is a shit villain, who's you're this horrible piece of shit who hurts innocent people, but you want to be treated sympathetically. Well, Mr. Freeze is the same way. But of course, you've got the people that love Carly. Of course, they also simp for Batman the Animated Series. Of course, you got okay, High Top. High Top, I'm sure, thinks that Heart of Ice is a genuinely well-written piece of Batman content. Well, he also thinks that the Falcon and Winter Soldier is the best MCU content in years. And they don't think that Carly is a horrible person. I mean, I think Brown Table called her out a little bit, but High Top didn't. And High Top, but at least High Top's being consistent there. With EFAP fans that hate on Carly but think that Heart of Ice is so great, man, you got to work out your standards.
Yeah, and it's fine if you didn't notice these issues, because like most people haven't noticed these issues until Southpaw came along.
Oh,
But it's like,
yeah,
dude,
yeah. There is such a thing as just like, okay, I was just watching it and experiencing, and I wasn't thinking about it. That's how it was with TASM 2. That's how it was with Captain America: The Winter Soldier. We all have our blind spots. It's perfect. That's how it was with The Force Awakens. That's how most of us were with The Force Awakens.
oh yeah,
It's
most
fine to
people
miss
loved The
issues.
Force Awakens and thought TLJ ruined it, and then we see Mahler's series on The Force Awakens, and it's like, oh no, this film actually ruins a lot as well. So it's like, it's fine if you
And
miss issues, but once evidence has come forth, I guess you just gotta be reasonable with it and see how you deal with shit. Like, you gotta be consistent with your standards and concede when you
yeah.
feel like, when you have been proven wrong, you know.
Oh, Ton. So you say I can see the episode's really not as good as I remembered. Just seriously rewatch the episode or watch my coverage of it on my podcast. South Podcast 20, go 3.5 hours in. Meme Repository, Shiny and I go through the episode. Shiny, so I went through the episode with Meme Repository, but like beforehand, and we collected all our references. We came to the conclusion it was a 3 out of 10. And this was like in comparison to BTAS episodes that we said were like an 8 to a 10. Okay? So then Shiny goes through the episode by himself with the intent of defending the show. He came to the exact same conclusion that we did, although he went even harder and said if it weren't for how it redefined Mr. Freeze's character, it would be a 2. And I initially said it was a 3 on my podcast, but after going through it with Marcus and Thought, it's like, damn, like Mr. Freeze's character just like, okay, so if we're talking about a character that was as well written as like Hank Dolworth, okay, you get to a 3, okay? Like, in spite of everything horrible about this episode, if your character has that level of depth and you manage to achieve that in 20 minutes, you get to a 3, possibly even a 4. I could be convinced on a 4 if you're that good. Mr. Freeze is not that good. It's kind of like how Black Widow is pretty good in The Winter Soldier, but that's not enough to save that plot from going above a 2.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. It's like she's not even the main character of the film, as well as Mr. Freeze is not the main character in the episode. It's Batman.
Well, the thing is, Mr. Freeze is not perfect in that episode. He makes
Oh no,
really
he's
stupid
far from it.
mistakes.
He's not good. I really
He's
hate him in that episode.
He's really fucking stupid. And then he also has the same morality problem that Carly Morgenthau has, where you want, like, the episode clearly wants you to feel sorry for him, but at the same time it's like, but you're trying to fucking kill a bunch of innocent people as well as Ferris Boyle. Like, if you're just going after Ferris Boyle, I would get it. But man, you're actually kind of a worse person than Abby is at that point. Surprisingly. Well, yeah. Oh, and of course, later episodes further ruined Mr. Freeze. Deep Freeze was even worse than Heart of Ice. Sub-Zero comes along and delivers a 6 out of 10 story, but it's built on the foundation that is Deep Freeze. And then you get to Cold Comfort, which is after Mr. Freeze has completed his whole arc that was set up in Heart of Ice and Deep Freeze, and he comes back and he's just, you think, okay, so he no longer has a motivation to be like a villain or an anti-hero, whatever, he comes back in Cold Comfort and he is just two-dimensionally evil. So he's like further assassinated. It's like, god damn, Batman the Animated Series Mr. Freeze is like the most overrated fucking cartoon villain I have ever heard of. I'll have to like see how Zuko and Azula and Ozai hold up, but I have no hope for Avatar: The Last Airbender. Given how people in the EFAP audience keep on citing Atla as a shit take from Rags and Mauler, but like given the references that Mauler has provided with me, given how I've seen the EFAP audience react to my BTAS take, knowing what is in BTAS, seeing like, dude, I don't think that there's been one person that has had the knee-jerk reaction over my BTAS take and then gone back through the show and reminded themselves of what's actually in the show and look at it with the same eye as they use everything else with, and then say, yeah, Southpaw's wrong. Everyone that's like re-examined the show after hearing my criticisms is like, holy shit, this is a disaster. This is comparable to Batwoman.
Yeah.
I mean, I even did a random poll with a line of dialogue, seeing whether it was in Batwoman or not, and the community all thought it was in Batwoman.
The wage
Yeah,
slaves
there's
line, right?
literally there's literally a moment where you have an evil CEO of a company in Batman the Animated Series who's supposed to have this like kind of affable and charming personality, like really good PR, right? He casually talks to Bruce Wayne, CEO of a rival company, and says, "Look, Bruce, the People Company line is great PR, but when the wage slaves start acting like they own the place, it's time to pull the plug." And it's like, this is literally Batwoman dialogue, and
Yep.
we're supposed to take this episode seriously, by the way. Like, there's on the nose dialogue in Mitchell's versus Machines, but again, it's intentionally absurd. But you're trying to deliver this absurd dialogue, but also have us take it seriously. But this is a farce. Like, this is absolute nonsense that you'd have a character just talking like this. This is, if you made this show today, given how in the geeks and gamers era of discourse, right? When you have a Batman villain, no, seriously, there's an episode called Lockup where a Batman villain literally says, "Together we'll make Gotham safe again." Like, oh man, if a Batwoman episode had the exact same story with the exact same dialogue, people would be flipping the fuck out. But it's okay in Batman the Animated Series. Drives me insane. And not to mention, there is someone that I talked to, and Marcus is aware of who this is, and I'm gonna keep this person's identity anonymous, but they basically tried to assert, well, like, well, did he? No, I don't think that he said that it was a kid show, which was weird because I'm like, oh well, people say this is a kid show. He's like, well, I didn't say it was a kid show. Like, you don't think Batman the Animated Series is a kid show, but okay. But if people want to say it's a kid show, it's like, well, Batwoman is a teen show, so who gives a fuck?
Yeah, if you're gonna like label by audience, the target audience, then you're not really gonna take anything seriously ever. It's really just whatever. It's made for X audience, so who cares? It's just really dismissive
Yeah.
of criticisms. Not to cut you off, but to
Go ahead.
yeah. Before we get back to Mitchell's vs. the Machines, I do want to say, and I've never revealed this take I have before, but since Southpaw brought it up, I think I may as well. From what I've seen of Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is far from being all of it. I'm still at the beginning of the show. It is not good at all. The characters aren't good. The plots make absolutely no sense, and it's just full of Deus Ex Machinas to resolve the conflicts for most episodes I've watched so far. So yeah, expect at some point for me to finish watching it and tear it apart, because from what I've seen, it seems like nobody is paying attention to the actual issues it has. It is really not that good.
What's funny is I went through Spectacular Spider-Man with Evan. Now, Evan, I watched through almost all of Batman the Animated Series with, and he grew up on that show, and I didn't, okay? So I was the one that was going in relatively blind. I mean, I had seen Heart of Ice a long time ago, okay? And I remembered thinking it was good. And Evan was on record for having said that was probably the best episode of Batman the Animated Series, like just a year ago, on Mahler's Discord. It's there. If you look up, that's probably the best episode. Or if you look up Heart of Ice and you go back far enough, you'll see someone replying to Evan, and Evan says that's probably the best episode. So, but with Spectacular Spider-Man, it's like we watched through it, and I hadn't seen it before, and Evan had. And season 1 is overall, I'd say, pretty good. Like, it's probably a 7, I'd say. Got some issues here and there, but overall, it's worth watching. Season 2, holy shit! First 4 to 5 episodes are awful. Then you have 3 good episodes, and then the rest of the season is terrible. And it's like maybe it's just a matter of like that I'm I'm using the wrong standard here, but I don't know. It feels like it really kind of wants to be played straight, and suffers from a lot of issues of, you know how when people go, oh, you wanted Snoke to go on a 10-minute diatribe explaining his entire backstory in The Last Jedi? That's literally what characters in both Batman the Animated Series and Spectacular Spider-Man do. It reached its peak when the Green Goblin and Spider-Man are fighting in the season 2 finale, and they are just casually monologuing to each other in the middle of this action scene that's otherwise supposed to be intense
It's
and
like
fast paced.
CW Flash.
It's like Evan and I were like dying watching this. And what's really funny is while we were going through Batman the Animated Series, which it was funny just the fact that I was going in blind, and then Evan was going in with a bias towards it, and he kept on finding that episodes that he thought were going to hold up weren't actually holding up. And we went through some episodes of the Batman in comparison to Batman the Animated Series. There's more episodes of the Batman that hold up than I expected. I expected the Batman to be the worst show, but it's very, very likely that I forgot what the ratio is of good episodes to bad, but it's pretty much on course to be overall a better show than Batman the Animated Series, even if it never reaches the heights that BTAS does. But we really like the characters in it. I think the biggest difference between the Batman and BTAS is BTAS Batman is a fucking idiot, and the Batman is consistently more competent. And when constantly in BTAS, Batman will look up and see that something's about to fall on him, and he does not move out of the way, and he just gets hit by the thing that's about to fall on him. He constantly gets blindsided. In the Batman, there's been so many references of a thing about to fall on Batman. Batman looks up and he moves out of the way. And we're just stunned. We are stunned by how often these differences show up between these shows. We're pretty sure that the Batman, even with its problems, because we've been going through some terrible episodes of the Batman as well. All right, the Batman's not an amazing show. It's not a perfect show, but we're kind of surprised by how much better that show is than BTAS when you look at it in whole as a whole. It's oh man, people are not ready for this take, but
Yeah,
it's
I think I think it's pretty clear that the general audience's take on something is not really reliable, considering how many sacred
No.
cows we've been looking at and being like, "Oh, this is not good."
No. I mean, someone guessed, tweeted this out to me, guessing that was going to be my hot take, and he guessed it correctly.
God damn.
Yeah, it's once I saw how bad Heart of Ice was, it's like, all right, so if that's the best episode of the show, I am in serious, serious shit. And there was just so many points where it's like, I cannot trust anyone's judgment on the show.
Mhm.
I can't. So it was an adventure going through all of it, and it was literally like a box of chocolates. I had no idea what was coming next. And then we even got to Moon of the Wolf, which, even as terrible as that episode was from start to finish, I lost my mind watching the climax. Easily the most fun I had watching through Batman the Animated Series. As for the person in chat asking if we checked out the Batman vs. Dracula movie, Evan and I watched it, and it's a 2 out of 10. It's really bad. The amount of powers that Dracula has in that movie, and then you just think, man, Batman's just a regular person. He's not superhuman. No, it doesn't work. It's non-functional, and it's really sad because the concept is really cool. I think that the concept does not work at all. Well, I mean, the concept carries the movie, because you're like, oh man, it's Batman versus Dracula. Of course, this is going to be awesome. But it's if you care a lot about consistency, man, it's among the worst. It's among the worst of the Batman content that we've sat through. Not irredeemable, there's like stuff that we liked in it still. Irredeemable is something like the Batman the Animated Series episode where Batman cures blindness and then doesn't tell anyone that he cured blindness. that was a sight to behold. It's like, okay, so either this is an issue that's exclusive to just this episode, or this affects every single episode where like that happens after blind as a bat, and doesn't address that Batman cured blindness. So take your pick, because man, what an insane assassination. Batman's a psychopath in Batman the Animated Series, by the way.
Yeah. I not that I have any problem with you talking about Batman, but we've been talking about this tangent for a while, and I just want to get back on topic.
Yeah, we're gonna get cancelled after this. We're not gonna survive this. We're doomed.
Hey, at least
We're
we're
fucked.
having fun before we talk about Loki. That is just gonna be pain. But now I'm gonna give my thoughts on Mitchell's vs. the Machines because I'm the only one who hasn't done that yet, and I really love that film. The thing about it is that like we've mentioned, the plot doesn't really make any sense. Like the premise in itself, it's absurd. Which is fine because the film knows it's absurd and it doesn't take itself seriously. It's very Monty Python-esque in that way, where it's just it knows it's fucking nonsensical and it leans into it by joking about it, which I think is really good. A really good way of telling this kind of story, but it also takes its character writing really seriously, which is what gives the story stakes, because the stakes aren't in like, oh, are they gonna save the world? Because that is just like, yeah, we know what they are. Like this concept is so incredibly absurd that we know, yeah, this is how the story is gonna end. They're gonna save everyone, and that's fine. But the character stuff is what matters, because I was really invested in the Katie and Rick relationship to know if they were gonna end the episode by, and then the film by, fixing their relationship and becoming as close as they were before, which I think is what gave the story a lot of meaning. And like Tin said that he saw, either Tin or Zod, that saw Southpaw tweeting about me crying. I only watched this film once, and I watched it with Southpaw, Evan, and Thought Theater, and I cried 7 times during it. And the 7th time I was just like muted, because I always muted, and Thought Theater just said, "I know you're muted, Marcos, but I can hear what but I can hear you." And it's like, yeah, because the film really got to me. It made me really emotional, and it's just like Tin said, it's a very Katie is a very relatable character, and I don't think she's just relatable to people to like us who like films and whatnot. It's more like she's just generally relatable, because I think the conversation she has with her family are like something a lot of people do in terms of trying to want to do something with their life, but their parents don't think it's a good idea and whatnot. And I think that's just a really well explored concept, and I've had conversations like that with my dad a bunch of times. So I thought it was just a really well made film. And the fucking wooden moose, dude, that one got me. Just looking at the moose.
You're guaranteed to cry at least one more time on a repeat viewing, because when Rick first pulls out the wooden moose from the box, you don't understand what the significance of that moose is. When you're rewatching it and you know what that moose means, fuck man, it's like it's one more time that the film really gets you.
Yeah, the film
Yeah.
is just the significance it puts on just a single wooden moose. It's insane, and it explores that really fucking well. With how it symbolizes Rick and Katie's relationship throughout the film. Like you can, if you pay attention to where it is during the film and what the characters do with the wooden moose, it's like, yeah, I completely understand what the film is trying to tell me just by what these characters are doing in relation to the moose, and it's really impactful. I really like it.
I mean, it either got me, and stuff doesn't get me.
Yes, Jeb has never cried before in his
Yeah.
life until he watched Mitchell's vs. the Machines.
He never cries. He's a stone cold bastard.
So with that,
Yeah.
which we all agree this film is good. So good old Raimi Dushine, he made a review on Letterboxd of The Mitchells vs. the Machines, which came to our attention, and I think it'd be interesting if we covered that. So I sent the link on the group chat if anyone needs it.
Oh joy.
To
Yeah.
follow what we're talking about, and hold on, because here we are. Just fixing my screen. Who wants to read this? So who wants to read this review so we can talk about it?
I volunteer as tribute. Okay.
Alrighty.
Here we go.
Oh, go on, here we go.
It seems like there is this new category of modern 3D animated films that are harmless, but feel like such a mediocre experience for me. I most recently felt it with The Croods 2, and it was pretty much the same as this film. You can never fault the vast majority of family-friendly animated movies in terms of their message. It's almost always a great message and a feel-good one. So,
Yeah.
nothing wrong here, per se.
Not necessarily, though. Saying that he doesn't like this film and Crude's show is like, oh, okay.
Well,
Not a
I mean,
great
he's
sign.
allowed to like
Wrong, but yeah.
not like it, but I mean, I don't know how it is that you don't like this movie or Croods 2. Croods 2 is really fantastic as well.
Yeah.
The characters and voice performances were decent, with Olivia Colman standing out, and it seems like she had a blast playing the villain. The Mitchells were fine, I guess. Ugh. Okay. You have the stereotypical main character who feels like they don't fit in. The father who doesn't get them, even though they were close when she was still. Oh, fuck off. Okay, all right. So now I have to stop and I have to talk about this. So,
That's how it begins.
main character that feels like they don't fit in. That's stereotypical. So there's this concept called the underdog. You have a character like. People don't tend to relate to the popular kid. They relate to the kid that's like unable to fit in, basically, who's like an outcast of sorts.
Mhm.
Tends to make it more satisfying when their arc is basically they've been a social outcast their whole life and they're about to go off to college and meet people that are like-minded to them and have the same like tastes and interests as them. That's really important to the dynamic that Katie and Rick have in this film. It's the fact that Rick delays Katie meeting her friends and meeting Jade. And then the father who doesn't get them even though they were close when she was still a kid. I'm hoping that this isn't a criticism, that this is just a description of what happens.
Even though I don't think it's a very accurate description, because I think he gets her more than anyone else does because of the way he also tried artistic endeavors in his life, but didn't turn out that well.
Well, the movie certainly frames it as he doesn't really get her at the beginning because it's being told through Kitty's perspective, and then it kind of recontextualizes Rick as the movie goes on. The supportive mother who tries to make them connect, and the smaller sibling. The smaller sibling also tries to make them connect.
Yeah, I'd argue he's probably the one who
Yeah.
tries the most to do that, because he talks to them both, whereas the mother is only usually just talking to the dad, if I recall correctly.
I think that both of them put in a pretty similar amount of effort. Like the brother talks to Katie, and the mom talks to Rick, and it's quite clear that the mother and that Linda and Aaron are coordinating with each other,
Right.
because they basically approach.
Oh yeah, there's that
Rick and
moment
Katie.
where Katie asks, "Did Mom tell you to say that?" So yeah.
Yeah, at least the brother was rather unusual, even though his voice was really weird.
What? I don't. Okay.
Well, I mean, Mike Rianda voiced Aaron, so you have an adult voicing the kid, but like, do you not know about Bart Simpson? Because spoiler alert,
Stewie Griffin.
Bart Simpson is not voiced by a child or even a boy. I'm so sorry to drop that bombshell on you. At least, anyways, I liked his dynamic with the sister more and wish that had gotten a lot more attention. That's really strange to me, because I mean, I liked their dynamic fine. I just, what is there to explore really? Like they're close. She's going off to college. He wants to spend time with her. before she leaves for college. But there's not as much conflict there as there is with Katie and Rick's relationship. So naturally, Katie and Rick's relationship is going to be the heart of the movie.
Yep.
There's more to explore there.
Yeah, it's like the film is focusing on one character conflict rather than another, which I don't really find it to be an issue. Even though I do like Aaron and Katie and their interactions, but I don't think the film was ever trying to explore them as much as the other ones. It was just like all revolving around this main character conflict, which was with Katie and Rick. So I don't really think it's an issue at all.
And I would argue there is quite a bit of attention on them because Aaron is seen as the connected point to the family for Katie. It's the last tether. And that really comes across during the final act when they're working together.
Yeah. You might know that I'm going to say pun intended, but you might know what I'm going to say pun intended.
What's the pun?
What's the pun?
What?
You might know what I'm going to say pun intended.
Saying how it's
the meh joke. How he's gonna call it the meh.
No, it's about predictability. It's just
Where's the pun?
Funny, then. Where's the fun?
I don't.
Where's the
know.
fun?
I don't know.
But the whole film just felt mostly cookie cutter, safe, and predictable. The humor was the same way. I don't know what it is with this type of humor, but it just doesn't work for me and feels pretty childish at times. There were several jokes that I found funny, such as the two robots malfunctioning and trying to pass for humans. So how is that different from any of the other humor in the film? The issue is this film is so stacked with all kinds of jokes, slapstick references, self-deprecating jokes, etc., and the asked majority just didn't do anything for me. It's so stacked with all kinds of jokes, slapstick references, self-dep. You can say this about Shrek 2.
Yeah, I don't.
You can say this about Hot Fuzz.
This
It's
is
all
a
kinds of
really
jokes.
Weird criticism, yeah.
It's so stacked with a variety of jokes. I'm sorry.
Wouldn't you think
Is
that
a bad thing?
jokes being more varied is better? Because
would
it
say so
encompasses
myself.
more, like encompasses more, it encompasses different types of humor, so that more people can get invested in the story, even though it could get invested in the humor,
Well-
even though a lot of them don't. A lot of the humor may not do it for them. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Family Guy gets this criticism all the time. They just write the same jokes over and over again. It's very formulaic in its humor. They'll say, "Oh, this reminds me of that time when," and then the character describes what happens, and then they show
they
what,
did
like
a
they cut back to
cutaway
it
gag, yeah.
immediately. It's a cliche. Happens all the time. Drove me insane with a Patricia Heaton sitcom called The Middle. They constantly use like Gilligan cuts in every single episode, and it got really repetitive. So, you know what I say? Yeah, bring some variety into your humor if you're gonna use humor. It's why like a lot of Marvel humor is failing now, because it's just the same shit, repackaged over and over again, and they're kind of running out of material. And like Black Widow's comedy, really cringe, like really fucking bad.
Yeah, but Natasha slaps her hair back. Isn't that cool? That's hilarious. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, so fucking funny, even though I haven't seen it, but
What?
so fucking funny.
what I find
I find it funny that
Oh,
Red
God.
Letter Media actually found that joke funny about the hair. I was like, dude, why?
But yeah, I hate the notion he's saying that the film's cookie cutter because it relies on absurdist humor, and absurdist humor is inherently unpredictable. Anything could kind of happen. I don't think you're predicting the Furby Satan.
I
It's
wasn't
cold.
predicting giant Furby. I was not predicting the two malfunctioning robots. I wasn't predicting that Pal set up cameras. I wasn't predicting basically anything that happened
Oh yeah,
in the movie.
that's one of the things
just-
that we praised the film a lot. I think me and Evan mostly. When we watched it, we were like, this movie, like it never seems to go in the expected direction. It's just so much different stuff happening, and it's always doing like subverting your expectations, but like in a good way, where like you don't know what the joke's gonna be. Like with the with their dog, and like the robots are looking at it, and it's like, is
Oh,
it a
pig,
dog?
dog,
It's a
pig.
big dog, and then it's bread, and it's like, yes, that's fucking amazing. Like, who?
That's
It's so
that's what I
creative.
really love about this is it's structured so similarly to like a joke from an Edgar Wright film where
Yeah.
okay, by itself it's funny, and then there's a callback to it, and then there's actually a payoff for it in the climax.
Yeah.
It's like you got sort of a rule of three going on with the jokes here, but it's not really expected. Like that, I didn't expect that to be actually a setup for how they were going to defeat the robots. It was just a funny gag where yeah, the dog looks weird and kind of looks like a pig or a loaf of bread to the robots.
Yeah.
But then they managed to incorporate that into the story, and I thought that was really neat. So, oh, he's really in danger. Oh, is this going to be where the mom goes into crazy mode, right? Crazy mode, right? Oh, here's the big speech about what's worth saving. I'm sure the villain isn't going to completely discard it. Oh, they did.
Okay.
I guess that like that part there where the villain is like on sleep mode.
Yeah, but
I mean,
that's even
I liked
creative
that
because
very-
it's like it's not just that it's discarding it. It's that it's in sleep mode. It's fucking amazing.
it's a
'cause-
phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's so creative. Like
Um,
that moment when Pao was having like her tantrum, and she's like, "Put me on the table so I can flip around." She just starts jumping and flipping around on the table. Like it's super creative with the way it
vibration.
uses its comedy.
You have jokes like the monkey video that just feel really dated. It honestly reminded me of Family Guy. Oh,
Whoa,
wow.
no.
I didn't even read down there. It honestly reminded me of Family Guy type humor when they cut away to show us something we didn't need to see. Oh, it's funny because he screams like a monkey? Okay. And they bring it back later. Okay, so with the monkey video, I thought that was funny in and of itself without having any knowledge of that video prior to watching the movie. I didn't even
Yeah,
know that
same.
that video was a meme,
Yeah, me neither.
which kind of indicates it holds up on its own.
Yeah, and it's
I
like.
find-
Sorry, go on, Jeb.
I was gonna say I find as well that those instances of humour, it's not just there for a comedic value. It's there to tell you about Katie and what her characteristic is in terms of understanding the technological world.
Oh yeah, we have like all those little animations and cartoons and sprites that like pop up throughout the movie. That's it's whenever Katie is a POV character, it's like yeah, this is how Katie would view the world or edit this movie together, which I really appreciated. Gives us a window into her mindset and adds a little creative spark to the film. It was really nice. And her cutting back to the monkey videos, it's like I thought that was funny.
Yep.
I don't understand how that's anything close to like Family Guy cutaway type humor.
Yeah, it's not like they spent
it's funny
like
because
2 minutes in a cutaway. It's just this fun. It's like, oh, sounds like sounds like that monkey screaming, and they put the monkey overlay on, and it screams, and that's it. That's the joke. Like it's not like Family Guy. And I think this is really devaluing that kind of joke. And it's like I know that like that joke's not the best in the film, but I still find it really funny with how because like we're seeing it through Katie's perspective, and the film is edited so hectically that when we have a moment where we actually pause, and it's like, oh, this is unexpected, and why did they pause? Oh, to make a joke that it's screaming like that fucking monkey, and I think it's funny because it's unexpected for the film to pause at that moment, considering how fast paced
Or-
it's been throughout.
Or the cat filter moment.
Yep, that too.
Oh, it's funny because he screams like a monkey. Okay, and they bring it back later. So, it's funny because you have like the monkey and Rick, like it's cutting back and forth rapidly. There's like actually a really good pacing to the editing there, and it's even funnier when you reincorporate it with Olivia Colman screaming, because she's not just screaming, but also like because she is in water, it's like the phone's glitching out. There's this nice little callback. I know this sounds strange singling out those particular jokes, but the majority of them felt like this. Oh.
Okay,
Well,
if you say so.
Okay. If you say so on it.
I just don't.
That's
I don't
strange.
understand his perspective on humor at all. It's just like
Wait, so
Just
like
coming
here's
across
Doesn't he think like Shaun of the Dead is bad as well? So you know.
Yeah, he
Oh,
does.
yeah,
He thinks-
that's what I was,
he told Shaun
I
of
was
the
gonna
Dead,
say.
meh.
He also
That's what I
says
was going to
that
say, actually.
BoJack Horseman is good.
But
well.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
fuck.
watched one episode of BoJack and I refused to continue it from there. I hated it that much.
The animation was mostly fine. It was energetic and frantic, but eventually kind of made me bored.
What?
Oh, well,
We were constantly talking about how the animation was beautiful and it was so creative in its
Yeah.
presentation when we were watching it. Like it's
Yeah.
not only does it just look good and like it uses color really well, it knows how to incorporate those like 2D stickers and everything to make it look kind of like one of Katie's films. That make it way more personal because it's like, yeah, this is how Katie would have edited this, like her life story. This is how she would have edited it, and I think it's really nice to like you have the presentation tied in with something that also correlates inside the film. um
I'm
really don't understand what the issue would be.
yeah. When I think of like boring animation, I would think of something that looks kind of like well, having just seen clips and trailers, Luca, Pixar's Luca looks hideous to me, and it looks really generic as far as animation goes, with the Cal Arts Bean Mouth Steven Universe character design that I find fucking hideous and unappealing to look at, and it doesn't look like it's going to actually excel at anything the way that Mitchell's versus Machines or Crude's 2 does in being like actually imaginative and interesting visually. So let's see. Now I've got Francine saying from the clips I've seen the animation is very good. I have no idea which movie they're referring to.
Oh, it's a Mitch's versus Machines.
Okay, because I'd be surprised if Luca is good. By the way, most Pixar films these last few years have been awful.
Has there been a good Pixar
And,
film since Up?
Well, they say
I heard Soul
Coco.
was
I
pretty
haven't
good.
seen Coco.
I haven't either, but I've heard mixed things on it.
That's a
Um,
good Pixar films.
I don't think that Soul is as good as everyone tells me it is.
Oh yeah, I watched that YMS video, and oof, they contradict their rules a lot, and that is a film that
Yeah.
where that would be an issue because the film relies on the rules working, especially because not only does it have a bunch of scenes that are just expositing the rules for you, but the film wants to be taken
Yes.
seriously. So it's like, oh, that's
It wants
an
to be
issue.
profound. It
Yeah.
wants to be incredibly profound. And it can have the comedic moments. You can have, Jamie Foxx's character, his soul is stuck inside of a cat. You can do that, of course. That's not out of place with what the movie is trying to do, but man, its plot has like stakes that demand to be taken seriously. It's not just the character stuff, it's the plot as well.
Yeah.
This is a guy who is trying to avoid dying. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Soul. I loved the ending message. I thought that there was a really neat message there. I think it's worth watching just for that. But it's Pixar's never coming back, I feel.
Yeah.
Let's see. The screen was so busy, and the way some places seemed far too colorful just made everything mesh in a weird way.
That's weird.
Well,
I need you to
I've
elaborate
heard
on
it very
that.
distinct.
It's so strange hearing like it's so energetic and the screen is so busy, but I'm bored.
Yeah, this is that.
That's
I don't understand how those two would work together.
the unique way of
Yeah.
being bored.
Unless it's
yeah.
like it's so much stuff going on that your brain is just like, okay, I'm just tapping out. I can't understand what's going on. But it's like you can definitely understand what's going on, so I don't get it.
Once we got to the third act portion, it became a little too much as stuff was just happening. I didn't care for much of it.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
so
no,
This
no.
is-
Anyway,
Ending, so
he is not doing. Oh, okay, guys. Chat. What do you think our commentary on MVM has been like throughout this entire stream as we talk about like the craftsmanship and the character work that's in this film, and breaking down like why the jokes work so well? Are we actually talking about the craftsmanship involved here? Are we talking about it as much as Remy is? Or are we talking about more? Or are we talking about less? Like, I'm not getting any sense of Remy actually trying to, be fair to the movie.
when I'm seeing stuff like this.
Well, that's kind of like when we were talking about Crude's shoe. It seems like he's just biased against it because like a lot of people like it, and I'm gonna say it, but it feels like he's a bit of a contrarian because if you look at his takes, he's always like being very contrary. Like he just everything he says, it either like it looks meh or whatever when something popular. But if it's an art house film, he's gonna be talking about it for days. It's strange. I don't really understand it.
I just don't get the sense that he can really substantiate his points all that well.
I mean, he's just saying stuff. If he had references, like he had references for the jokes, we debunk them, and it's like, oh, but the rest of the jokes also felt like this. But it's like, so if we debunk this, so what now? So I guess your point is invalid. And like with this, he just isn't using any references. Like at most, he's saying the animation didn't do much for him, but it's like that's completely subjective, and I really don't care about if it did. If you like the 2D animations or not, I want to know if they're bad or not, and if they are bad, why. Which he just doesn't say anything about it. Like this is a pretty worthless statement on its own.
Well,
I was gonna say, when I was interacting with him about Shaun of the Dead, I kept questioning him about what he thinks of the jokes and that because he just kept fucking complaining that they weren't landing for him. And he said to me that he thinks the film's well made, but he still rates it a 6 out of 10 because he doesn't care about the characters and the jokes don't work for him. It's like, okay.
Wait, he doesn't
So
care
that's
about the
pretty
characters of Shaun the Dead.
Yeah, that's strange.
Apparently not.
that's very strange.
It's just mixing his own personal views along with the actual craft into one rating, and it's just like
Can you give like a reason for why he doesn't care? Because like if I were to say, I hate to have to refer to it all the time, but if I say I really don't care about Mary Jane and Peter getting together in Spider-Man 2, and someone's like, "What? You don't like the romance subplot in Spider-Man 2?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't really care for it." And then they're like asking me to elaborate. I can elaborate. I can give concrete reasoning as to why it doesn't work. And I think I can do a pretty good job at convincing them that it doesn't work after all, and they'll probably look at the movie a different way. I've done that multiple times. There's nothing in here that's convincing me that he could do the same amount of work in elaborating and substantiating his points here.
Yeah, it's just like he's decided he doesn't like it, and he's stretching as hard as possible to find some sort of reasons for it, and just comes off as pretentious as fuck, really.
Yep.
I mean, in a nutshell.
The editing with like the 2D animations didn't do much for me, and at times took me out of scenes.
Of course.
So my brother had the same issue, and this is what drives me insane because my brother, he watched the last text message that he sent me was that he thinks I might be wrong about Loki after he watched the finale. That same brother he gave up on this movie after the mall sequence because he
really,
couldn't
the
stand
mall
the 2D
sequence.
animations.
That was
sorry,
my
yes.
favorite part of the film.
I'm so...
Well, yeah, he couldn't even be bothered to actually like watch through the whole movie and see the payoffs with Rick's character. He just kept on saying, well, they just kept on showing Rick to be some dumb, like stereotypical dumb dad. It's like, oh,
That's really
well,
not
did you
Rick.
get to the end of the movie? He's like, no, I didn't. I'm like, oh, well, you're working on incomplete information then. You need to finish the movie. He's like, well, I don't want to. It's the movie's fault for making me not want to get to that point because it annoyed me so much. It's like, no, it's not. Tim, you're well, I kind of doxed him. Sorry. You really should consider like watching the movie and actually like paying attention and making wait, because I really hate this attitude of I can just give up on the movie and I'll continue criticizing it. Like, no, watch the whole thing in context. I get like if you get through one season of Breaking Bad and it's just not doing it for you, it's like, okay, fine. But you can't criticize Breaking Bad as a whole. You could maybe come up with
Criticize
criticisms
season
of Breaking
one.
Bad season 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can criticize what you've seen. When we're talking about a movie that's not even 2 hours long, watch the fucking entire movie. Just watch it.
It's not going to kill you. Watch it. Because you're not going to understand what is in the first half of the movie if you haven't seen the second half as well. Anyways, let's see. So he says, it feels like it was trying more to be quirky than it being necessary. I think he meant trying to be more quirky than it being necessary. God, it's such a weird sentence they wrote here. Especially when they convey emotions, we can do fine noticing without the edits and animations. It was an inspired. No. Okay, so the animations are there to show like this is kind of a way for us to connect with Katie. This is how Katie sees things. This is her imagination. This is the movie being presented as if it were edited by her. Conveying the animations trying to convey emotions. Like, I don't think that's the case at all. Especially given the most emotional moments in the movie do not have these animations at all. Are there any animations that pop up when Rick is watching the home movies? No, because Katie's not the POV character there. Are they showing up in the scene where Rick is watching the home movies with that Katie made, and he realizes that he's the bad Sarge? No, because Katie's not there. The animations don't show up at all when Katie is watching through the home movies on the camcorder, and she has that revelation about the wooden moose. They don't show up there at all. Like I don't understand what the problem is.
I think they only show up during the action sequences.
Yeah, when they're supposed to be goofy, and so the little animations accentuate how goofy it is. I don't know. Like, have we seen a movie that does stuff like this besides maybe like Scott Pilgrim? Because Scott Pilgrim has animations like this, right?
Yeah, though it is
Yeah.
it's 3D.
Oh, that's
animation
weird.
also.
My brother told me that he really liked Scott Pilgrim. So now I have even more questions for him. Oh, man. Oh, boy. And also, my brother thinks A Quiet Place is a good movie, and he hasn't
Bruh.
seen part 2 yet. But if he says anything positive about part 2, I'm going to throw a fit. I'm actually going to be like, okay, I need to sit you down, and we need to have a
Hey, bro.
conversation.
So a while back, our parents they wanted another kid.
Yeah. It's because they realized that they had a defective one. Okay, so let's see here, and of course that is a joke. I when I saw the second act. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been reading ahead. It was an inspired attempt, though. I've mentioned how I really wish the 3-act structure wasn't so adhered to with especially the animated Hollywood films. Disney and Pixar love to follow it step by step.
I agree.
So-
That's a thing that YMS says in his Soul video, that just these films they have to follow like some beats, they have to hit them, but like the difference between these between films that just hit the beats and that's it, and films like Mitchell's vs. the Machines is how you get to those points in the story. And like I think Mitchell's vs. the Machines does a really good job at being very creative in how it moves its story along to follow the 3-act structure like in a very natural way within the story without feeling like it's just trying to get it over with, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the 3-act structure, there's nothing really wrong with it, as long as you get to those beats naturally. There's the difference between, I guess, something like Mitchell's versus Machines versus, I don't know, what's an example of like an animated movie that does a really poor job of adhering to the 3-act. I mean, maybe it would be Onward.
I have not seen that film and I really don't want to. I've heard it's really not
I know
that
nothing
good.
about it.
Inside Out, maybe, because that film is very formulaic, and like how the story progresses is really not that great.
Yeah, I just need him to qualify like why it doesn't work in this film, as opposed to going on a commentary about how things are going generally. when I saw the second act low point happen so quickly, I started to worry. It does not happen so quickly. There is a
No.
whole lot of shit that they go through before
Oh yeah, the
we
second
get to the
act
point
point
where
is like, because I could say it starts kind of like when they fall from that car, bringing them up to the villain, and then from that Katie and Aaron run away with their parents being locked up.
yes,
That's when it starts, and it's like pretty long because we have Katie looking at the videos and everything, which already takes like quite a bit of time. So I wouldn't say it's quickly. I'd say it's pretty fleshed out.
So let me go through the movie here. All right, so second act low point occurs like when it cuts to black. It's 1 hour and 13 minutes, and there's about 40 minutes of the film left.
Mm-hmm.
With let's see, hold on. There's quite a bit of credits. So it's actually, so if we go to that, not 40 minutes. It'd be closer to actually 27 minutes of the film left, which seems reasonably paced to me.
Yeah.
Maybe the time for credits kind of like seemed daunting to him, but I don't know. You get to the second act low point with 27 minutes left in the movie. What's the issue?
Yeah, I really don't get what his problem is. Again, he just doesn't really qualify. He just says, "Oh, the second act low point happens so quickly."
I started to worry because I knew I'd have to sit through so much over-the-top action for way too long. The movie doesn't take itself too seriously, but that just makes it hard for me to take it seriously when it wants big dramatic moments. So you gotta understand the difference between like wanting to be taken seriously with the character stuff and not wanting to be taken seriously with the plot stuff. This applies to all comedies. This applies to pretty much the vast majority of Disney movies like Lilo and Stitch or The Emperor's New Groove. Do you take the plot of Emperor's New Groove seriously?
Yeah, probably not.
Not really.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I mean, not even the film takes it seriously with the whole nothing makes sense film joke.
Like, do you
Like,
think
for
that
one thing,
Cusco
it
is
doesn't
actually
make-
going to get devoured by jaguars in the first act of the movie
Yeah,
when he's first made into a llama?
definitely not.
Is that?
No.
Mm. All right. Let's see here. I never once felt anyone was in danger because things would work out in the most ridiculous ways possible.
Which the film
You can say this about
acknowledges
Looney
that's not really
Tunes.
the issue
Yeah.
with the film. The film is not focusing
Do you-
on the plot. The plot is just a vehicle
do-
to tell
do
a
you-
character story.
Do you think that the movie really wants you to think that these characters will get killed by the giant Furby firing a laser at them? Or do you think that we're supposed to focus more on, look at the giant Furby that's firing a fucking laser at them and how absurd that is? And it's comical. It's inherently like a silly and absurd scene. But he's thinking that, no, the issue is we don't feel like they're actually in danger here.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I'm too busy cracking up at the visual and the imagination that went into that sequence to worry about whether the characters are actually in danger. The fuck are you talking about? The soundtrack wasn't memorable. Oof. Oh wait, hold on. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, you skipped a sentence.
Wait, yeah, sure, that could be fine, but why are those moments treated as if they are genuinely tension filled? They're
Are
not.
they? They are
They
not.
are not.
Oh.
Okay, so
Or
the
do you
action
actually
sequences
think
are
those-
not.
Does he actually think that the moment where
action
Linda
sequences
takes
are
on the
not
robots
tension-filled.
is like genuinely the film trying to genuinely be tense? Or when they're like riding a robots and singing a song while taking on fucking flying robots, like does he actually think that's
The
taken seriously?
closest, the closest that they get to being tension filled would be like the Furbies being all creepy when you first see them, but that's juxtaposed by, again, they're Furbies.
Yeah.
It's silly that they're being this creepy. That's the point. Or maybe like there's like some tension when they're like infiltrating the robots' headquarters. Sure.
But even then, it's not taken that seriously because it's like you see Rick with his big ass fucking belly, and it's like, oh, clearly not a robot, but he can sneak in. and the robots with the
Yeah.
markers on their faces and whatnot. It's like, yeah, this is not taking itself seriously.
But an actual robot that gets bumped by one of them gets fucking annihilated by one of the Palmax Prime robots. The soundtrack wasn't memorable. It just felt like a run of the mill. And okay, so
Bruh.
before I even continue, soundtrack is great.
It is.
Laptop break / home movies lives in my head rent free. So does On the Roof. I'm trying to think like what other soundtracks are what other tracks stick out to me. Katie's Movies, Hiding in the Woods. It's like those are the songs that are like playing during the biggest and most serious like emotional beats of the film, and they're very memorable. They're memorable to the point that I sought them out so that I could include them in my video on this movie.
Yeah, it's quite frustrating because the composer who did this did Thor Ragnarok. Did they do Cruise 2, Marcus?
Yeah, they did
Yeah, they
Cruise
did,
2,
yeah.
Ragnarok, and
Yeah.
Ratchet and Clank Rift
Rift
Apart.
Apart.
Yeah, like they
That's-
have a great repertoire.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
similar beats in Rift Apart with the tech motifs that appear in this film.
Oh, right. When they it's Katie and Linda. That's the one where you have that really cool epic shot of Silicon Valley with all the pods being in the little ship. It's like it's about to take off. It's a really impressive visual. Let me see if I can like just pull it up real quick. And they've got like this really memorable track playing as they get to that point. Let me just right. So if I go here, you'll see the Netflix HUD on there. But I don't know. The track that plays with that shot, very memorable to me. I have no clue what Remy's talking about.
I really don't get it either. This is a really strange kind of criticism.
Yeah.
It just felt like a run-of-the-mill animated film, and having all those licensed tracks didn't do much for me.
Wait,
all
how
those
many?
licensed tracks. There's one.
Yeah, I only remember one, which was
There's-
also really good in terms of like
well-
building a connection between Rick and
Actually,
Uh,
there might be
Rick and
three.
Katie.
I think there's three actually. So there's Live Your Life, and then there's a couple of Stiger Ross or Ross songs. It's some, I think it's a Norwegian or Icelandic band. Let me see.
Yeah.
They are
Um,
from Sigur Rós, Icelandic. Yes, they are an Icelandic post-rock band. There's one song that's playing right as the Mitchells are about to drop off, like right as they're driving away from Katie, and then there's another that plays like as it is about to seemingly like lead into the end credits. Those are the only three licensed songs that I can recall being in this film. They just use the Live Your Life song repeatedly because it has pretty major significance to Rick and Katie. So of course it's
Yeah, but
going
didn't
to
they use it
come
like
up
just
multiple
once in the
times.
beginning of the film in a flashback, and then once in the middle of the film when Rick is trying to connect, and once in the climax when they actually have connected to kind of symbolize their
Yeah.
their arcs.
Oh, and I guess there was one. It's called On the Verge, I think. It's when it's right after Katie says that she didn't really mean what she said when she told Rick that she needs him.
Right.
I guess that's also a licensed song, but it's not it's like if you look it up, it's far from like well known. And then I guess you have the song at the end, On My Way. Like On the Verge by La Tigre World. It has 28,000 views on YouTube.
Yeah, that is not
I-
well known at all.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
wait.
on-
There's another version of it that was apparently on the L Word, or maybe it's the same version. It's just they have a different upload. That one has 2.5 thousand views.
And then On My Way was a brand new song.
So what are you talking about with all of these licensed songs?
Yeah, it seems like he's
What's
just
the
making
issue?
shit up, honestly.
Yeah.
If-
Didn't do much for me. I couldn't tell what was meant to be intentionally cringe and what wasn't self-aware. Well, that is on you, my friend, because I think that was very clear to all of us what was supposed to be, like what was self-aware. And wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What wasn't self-aware? What do you mean? What wasn't self-aware? What are you talking about?
I'm not sure what he means because he
What-
never
what
qualifies
is-
anything he
I
says.
don't get it.
What is cringy? What is cringy about this movie? That's like not some sort of self-aware joke.
I'm not sure.
What?
Like even
Do you,
everything
is it the
like everything with the father where he's acting cringy, like that's kind of the point where it's like, yeah, the father's trying to connect with his kid, but he can't because she's from a different generation and whatnot. And it's like, yeah, that
Yeah.
I don't understand what his issue is.
Okay. Overall, I think this was decent. I have just come to accept a lot of these movies are fine family entertainment, but just not worth specifically seeking out. This one felt like it ran half an hour too long, and the first act dragged half an hour too long. So you're complaining that the movie is an hour and 40 minutes long as opposed to 70 minutes long.
And also, he said that the second low point happened way too quickly, so I don't understand
Yeah.
what his problem is again.
Are we supposed to wait until 80 minutes into the movie before the second act low point can begin, while also it needs to be an hour and 10 minutes long? Okay. I actually preferred the ending to the rest of this one. Felt like it ran half an hour too long, and the first act dragged. The
Whoa.
first act dragged?
How?
What?
How?
didn't.
It sets up all the stuff with the characters that we really need before the
But
plot
it
kicks
was
in.
also pretty quick with how everything
Yeah.
happened.
And it hooks you in immediately.
I mean, yeah, it
Yeah,
starts with that
I was
flash forward clip, which I think helps a lot with the getting to know the film,
I
and then
don't-
it tells the story about the characters really quickly.
I really don't think I would have been as in love with this film if they didn't focus on the characters in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah. Again, strange
Um,
criticism.
If you're looking for a harmless, albeit predictable and safe Hollywood animated movie, this is worth watching, I suppose.
Okay.
So Mitchell's vs. Machines is one of those animated movies that clearly stands out from the garbage that we get nowadays, especially from Pixar. And you should go watch it.
Yep, it is.
I think
really
it's
fucking
way
good.
more. Honestly, how emotionally resonant it is, it could be easily confused for a Pixar film from like back when they were really good.
I'd agree
Hell,
with that.
even compare it to Sony Picture Animations. Compare the Emoji Movie to this film. Well,
Honestly, it's really amazing how Sony has evolved in like in terms of their animated films. Because like you said, the Emoji Movie, but then they made Into the Spider-Verse, and now they made Mitchell's vs. the Machines, and you keep seeing their movies, and it's like, wow, they're actually really improving. While like you see Disney, and they're just continuing making their shitty films. Like, I don't even know what the last good Disney animated film was. Or just... Yeah. What was it, like Moana? That was alright.
Hmm.
Like, it doesn't really have
Yeah.
that many... They don't really have that many great films. And then Sony's like, no, we got this. So yeah, moral of the story, watch
he
Mitchell's
gave this
vs. Machines.
only he gave this only half a star more than Raya and the Last Dragon. Remy, fuck off. I'm sorry. There is a
Hey,
there is
don't you love
a
that film, Southpaw?
wide gap in quality between Mitchell's vs. the Machines and Raya and the Last Dragon. We have to cover that on my podcast. We have to, Marcus. You are invited to watch that with me and Evan and Buzz when we get to it. That movie's a
Okay.
disaster. It's absurd that only half a star separates that from Mitchell's vs. Machines for Remy. I'm just like looking at his letterboxd. He gave nobody a three stars. I'm just trying to look through his list here. 1917 is 3.5 stars. It's
That's a bit
more than that.
conservative, I'd say. The film deserves
Yeah.
more.
Gave Underwater 2.5 stars. seems like it deserves more than that as well. He gave Spider-Man Far From Home 3 stars.
Far From Home is as good as
No.
Mitchell's versus the Machine.
He gave Avengers Endgame 3 stars. Oh my god.
Dude. Raimi, I'm sorry, dude. You're
Maybe
insane.
no. Yeah. I mean, he gave Spider-Verse 4 stars, so that's based. He gave Bumblebee
Oh, I
3.5 stars. Bumblebee is not better than Mitchell's versus the Machines.
No,
I'm
it fucking
sorry.
isn't.
Yeah,
I'm fucking sim for that film all the time. That's not better than this.
He gave
Yeah.
Incredibles 2 3 stars. Remy says that Incredibles 2 is just as good as Mitchell's versus the Machines. No. No way.
Jesus fucking Christ, Raimi.
What a fucking
Man.
terrible review.
I know, right? I don't think I've seen someone have as bad takes as he has. Just consistently, because it's insane every time you see something and he talks about it. It's like it's meh. Oh no, that was bad. You know, like how? It's like, well, it didn't connect with me. I'm like, I don't care. Why is it bad? It's genuine. It just really infuriates me.
Yeah. Well, does that wrap up the Mitchells versus Machines coverage?
Yes, I was gonna say. Now we are done with talking about Mitchell's vs. the Machines. Which is a great film.
Okay,
I
fair
guess everyone here would recommend highly that should watch it.
100% recommend it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really fucking good. And Southpaw, if you'd like to take your exit now before we talk about Loki.
Yeah, because I'd like to preserve my sanity a little bit. I am going to be watching Mitchell's vs. Machines with SK tonight,
Nice.
and you know,
Mhm.
we'll see how that goes. There maybe there's like there will be a civil war between me and SK. We'll have to, argue over whether the movie is good or not, but I'm pretty sure I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's
win.
not-
So,
Let's
anyways,
have a review into Spider-Verse.
yeah. Later, y'all.
See you later. Thanks
Goodbye.
for
See
being
you later, man.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, same,
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Great to have you on.
Thank you very much.
And
Now
now,
time for the
Everybody's gone.
Team of fucking hellscape
Well,
that
that
is
was a
this
good
ass
podcast.
race
So,
show.
yeah, I was gonna say. So now we have us four.
Oh, good timing.
That was a great podcast. We better wrap up. Oh, we got Loki. Fuck.
Yeah. Oh shit! Fucking my Discord is being autism, and apparently it isn't loading
I saved
memes.
it.
No, it isn't loading memes. Profile picture, but this invisible icon you're seeing in the middle, guys. That's meme repository, and he's joined us to talk about Loki because great
Yeah.
show.
Yeah, so
We-
good.
We did plan this timing.
Yeah, the
No,
timing was
this was
perfect, and
perfect.
we really did not plan this at all. We just ended up talking about Mitchell's vs. the Machines for exactly 2 hours.
Yeah. Oh, so you haven't started on Loki yet?
No, we planned to talk about
no.
Mitchell's vs. the Machines and then start with Loki. And we thought we'd be able to start with Loki like an hour ago, but we didn't. And well, I guess now we're gonna be going for a long time. So yeah.
Yep.
So meme. I don't think I've ever been on ECUM before. We did a recording, but I still haven't edited that. So welcome to ECUM.
Yeah.
D-
Thank you.
Very professional podcast where we can't even see your fucking profile picture, which is annoying me a lot right now. But yeah, what did you think of Loki, Mr. Repository?
Bad. Bad. So
Awesome.
bad.
You know,
Bad.
yeah,
Bad.
yeah, that's probably the
Very
best
bad.
description. Yeah.
Very, very bad. Bad. Pain.
So I
bad.
said I'm sorry.
Hello?
I said that I was going to try to retain my sanity for the night, and then I looked at Twitter, which is a really, really counterproductive thing to do with that goal.
Hmm.
Oh,
And
no.
I stumbled
Oh,
on
wow.
this take.
Pain.
Loki is a show about Karen making a scene and complaining to the manager of Black Oak's business about his black employees, and you can't tell me what?
What?
I'm
Oh,
What the-
It's like a...
what? What? What the?
I genuinely do not understand the way that these people think.
What the?
So I can't show
What?
it to the stream right now, so I'm just gonna read it. Loki is a show about a Karen making a scene and complaining to the manager of a black-owned business about his black employees, and you can't tell me otherwise. And that's a take.
That's hashtag Karen.
Hashtag Karen.
Yeah,
Don't you just don't you just love going at Twitter and browsing the hashtag Karen?
Yeah, it's my favorite pastime.
Fucking
Hey,
absurd.
why is Beam Repository invisible?
That is what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to solve while we speak. Hopefully I haven't killed the stream by doing this. But yeah, it's my computer
Right.
apparently is running not great, which happens sometimes. I need to get a new graphics card, and I'm trying to fix memes icon. If it doesn't work now, I have
Okay.
to just restart Discord. Yeah, meme is just invisible.
Professionalism.
Yeah.
I'm just, I've mastered the art of standing so still that I appear invisible to the eye.
Shit. Okay, I'm gonna restart Discord, so I'll be right back. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Shit. Fuck. Okay. So yeah, guys, I'm. Discord was being autism. My computer is just overall running really slow right now, but I think it should be fine because it closed a lot of a task, so I think it'll work out better now. Please, we need to see the Discord icons in RTX. Meme is Drax, yes. I wonder if he made that joke before Meme made the joke about him being Drax, Copwise. Let me.
Oh, you've asked now. This works.
Hey,
So
I
many
fixed it. I
problems.
fucking yeah.
So many.
I did
So
it.
much pain.
I imagine you're talking about Loki by the amount of pains in
Yes.
that sentence. Yeah.
I'll give
Yes.
it away.
Now no one's visible. Yay!
I fixed it. Now everyone is showing up, so don't worry. Let me just shit, I had chat open on my right monitor. Let's see if I need anything else. I need Jab's notes.
You're-
Okay.
You're amazing at this, Marcus.
Thanks. Yeah, I am indeed very professional.
Cock and balls, cock and balls, cock and balls, cock and balls, cock and balls and
We're
balls.
back.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay.
So now I have
Cock
I
and
have everything I
balls.
need open here, so we should be good. Should start talking about Loki. So
Cock and balls.
That's right.
that is
Culture,
indeed how you
pain.
describe Loki. Yes.
Told you about cock and balls. Because I
I'm gonna-
go either way.
I'm gonna head
Yeah.
out again. Sorry,
Alright,
guys. Later.
See ya.
See
Yeah.
you
Alright,
later,
see
man.
ya.
Again.
See ya.
Okay.
Bye again.
And let me put the copyright cover on, and here we are. So Loki is a TV show
Sorry, it's gone
that
again.
came out
Mm.
recently, and you know,
Yeah.
we have a few things to say about it. Maybe
Cock
more
and
than a
balls.
few things, because what we're following is Jab's Jab's notes on the show, which are 29 pages long and 1,600 words long. So we have a few things to say, I'd say. So let's begin. So the show
Pain.
So the show starts with recapping what happened in the. Oh, great! Now VLC froze. That's great. Oh, okay, don't froze. So the show starts by recapping what happened during Avengers Endgame, where we see Loki getting the Tesseract, and whenever you want VLC. But yeah, he gets the Tesseract and he escapes from the Avengers after they came back from the future to get the Tesseract. So yeah, that's, I'd say that's a pretty good start already. Because if you didn't know the context, now you do, and it's pretty good to establish what's gonna be what character we're gonna be following and why we're following them specifically. We see Loki getting the Tesseract and just teleporting away, which you'd
And
think
then-
he's gonna teleport somewhere he knows, because well, the Tesseract can teleport anywhere in space and time, right? So fucking Yeah, VLC's frozen again. I'm very happy right now, if you can tell.
Cock.
You can tell.
Dude, I guess I'm gonna reopen VLC, but yeah.
Rooster.
Just Loki, fuck me.
But yeah, so Loki starts. He grabs the Tesseract on the ground that the Avengers caused to fall. And you're thinking, well, if the Avengers caused it, well, I guess that means that the Avengers are creating a different timeline by doing so. You know, it's the Avengers' fault that this new timeline exists. You know. When Loki
You would think so. You would think so. You would
Yeah.
think of anything. You would think free will
It makes
exists.
sense.
You would think the multiverse exists. You would think, you know, they would have a capacity to follow their own rules. But you know, we.
But you know, Loki is a
You
TV show.
demand too much. You demand too much.
Yeah.
I do.
So we have the Marvel title card, and then we see Loki teleporting to a desert, and you're thinking, so did Loki think to teleport to this desert, or did Loki randomly teleport to this desert? If it's the latter, then he could have teleported anywhere in the entirety of space, which means couldn't he have just teleported to, you know, empty space, which is way more likely than teleporting somewhere else on Earth?
I would dare say that the statistical likelihood of him teleporting to that specific spot instead of either inside the Earth, inside another planet, or into empty space is like the odds, dare I say, with the space stone are astronomical. Really, quite something.
Yeah.
And to prove it's random, you just need to see Loki's facial reaction. He doesn't know where he is.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
shit.
really does not.
Let me take off the copyright cover so you can see. See, this is the reaction of a man who is very confused. And then we see him talking to a few people for some reason in this very bad green screen moment. I never noticed how bad the green screen was until now, but okay.
They have that Mando LED technology too, so there's no excuse for using a green screen anymore if you need to do
Yeah.
like non-real background.
And then, you know, this portal opens up, and we see a few people walking out of it. And oh yeah, and Loki just leaves the Tesseract on the ground. I don't really know why. He just does, because you know, if he had it with him, he could have just teleported away. But you know, the entire show needs to happen, so I guess he's just, you know, gonna do that. So these agents show up, and Loki's very confused. And then he tells them not to touch the Tesseract, and another portal opens up to one of the main characters in the show, which I have no clue what her name is, but you know, the lady, the TVA lady, it's her.
Hunter
Yeah.
B15.
Oh, great, she's a number. That makes it very helpful to remember. her
Yeah,
name.
that's all she is.
Fucking amazing.
So true fact, someone was like, when I was talking about episode 1, someone fucking was just like, oh, you need to talk about all the woke dialogue in this show, and I'm just like, what are you talking about? She's like, the court seat, the court. It's just like, I don't fucking care. Leave me be. I got bigger.
Oh yeah, that's one thing
Shit.
that I thought was hilarious when Mueller did that stream talking about the first episode where Anna said that the fact that Loki's been beaten by a strong black woman is SJW, and I'm like, dude, what? It would not make sense if he wasn't beat. Well, the thing that doesn't make sense is the fact that Loki just doesn't fight back, and then we'll later learn that
He doesn't
these
remember he
TVA
has magic, like long range magic.
No, he doesn't remember he has
remember-
magic until he has to enchant the cloud monster in episode 5. So, or when he
doesn't
needs to
remember
dry
basic
his clothes
skills
in
that he
episode
has.
2.
Yes, he has to dry his clothes. That's more important than using magic.
Yeah,
on anything
he's
else.
literally fighting another version of himself, and he doesn't use magic, except for one time where he uses telekinesis to grab a thing. And we're gonna get you that. This show is
And
not
he
good.
doesn't remember that he can step on people's feet as well. Like, remember that.
He doesn't remember that he can create illusions, which is how he gets most of the what he does most of the
Doesn't
time. to
remember that he's a
confuse.
frost giant.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like when he gets
With
cold
super
in episode
strength.
5, right? Where
Yeah, and
frost
also he
giant
has
gets
super strength, like as Avengers clearly establishes.
Oh yeah,
like,
not
he
only
has super
he
strength.
has super strength and super durability, which in episode 2 he's just beaten up by a normal person being controlled by Sylvie, and it's like, how? This is a normal human being. But, you know, whatever. So these people are like, yo,
Whatever.
you violated the TVA code. And Loki says, see, you're gonna let me go. And then they punch him with a weapon that slows down time just for him. So he experiences time in real time, but his person is in 1/16th the time. And this is a good screenshot of Loki's expression. And it's like, wow, that seems like a useful weapon that they could use later, right? Don't you guys agree?
Yeah, and it's also
Yeah.
a torture device, and they don't seem to realize like how much of a horrendous like. Because think about it like this: it says that you're experiencing the pain in real time, but your overall perception of time is fucked. Meaning that you are experiencing. So you know how painful it is when you initially get hit, and then it kind of goes down from there.
Yep.
Imagine having to stay in that moment for like
16.
16 minutes.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
think
kind-
about how,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
if they just, because you know how they just trap Loki in that loop of him getting kicked in the nuts by Sif. Imagine if he was kicked in the nuts, but also he was slowed down. It's like, oh, this dude is never getting back. Like he's fucked. Like, just stop this pain. This is like extremely useful torture, which they don't use with the character they apprehend in episode 5, the Hunter B-15. They don't use against
Yeah,
him
why would they do
because-
that?
Yeah, that's retarded. Why would they? So Hunter B-15 goes and arrests him with like a neck collar, and they grab the Tesseract. Which, one thing that I find weird, they just, like, I know the character was wearing gloves, but like, how could he hold the Tesseract? Because like, if you remember in the first Avenger, holding the Tesseract was not a normal thing that anyone could do. Like, he after when Red Skull holds it, he's teleported to wherever the Soul Stone is.
Although in
Oh, man.
Avengers, Nick Fury could
me.
hold it, couldn't he?
Yeah, he held it with his glove.
Oh, that's
Oh,
fine
with his
then, I
glove.
guess.
So then that's fine then.
Yeah, this is still the character's wearing gloves,
Yeah.
so it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, the Power Stone is the only one that it really is like, you can't hold it. at
Yeah,
all.
because by its nature, it's very destructive.
Yeah, and then they drop this device, the reset bomb on Earth, on the the ground, and they say reset the timeline, and
Which releases the meme goo.
yes, it releases some goo, which just erases the
Meme
remnants
goo.
of this timeline, which you think, yeah, is just erasing this branch, and that's it. It just erased. It's not like it's
Yeah,
being sent
murders
to the
everything.
void at the end of time for a cloud demon to eat, because that would be silly.
That
Well,
would
it
be-
gets worse. If you break down how time travel works, you have to erase the time at the origin point. But we're going to find out later on why they can't do that, because that just creates a branch anyway, making the TVA self-destructive in its nature.
Yeah, I haven't heard of this argument, Jeb. I'm curious. But
Oh,
yeah,
have you not heard of it?
I have not.
Oh, do you want to hear it now?
I mean, if you want, sure.
you want the brain
Okay.
to break down.
So, let's take Loki as example. To stop Loki ever getting that Tesseract, you need to erase time up to the point where the Avengers lose the Tesseract. But because that was meant to happen, if you change those events, that will cause a branch
that
itself.
that event I know, because I think I was the one that brought it up to you first, when it's like, if they erase well, basically, if they erase the timeline where Loki was from, then the same thing would happen, and it would be like a loop of just infinite branchy Lokis.
Yes.
And even then, even if it didn't happen, it was supposed to happen, because if they say that the Avengers going back to talk to Howard Stark to get the Tesseract from there, if that was supposed to happen, then obviously Loki getting the Tesseract was supposed to happen, because that caused them to go back to Howard Stark. So like, if they erase one, then it causes a paradox with like, was it supposed to happen or was it not? So
And then you have to expand that, because only temporal disturbances cause branches. Therefore, anything the TVA do is going to cause a branch.
Yeah, like here's the thing. Yeah, because like the Avengers Endgame time travel, right? That's supposed to like that was supposed to be their ace in the hole against having to deal with paradoxes. Yet now this show does not know how the cause and effect system works, as it was established. Like even Endgame floundered its ability to use that with the whole Cap showing up at the end. But but now it's like become unclear to the point where I don't have any like way of keeping track of how this is meant to work because it is fundamentally contradicting itself at every turn.
If I had to use a metaphor, it's like you have your tree trunk and you're just snapping off the branch, but you're keeping the stem because you can never remove that stem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't Loki great?
It is it's
Yeah.
great. We're 5
Yeah,
minutes
I
into
think
the first
it's great.
episode, dude. Yeah, we got a long ways to go.
No, yeah,
It's
this
like-
first episode, like I was impressed with how broken it was. Even if you ignore the time travel, it's still pretty fundamentally broken.
Oh yeah, and it also butchers entirely Loki's character, which we'll get into soon. But we're not even into
Yep.
missed minutes yet, so yeah.
Oh god.
So
Oh,
they bring
gosh.
Loki into the TVA, and they give the Tesseract to this dude sitting at the desk, and then Loki gets like, there's a robot who undresses him, and then he gets sent into
Yeah.
a room with some papers. If you can look here, there are some papers here, and he says, sign here stating that this is everything you've ever said, which. So let's think about this for a second. Do we know exactly how old Loki is?
It's about
years.
5,000 years old because he's about as old as Thor is, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
Because
So
they were kids at around the same age, remember?
right. So you'd
Yeah.
think that this pile of papers would be a bit bigger than that. I mean, maybe
A little bit.
Yeah,
just
a
a
bit.
tad. Yeah.
I've just realised a huge issue
What?
with that as well now.
Oh no.
I
Due
want
to
it.
later episodes.
Also, it's printing off. Okay, so Loki is now diverging from script, right? Yet it's still printing off his lines as well.
Yeah, because it's
Um,
everything he's ever said, I guess. But like, why?
Yeah,
then
but
you,
it's weird, right? Because it's like if it's everything he's ever said, should it not have everything that he's about to say as well? Like I'm not entirely
Well-
certain how that's meant to work.
Well, that's the thing, because they should know everything that's happened in time ever, in theory, but they don't, because they don't monitor time as if like they're 5-dimensional beings, because we know they aren't. They're just variants themselves, which we'll learn later as well in episode 4, whatever. But like, so that doesn't make any sense, because if they can monitor time, they would be able to see all the past and future. For them, time would just be, this thing that exists, and it's all one thing. It's not linear. It doesn't happen. Like, it's not how we experience time. But
Yeah,
but they are also
would be
variants,
like
so it's
the
like they're the worst
properties.
people to be able to run the TVA.
and
yes.
the thing is, episode 6 causes a huge conflict with this because Kang has the entirety of the script.
Oh yeah, up
which
to
should be
the
at the TVA.
threshold, which was like almost to the end of time, I guess, which doesn't
Yeah,
make any
so-
sense as well. But we're getting.
So they should have what Loki says.
Perhaps.
Yep, they should, or at least
Yeah.
Kang had, I guess, and he just didn't give
Kang
it to the
the
TVA
Conqueror.
because he wrote it so that they wouldn't
Kang-
need it, I guess.
Kang is the worst MCU villain. It's
And
not.
he's
It's not even
had like
close.
what, 5 minutes? I mean,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know how
I
long he
was not
said the last
impressed
episode. He
with
had a
his
lot.
debut. I will admit, I was not very
I
impressed.
like the actor.
Um,
I think the actor
Yeah,
did it pretty
yeah.
well.
And I've heard like Kang is like I'm not as familiar with Marvel as I am DC, but I've heard, I'm pretty like I hear the name Kang the Conqueror thrown around as like a big name Marvel villain. So the
Yeah.
fact that he is this pathetic in his first, well, like as in terms of his like portrayal is not.
Yeah, but
fun
the
when
most
he's
hilarious
supposed
thing
to.
is that his next appearance is probably going to be in Ant-Man 3. So it's like, so we start with Loki,
Yeah.
and he's pathetic, and then we're going to give him to the worst MCU franchise, which is the Ant-Man franchise. And then they're going to...
I don't know. Captain Marvel exists.
Yeah, but both Ant-Man films break the universe way more than Captain Marvel ever did. So
I won't challenge you on that because I don't have references, but I feel like the contradictions in Captain Marvel were
I mean,
more
I
extreme.
think Captain Marvel, like in terms of just hurting the universe, it's more like the light speed time travel shit. Is like the only big one I remember. Like there are some contradictions, like how Nick Fury lost his eye, or
I know the
ship.
Tesseract is not meant to be there as well.
Yeah, and the
as
fact
far
that
as-
Captain Marvel was the first alien they ever came in contact with, that contradicts Avengers. But like that's just like some continuity stuff. Ant-Man literally breaks the universe. So and it breaks
how does it
stuff.
break the universe? Just so I know your argument
So
there.
you know how
Oh,
Ant-Man argue so you know how Ant-Man in the film they argue that Ant-Man he doesn't his mass never changes when he shrinks. What it changes
Yeah.
is the distance between atoms, which of course, you know, you probably know that the film contradicts that, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, I think the question I would ask there is it okay? So are his ability, if you discount the explanation for his abilities, which you kind of just have to say might just be a fuck up by Hank Pym at this point, like are his abilities still consistent, like
Not really.
internally?
Not really, and it's not just explanations by Hank Pym. We have an explanation by Hank Pym, by Darren Cross, and by Hope. All three of them explain
Okay.
it. So it's like it is
Okay.
contradicting. Okay.
Okay.
And they aren't really that consistent at all as well. They just like they work when however the film wants them to, you know.
Okay.
And then so like by that logic, when Ant-Man goes subatomic, which would be, you know, impossible because the Pym particles don't change the size of atoms, it only changes the distances between atoms. So you can't be smaller than an atom, but also not change the size of the atoms inside your body. So that's impossible already. So the way they resolve the conflict in the film is, you know, not work. But when he becomes that small, he would be so small and so dense that he would be able to create a black hole that is so big and so strong that he would destroy the entirety of Earth. And then you think about, well, this film establishes these rules, and how do they do time travel in Endgame? Or it's like, oh, it's by using the quantum realm. Oh, so when they get small, that means that each one of them would become a black hole. That means that Thanos, when he comes through the portal, and his entire army and his big ass ship, they would become black holes. So it's like, oh, I think this breaks everything about the MCU quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I need to rewatch them just to double check. I was just more curious.
Yeah, and Man of the Wasp also breaks quite a bit, but it's like, and it also contradicts a lot of Ant-Man, but it's unironically, Ant-Man and the Wasp is better than Ant-Man, even like because it breaks less. But it's also.
And then if we move to the flip side where he grows giant, he's 35 times lighter than air, so he should just float away and die.
Yep. Same as the Thomas the Engine Train and Ant-Man 1, or the big ass ant, which also you can just make an ant that big, even if you did maintain its mass. Even if you also made its mass higher, because its body would collapse because it's not made to be that big. So there are a lot of issues with Ant-Man.
Though with the ant thing, I would argue that as long as that element is internally consistent, like as long as they don't say that, oh, you can't blow this up to that size without, biologically speaking, it should be fine. Just because, things like Godzilla can't exist, for example, and no one would say a Godzilla film is bad on the basis of Godzilla being unrealistic.
Oh yeah, the ant existing in itself, like, it's fine. The fact that it contradicts the rules of the density is what creates a bigger issue for me.
And that's where I would angle it. Yeah. So
yeah, that's
I'm just probing that, and just seeing where it leads.
So yeah. So getting back to Loki. So yeah, this pile of everything Loki's ever said, it's quite, small, especially considering which we'll see here if I continue playing, that it's not using like a very small font or anything like that. It's just regular font that, and I also don't understand why they printed an entire page just for the word what, but
yeah. Oh, that's another thing. They printed a new fucking page for every sentence, even though. Okay, and if it's like one sentence per page, right? That means that fucking stack should be like the size of a skyscraper. No, the size of a space elevator to the moon or something. It's obscene.
It should go all the way to fucking Asgard at that point.
Yes.
Well, what I thought was they had, normal papers like being filled with sentences, and then these last ones, it's like, okay, so we're already done. So these are the last things he's gonna say before he signs. So that these new pages are just gonna be one sentence per page, I guess. But even then, it's weird because it shows like the the space it takes up with like variant time status, and then it's like 2 lines of literally nothing, and then he just says what, and there's a line, and there's just a space with nothing. It's like this occupies a big ass space if you think about it. And Loki, I think he'd have said way more than just this. So it's
Yeah,
really strange.
and it should also be noted for chat, if the papers were the only issue with this episode, we'd be riding pretty good. But unfortunately, they're not. They're just
Yeah.
a symptom of a larger issue, which is they didn't pay attention.
It's the
Yeah.
least of its problems.
Yeah, it's only just begun.
So Loki, he falls down another level, and he's met by a guy who's like, "Are you a robot? Like, do you know if you're a robot or some shit?" Like, and I forgot exactly what the line of dialogue is.
I think it's something like, do many people not know if they're robots?
Yeah,
Something
that's
like
the thing
that.
he says. He says, "Please confirm to your knowledge that you were not a fully robotic being.
Yeah.
Were born an organic creature, and do in fact possess what many cultures would call a soul." Which kind of is like, oh, like I understand that the soul stone is a thing, but this is kind of strange. What many cultures would call a soul. Like, what if his culture doesn't call it a soul? Then what? Does he just not know what a soul is? How would he confirm it? And then he doesn't confirm anything. He just says, "Do many people not know if we're robots?" And then the guy just lets him go. So he didn't answer literally any of his questions, except for maybe one.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think that he would like list all the synonyms for soul, like immortal presence, or like, you just like try to communicate the idea of the soul. But he doesn't. He just assumes that, oh, you would know what a soul is, if you're coming from. There are so many issues with how everything is very human-centric in the TVA, despite the fact that variants should be coming from across the galaxy, across the universe, across all possible versions of the universe, to which humanity might only be like a very small slither.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. This is so strange. And like, what if you're an atheist in a planet that's never heard of a soul, and it's like, oh, guess you're fucked. Okay, it's and it's I don't understand why you having a soul would matter at this point. Because like we don't really understand how souls work in this universe, and this is just throwing another spanner into the mix of like, oh, so I guess if you can just not have a soul but also be an organic being. It's
Yeah, like the inherent problem here is that it's really, for some fucking reason, it's really racist against robots, and we never get a explanation for that. Like, what if Nebula walked through that, for example? Like, just because she has mechanical bits, would she fry? Would Vision fry? Even though he is like one of the best people alive, would he just be fried on the basis of being a robot? Like,
this is and like I don't understand, like it's like if you say, oh, they're robots and they're gonna be judged differently, but like their judgment system is basically, so you're guilty, how do you plead? Not guilty, well, fuck you. They melt you. So like, how does it matter? And they're gonna be sent to the void of time anyway, so who fucking cares? Again, just really strange. I think it's just the show trying to be quirky. Oh yeah, and the Loki hesitates for a while, for a second, because he thinks he may be a robot. Then he walks through,
Right.
and then we get
Despite him knowing he's a frost giant from a battle.
yeah, he has confirmation he's a frost giant, but whatever. And then we see him in this next room where he gets given like a ticket to wait in line. And then we see the villain of the show, Miss Minutes. We see the thing that destroyed the entire MCU in like 5 minutes.
the sacred timeline.
Jab, do you want to explain what Miss Minutes says? Because I think you're probably going to be more familiar with it in the issues.
The whole sacred timeline stuff.
Yeah.
Do you want me to explain it with the later episodes context, or?
I guess just talk about this context at first, and then we'll talk about how the later episodes contradicts it.
Okay, so what Miss Minute suggests is that before the sacred timeline, there was many timelines, and they engaged in a multiversal war. We don't get told how they were in a multiversal war. We just know they were. And then, as reality was all breaking apart, these three figures called the Timekeepers, no idea what they are. They managed to create a sacred timeline from all these other timelines. And this sacred timeline is predetermined, which means all events are decided and have to go a certain way. And what that means is every decision in the MCU had to happen that way, or the TVA gets involved, and then they will erase the timeline where the incorrect event happens, take the variant, and kill them. So, for example, let's say Tony chooses to save Yinshin. That Tony version gets killed. Or let's say Quill decides to not to hit Thanos, gets melted. So no free will, has to go one way. And that pretty much destroys any stakes you have in a universe where it was purely dependent on character choices.
Yep. And one big thing that they say here, and it's even fucking made worse in later episodes, is that she says, like, even if you like arrive at work late, that means you could potentially create a new timeline, and that is reason enough to melt you. So it's like they're basically so then you wonder how small it is. And Owen Wilson's character Mobius, he says in a later episode that just someone stepping on a leaf creates a branch. So it's like, oh, so someone stepping on a wrong leaf could create a branch. So this is really small, huh? Any single action in the MCU, no matter how big or small, it was all fucking demanded by Kang, I guess, or the Timekeepers by this episode, but as we'll learn, by Kang. So it's just broken.
Well, what I love, what fucking got me is when I was rewatching this for my stream, right? I came, I really paid attention to the line, you might have started an uprising, or you might have just been late for work. It's just like, Jesus Christ, being late for work is somehow going to lead to the end of the multiverse. And as we discover, all the problems that were caused by this multiversal war were just caused by Kang. So why isn't he just pruning his own variants rather than pruning every single event in every single possible point in history across the universe? Like, this makes no fucking sense.
That's what I said. I was like, why not destroy all your versions that are corrupt?
Shouldn't it's not like he's durable.
Just prune people who will cause these multiversal wars. Like, that's you can limit your aim a bit with this. Like, someone being late for work isn't necessarily going to be the inciting incident that leads to an uprising. And even if it is, you can probably prune it a little bit later down the line than him being late for work. Because if you're going to go down that road, you might as well just prune the Big Bang and just stop anything from happening. Because everything, will eventually lead into everything else if you're going by this logic.
Because this logic, it doesn't work due to basic cause and effect. Because one thing will lead to the other. There's a cause and there's an effect. So like they said, that what the Avengers did was meant to happen, but that can't be true, because what the Avengers did led to Loki getting the Tesseract and thus teleporting away. So it's like, no, what the Avengers did wasn't supposed to happen, because if it was, then what Loki did was also supposed to happen. So this is a contradiction, because it's a cause and effect, because you need something to create a cause for this effect to be created, for it to create a new branch, and therefore you need to prune it. So it's like, this doesn't make any sense with how it works within its rules. It's like they just erase everything with no rhyme or reason. With how, like, oh, this is gonna generate that, but like, can't you just erase what it generates instead of erasing the poor person who arrived late at work and didn't do anything wrong? Like, they didn't know that they were hurting the timeline. They thought they were just literally arriving late at work. But when you judge them, you're like, oh yeah, you're guilty, and no matter how you plead, you're gonna be guilty. So it's just really fucking retarded.
Yes, indubitably. It's one of those things where I just lost my train of thought there. Okay, I lost it. Sorry, I'm multitasking at the moment, so I've just lost the tangent I was leading to. But okay, it'll come back to me. Just continue.
All right. So yeah, we have this this animation explaining what Jab did about the sacred timelines, and you know how you can't even arrive late at work or anything, but the TVA works to stop this thing. So you'd think the TVA would be very, you know, well equipped for that task, you know, to be able to stop these variants. You know, that maybe they'd have you know, weapons, long range weapons or anything like that. You know, you wouldn't think they'd just have sticks, but I digress.
Oh well.
So then Loki says that the
Hmm.
sacred timeline thing is absurd, which it is. And then this dude is like, yo, he has this TVA agent asks this dude for his ticket, and then he doesn't give the ticket, and then he gets melted. Which shows like, oh, okay, so is it really his fault that he doesn't have a fucking ticket? Like, you're erasing him from time just because he didn't give you a ticket and he has no idea what's going on. I think it could be more fair to him, but you know, time
No,
fascism
feed
is-
him to the monster.
Yeah, the cloud, fucking Elioth, which yeah, great fucking villain. We'll get into it when we get to episode 5.
I want to say another criticism. Given we find out what the TVA are later, it doesn't make sense that they're melting variants instead of recruiting them.
Yep,
I
and all
think
the
King
variants
is
are
just-
human for some fucking reason.
Well, you can think
Yep.
they're humanoid and like they look human, and some of them aren't. But even then, it's weird.
But we know that, but there are many like variants that aren't human looking. Like there would be like a million Thanos variants. You would think they would have one of them, one of those. for
Yeah, like
example.
I don't
And-
get why
and-
they're recruiting just these retarded fucking weak variants. Like Ravonna is just a teacher, and like why did you not recruit a Thanos variant, a Loki variant? You know, these people that are basically immortal. You'd think they'd be more helpful. And speaking
And-
of immortal, I
and-
guess these variants just don't age at the TVA, but which I don't get. But okay.
And it gets worse because we see a scroll variant in the opening, and Mobius mentions vampires.
Oh yeah,
It's
Titans and
such-
vampires is what he mentioned.
Yep, you
Mm.
could recruit them as well. Very
Oh,
useful. Imagine, like, as soon as we find out what the abilities of vampires are in this universe, we're going to be wondering why didn't you fucking recruit a vampire? You know, for your night missions.
It's because Kang wrote it that way. It all makes sense. I mean, it all leads up to that final confrontation in episode 6.
It's about the
Yeah,
journey.
it fixes every plot hole.
Yep. And then Loki. Oh, and then we cut to Mobius in 1549 in France, where they find one of their agents dead. No, 3. Jesus, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 agents of theirs dead, which we'll learn later was from Sylvie, right? She was killing these agents.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so they've been chasing Sylvie, which is a Loki variant, through time, and they can't seem to find her. And then Mobius, he goes talk to this little girl who just shows up, and then he shows this little girl a hologram, which prompts her to give him bubble gum, which is how they'll be able to find Sylvie in episode 2 through this bubble gum that she gives Mobius, because it's bubblegum that Sylvie got from 2050 Alabama, and she managed to, like, I guess just leave it around, and that's how they're gonna track her down.
Alabama. It's so fitting that Alabama is the place they go in this.
It is. You know, that's the most subtle foreshadowing the MCU has ever done. Jesus fucking Christ. So yeah, he gets the bubblegum from her, and that's how they'll find Sylvie in episode 2. And then we see Mobius getting back to the TVA with Loki, you know, being put on trial for his crimes against the sacred timeline.
Ridiculous.
Which oh shit, I heard Neb say ridiculous. I was like, wait, is Neb in the call? And I remembered that that's the donation sound. Zep, he says, Loki may be smelly, but we also got SpongeBob Smash Bros. So swings and roundabouts. Yes. Powerful light, powerful darkness. You know, SpongeBob and Loki. But yeah, Loki.
SpongeBob is better written than Loki. Let's be real. probably
mean,
even has
yeah.
better time travel. Actually, SpongeBob does have better
Oh,
time
yeah.
travel. Bite me.
I mean, it's hard to find a thing that has worse time travel than Loki, to be honest. I've heard Tomorrow
So,
Wars is probably worse, so we'll see.
Oh,
I,
how though? How
Oh,
could you
wow.
possibly do it worse than Loki? But I haven't seen Tomorrow Wars. I'm just legitimately curious how you break it more than Loki. But then again, I keep asking that question, and new media keeps fucking answering in new and interesting ways. Oh, I mean, interesting in the wrong way, but still.
Loki's the only thing I've seen that does contradicted time mechanics and tries to have it both enact. It baffles me.
Yeah, it tries to have like fucking 5 different rules for time travel, and none of them make sense. It's
Stick to one, please, and flesh that out. Like, don't stop trying to. Like, that's the problem. It's trying to have its cake and eat it. Like, it wants to have like time travel that has the ability to, have the big reveal moments of, oh yeah, time is different now. But at the same time, it wants time travel that has no paradoxes or anything. And it's just like you can't have it both ways. Just choose one. Like, time
there's
travel's
a
hard enough.
reason.
But
There's a
you
reason
can
why
choose one.
episodes like Blink and Doctor Who, like why they're so loved. It's because like everything about the time travel in that episode, it's tied into a neat little bow, and everything makes sense. And it's like, wow, that was actually really great.
Yeah.
Everything makes sense. The rules are consistent. It's not, and the characters are really good. It's like, yeah, this is a good story. But then we get just shit like Loki, where it's like, see, we're gonna make a show about time travel, about time itself, about what time is in this universe, and none of it is gonna make sense, but it will look cool. And
Yeah,
that's just-
what I keep saying, right, is that if you can't handle basic cause and effect, that is, linearly A leads into B leads into C, without any kind of time manipulation, you shouldn't be touching time travel until you master the art of linear cause and effect,
Yeah.
which these people have not. Like, there are things in here that don't require time travel to still be contradictions, which we'll see.
Yeah, like the fact that Loki just becomes 2018 Loki, or not even 2018 Loki. He becomes a retarded version of 2018 Loki.
By seeing a clip show, a highlight reel of his character development.
Isn't that great? Hey, it actually made me appreciate Thor: The Dark World a lot more. That film is still shit, but that film. Is
It's more of a standard, like, oh, it's kind of dull.
Yeah,
shit.
it's the normal like 3 out of 10 for Marvel, where the plot doesn't really make sense, the characters are okay, and it doesn't really affect the larger MCU.
Yeah, it's more like, there are some neat moments, but it's mostly just blech.
Yeah. So then, yeah, Loki is standing trial, and Ravonna is like, "Yo, well, how do you plead guilty?" And he's like, and he starts talking.
Being innocent.
Yeah, does he say I plead guilty of doing this, and then he tries to use his magic, which I was watching all the episodes, all 6 episodes. I watched them yesterday, and my dad was watching them with me, like passively. He wasn't really paying close attention, but he laughed at this scene. I was like, why are you laughing? And I just started saying, how did he not try to use his powers before? How does he not know that his powers are limited? And it's just like, no, it's funny because like he can't use his powers.
Yes.
So yes, he just can't use his powers, which is really retarded because he would know about that. And then Ravonna is like, you're guilty. We're gonna reset you. And then Mobius shows up and it says, "Yo, wait a second. I want to recruit Loki to work with us." Which kind of weird that they don't already have a Loki when we learned they're all variants, but And then they walk around, and he starts expositing about what a true Loki, about what the TVA is, and then we see the TVA is basically like Coruscant. It's just,
But like really shit. Coruscant, like,
yeah, like look at this. It's really strange, and I don't. It's really funny because they have the timekeepers statues, and in the last episode they become Kang, which is really funny.
But that shouldn't happen. Like,
It shouldn't.
by the rules of their time.
I mean,
travel.
how would Sylvie have teleported him into that TVA instead of regular TVA, or like there's too many problems with that.
Yeah, because the idea is that it's implying, oh, time has changed. It's just like, but time isn't meant to be able to change. You're supposed to just create another like tangent every time you try to alter the timeline.
Yeah, and it's like if the new timelines are being created at the end of time, then it's worthless. Like,
Yeah, that's the thing.
it doesn't make any sense how this new town is just created from scratch. I hate that fucking last episode. So yeah, Mobius exposited some stuff to Loki. Is there anything of note to talk about here, Joe?
Um, hmm,
Basically,
just that
sorry. Go ahead.
Loki isn't Loki.
I mean, yeah, and just he's alone with Mobius. He never tries to, fight with him and run away. But
Oh, actually, there is something. The TVA,
Just retarded.
my God, they're fucking retarded in keeping prisoners secure. There's no shackles on their prisoners.
they only have the neck thingy.
And we literally find out in this episode why that isn't foolproof.
Yep. So then so then they have a conversation in the elevator where Loki's like, I don't like to talk. And then we'll see Loki talking out of his ass for the rest of the show. For no reason, really.
Yeah, Loki doesn't attack in the elevator even though it'd be the easiest way.
Yep.
Yeah, like literally, all you gotta do to escape these retards is stomp on their foot and steal their pads. Like the pads don't have any biometrics or anything. They're on button. That you can just use them, and it's apparently easy enough for a fucking child to use them.
You wouldn't think that'd be the case, but this is Loki we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So then they walk into a room where Mobius is like, what's your purpose in life? And Loki's just like, I want to rule Midgard, and then I want to rule the Nine Realms, and I want to rule everything, which is not. It's kind of weird because I get that he wanted to rule Earth, but it's kind of more like to prove a point to his brother and his dad, and even in Thor, didn't you tweet earlier, Tin?
Yeah.
A quote.
Yeah, I
what
mentioned
is
how like there's a line where he says, "I don't want the throne. I just want to be your equal," basically implying that the only reason he wants the throne is to be seen as an equal. He doesn't actually want to rule. It's basically just to say, "I'm equal to you."
Yeah, he wants the respect
Yeah.
he thinks he's owed.
And the reason he goes for Earth is because Thor has a personal attachment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty sure Thor says that explicitly in the film. So
Yeah.
Yeah, like Thor has been to Earth. I think it's implied he's been to Earth a few times. And in fact, in Avengers, he has like a little moment that I didn't notice before, where he kind of, he laments, how the gods have come down in the past and fucked everything up and interfered in human affairs, and just treated the planet like a big toilet basically, and he wants to make up for that. So that's one of the many character moments I appreciate in that film.
yeah,
Avengers is really
Avengers 2012 is fantastic. But
yeah.
I'm so glad they're using Loki from Avengers 2012. A lot of potential to work with that
Yeah.
character. So then, he's talking to Mobius, and Mobius is like, "Oh, do you really want to rule?" And then he starts to show highlights of Loki's life to him. Hold on. He just projects them onto the wall with really cool looking projection. Doesn't really help the fact that this doesn't really make sense. But yeah, he shows what Loki has been doing, that he's always been losing all his life, which it's kind of true, but he's like, oh, see, you didn't you like when you killed Coulson, he got the Avengers together, and so did you really win when you killed Coulson? And also, one thing that I really hate is that the fact that they just never say that Coulson isn't alive, which would have fit the scene perfectly with what Mobius is saying. So pretty sure that they're saying that Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't canon, which at this point I'm happy, because I don't want it to be, with these other shows and films. Yeah, and it also doesn't really make sense because the new timeline they create in in season 5 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to be erased, and in season 7. So, yeah. So then he shows some highlights, and he's like, "Oh, are you a murderer? And do you enjoy hurting people?" And then he's like, "You see Loki stealing when he went to that gala to get the eye from the dude, and he's like, look at the smile, you are enjoying that." and then later in the episode, Loki's gonna be like, I don't enjoy hurting people for some reason.
How do you not only contradict Avengers, but you actually call out what is happening in that scene, and then you fundamentally fucking contradict it? Like, how do you do that?
That's what the children these days are calling lampshading. And oh yeah, and then we see a scene that shows to us that Loki is a DB Cooper, and if that wasn't retarded enough for you, he did that because he lost a bet to his brother. So they also character assassinate Thor in this film, because why the fuck would Thor do that to Loki? Why do that to Earth? He's making Loki take like advantage of people on Earth for really no reason. He's like, he has a bomb in a plane, and it's like, oh, I guess Thor just wanted Loki to do that because it'd be funny. Great job, film. And then we see Loki jumping out of the plane and getting caught by the Bifrost.
Rewatch Thor.
I really think Michael Waldron, I think the name is, of the writer. I don't think he watched Thor. From a lot of what I've seen on Twitter, he doesn't really understand it. Didn't he say like that Odin killed Loki's father?
No, he said Odin killed his father, when if you watch the scene, Loki kills him. Basically to say you don't saying like he's the son of Odin, to basically to say, you know, like I'm Odin's son, yeah, fuck you, dad.
Yeah.
And, like, just what the fuck?
Yeah. So, you know, fucking this is this is painful. So oh yeah, so Loki is like, oh, so the timekeepers give the seal of approval to the DB Cooper thing, which I think is really funny. It's like, yeah, the timekeepers, not only did they give approval to the DB Cooper thing, they're okay with slavery and everything bad that's ever happened. It's like, yeah, no, Kang allowed that to happen. He says that's the best outcome in the last episode. He says that's the best timeline. So, you know, good for him, I guess. I guess he just hates black people, even though he's a black person. Who knows?
Alabama.
Oh yeah, and then Loki thinks it's an illusion, which is fair enough. And then Mobius starts to show him scenes from his future, which you'd think, well, why would he believe this, right? Why in the fuck would he believe what's being shown to him? Like the fact he caused his mother's death. Like, that seems blatantly manipulation, like manipulating him. But Loki just accepts it as truth. He starts almost crying, and then Mobius gets called out of the room. And then Loki just disappears out of the room because he stole his temp pad, which, oh, not the temp pad. He stole the thing that makes him be reset, right? In time. Where he like gets teleported to where he was in whatever position it was, which I really don't get how that works, but he just does that and he's teleported out of there. And then he goes to the guy who got the Tesseract at the beginning of the episode, and we learn that the Infinity Stones in the TVA, they're just used as paperweights. So, kind of undermining the entirety of the last,
everything.
11 years until Endgame. So yeah, 11 years building up to this. It was just like, whatever. These Infinity Stones, they don't mean anything. Which doesn't really make sense how the Infinity Stones don't work at the TVA if they're, you know, variants themselves. Like, what is the TVA? Does it exist physically or not? Or does it exist within time?
What are you?
It's just nothing about the TVA makes sense whatsoever.
Could you imagine if Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was still going at this point?
Oh, I cannot believe how the writers would try to account for that, because the writers in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are really good at accounting for like shit in the MCU. But it's like, how would they fix this?
Disney Plus is Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
So then Loki... Oh yeah, so then Loki gets captured by... Oh no, he teleports again, right? Yeah, he teleports into the room again. And then he starts looking at his life, and he sees a few moments of his life, and he starts crying. But, you know, it's in his future, so why does he believe it? He does.
Yeah, and even if he did believe it, shouldn't he, like, I would say that that should send him down an even darker path where he should be trying to do everything in his power to prevent it from happening and even, like, becoming an even worse villain than he was. Like, that
I'd
could be an
say so.
interesting story.
Yeah,
But
because
instead, they're going for this. Yeah.
because the fact that he redeemed himself is what caused his death. Because he tried to kill Thanos
Yes.
instead of just working with Thanos and try to help his brother and everything that he did in his arc and Ragnarok and up until Infinity War. So he'd just be like, no, I'm gonna not do that. But I guess not. And then we have this shot that everyone loves because it's like, yo, it says in the file, but it's at the end of his life, where he finishes watching his life, and it's like, okay, very creative.
Sweet
Uh,
home Alabama.
and then Loki starts crying, and Hunter B-15 shows up, and then he fights her, and not only does he win, he uses the thing to reset people in time with her, and he also gets free of his collar and puts it on her. So, not very secure, I'd say. I guess the TVA is just really not that great, huh?
Yeah.
Very.
Somehow they've maintained the timeline for all these years, and like somehow they can control the protons that were swirling around after the Big Bang. Because you got to imagine there's a lot of variations for how the universe could have unfolded in its very early years before life even evolved. But whatever.
Yeah. So Jesus fucking Christ, VLC is really cursed when playing video. So yeah, Loki keeps resetting the Hunter B-15 in the room, as a joke, and it's hilarious. And then Mobius shows up, and he's like, "Yo, did you try to teleport away with the Tesseract?" And Loki says he did, but not even the Infinity Stones work there. And then Loki delivers, fucking excrement as dialogue. He says that he doesn't like to hurt people. He says,
Fuck off.
He says that oh Jesus Christ. Let's see. He just says, "I don't enjoy hurting people."
Yes, you do.
Yeah, Avengers 2012 is like prime example of that. Like Tom Hiddleston's performance is good, and then he says, "I do it because I have to, because I've had to."
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, you had to torture people. Like even when he gets the eye at the gala, I'm pretty sure they have a line of dialogue saying that he didn't need to do that, but he did it because he liked it. And it's like, dude, yeah, but
I think they try to brush it off as, oh no, you enjoyed being powerful. That's why you did it. It's just like, no, he does it because he likes killing
because Loki repeats what he said earlier, right? That he wants power because power is a tool of the weak to try to control the strong or some shit. And then he says that's why he does what he does, because he's weak and he's trying to control the strong.
Character. Yeah, just spelling out character motivations is a great form of writing, like,
especially when those
Right,
motivations
right.
contradict everything we've seen about this character for the past 13 years.
Yes, and
Well, 10 years, because Thor was in 2011. So yeah.
do you think Jamie Alexander is going, can I appear in a proper Thor movie again? I've been like in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and in Loki. Can I stop having cameos in spin-off media, please?
I'm pretty sure she was confirmed in Love and Thunder, which I'm not hoping for the film, but I like Jamie Alexander.
Yeah, that's fucked.
I've always thought that her best moments were in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Like, she actually has character in that, and in Thor 1, she's just like more... She has a bit of character, which is more of a prop, and in Thor 2, she just exists. So
She was almost Wonder Woman as well, which depressed me.
every time you mention that, I just get really sad, because she's perfect for Wonder Woman.
Yep.
Oh god, why?
And then we see the TVA agents arriving at 1858 Oklahoma. And this scene is just hilarious, because they're walking around, and then they're about to put the reset charge because they've been following Sylvie and they haven't found her. And then what Sylvie does is she puts them all on fire, and the TVA can do nothing about that. Like, their suits aren't invulnerable to fire or anything. They just die from this fire, all of them.
Yeah, you would think that these powerful, you see the kind of power they play with, and yet somehow fire is able to kill them. There's just no like proportionate distribution of power levels here
Yeah.
of technology or anything. Like we have fire retardant suits nowadays. Why would these ultra advanced beings not have it?
Yeah. It's fucking retarded. They don't have guns. Like, they see Sylvie. If you had a gun, you could have shot her, and then that's it.
No,
But-
they only have the melty sticks apparently.
Yeah,
like, they don't
which-
have melty guns.
Which I love the melty sticks in episode 3 when they do use the melty bits.
Oh, was that episode 4?
I think it was 3 because 4 was the one with the other Lokis, wasn't it?
No,
was
because
fine.
remember there was the filler episode.
Oh yeah, 3 was a filler
There was a
episode.
filler episode. Yeah. In a 6-part series. Huh? That's a great idea.
Yeah, I was I yelled when episode 3 ended. I was just, that's it. Nothing happened, and my dad was just looking at me like, "What? That was just fun." I'm like, "No, it wasn't."
I think my girlfriend shouted, "Is the only purpose of this episode to establish that Loki is bisexual? Is that the only reason this episode exists?" And it's just like, and it's fine if he's bisexual. It's just like, but you don't need an entire episode its only purpose is to establish Loki's sexuality.
Yeah, like that's
when
the
they're
only thing that episode did. Like, didn't he have no the character moment he had with Sylvia was in episode 4. So yeah, the episode was completely pointless.
Yep. They don't even do anything with his bisexuality because he falls in love with a woman anyway. But then again, I guess if he fell in love with a man, it would be the same problem. So it would be the issue of like, why is this a relevant fact? Like, how do you, because if it came back in some way, that would be something, but they don't really do anything with it because you could have had that incestuous romance without having to establish what his preferences were. So it's like the entire episode is pointless in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah. Sylvie puts them all on fire and she steals the reset charge, which, wow, fucking amazing TVA. And if they were gonna reset this universe and they lost the reset charge, wouldn't that mean that this point in time would become a branch? Because it's the same thing that happens at the beginning of episode 2 with the that 10.
Oh yeah, it would. Yeah. That
So
would
I guess they
definitely
would
happen.
have sent another team from the TVA to try to fix this branch.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt, nothing in the later episodes necessarily contradicts it. Like, they could have investigated that and then the other event happened, so they would go to the more recent one. But it's weeks. I would still call it, like, thin. It's like they should have just focused on what happened there. Consequences to time travel. Remember when the Flash TV show somehow has more consistent time travel than both cinematic universes right now, and that's a show that can't go more than 5 minutes without shitting all over itself.
Fucking hell. Just don't do time travel, folks. Just don't do it.
I'm not against time travel inherently. I'm just against shitty writers using it, because if you can't do basic cause and effect, you can't do you probably can't do like the more advanced version, which is non-linear cause and effect.
Yeah, I'd say there are a few things like that I've seen that do it well. Legion, Agents of Shield. Is there? Trying to think of some. Back to the Future does it well. Terminator 1, Terminator 2 has some issues.
Doctor Who in Isolation
Doctor
does
Who,
it well.
yeah, it depends on which episodes. Because when you have shit like
Yeah, that's the thing.
Angels Take Manhattan, that episode is like, oh, that doesn't really make any sense. Okay.
Yeah. Like when it's working within the rules that it establishes rather than setting up a new rule set, it's usually fine. It's more, again, it's like anything. Like time travel is like anything. You need to just establish, like I kind of like what Days of Future Past tried to do, which was small ripples in the timeline will kind of just loop back in on each other, while huge waves will create differences. So that allows for some accountability for smaller deviations.
Yeah, that's what Agents of Shield season 7 began with, and then they they diverted too much
Yeah.
from the main timeline. But yeah, they said the ripples, not waves, was like a common saying during season 7.
Yeah, which I like.
Yeah. So episode 2. Hold on, let me skip the recap. Let's see what happens after this. So we start with the scene of the TVA arriving at Wisconsin, and what time is it? It's 1985. And we see them getting. So let's say these agents get in through a portal inside this in this event with a bunch of fucking people. You'd think this would cause a branch, wouldn't you?
I would think so, but no.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense at all. And then we have we just have this woman saying, "Hi, what's going on?" and that's it. Well, to be fair, they use the reset charges, but it's like, so I guess these people who saw them, they're gonna be reset as well, so they're gonna be sent to the cloud monster to be eaten, I guess.
Spooky, Cloudyton.
So yeah, they go to this fucking tent to try to find where Sylvie was. Then Sylvie controls one of them, which is, coincidentally enough, the most well-known actor of any of these, and the only one who gets like a larger role. And then she fights all of them and she wins somehow. And then she steals the temp pad from one of them after she beats all of them. We're not gonna go like too deep into analyzing choreography because we'd be here too long, and it's already like really late for the British people here, so we're gonna be trying to move it along a bit faster. So yeah, she gets the fucking temp pad, which, wow, fucking amazing how you don't need like to learn how to use it, or you don't need like biometrics or anything. You just can use it whoever it is from. Even Ravona's, which Mobius uses in episode 5 or 6, which is fucking hilarious, or 4, I don't remember. But yeah.
Cockity.
Oh yeah, and then we have this scene of Loki talking to Miss Minutes, where Miss Minutes says that an excess event, it can reach the red line if it the branch starts branching out too much, and then if it does, that would cause the collapse of reality as we know it. And
Holy sweet fuck! It's snowing outside. That's never happened before.
wait, it's snowing? Or is... Oh yeah, true. It's winter. I forgot you're Australian. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense actually.
Yeah, we live in the same hemisphere. I don't know, whatever. But yeah.
Upside down land.
Yeah. So then Loki talks to Miss Minutes, and Miss Minutes says that a branch could come close to the red line, and that would cause an issue because then you can't be reset anymore. Which, sure, we'll see. It'll cause issues later in the episode. And then they say that they're gonna use Loki's help in this mission because the variant they're chasing is a Loki variant, which is like, oh, so we're gonna use Loki to know how a Loki would think, which is kind of weird considering Loki's the god of mischief. I don't know how you would trust him, especially now that he doesn't have his collar, so he can just use his magic. Well, not at the TVA, but when he arrives at 1985, I guess. So, they just trust him somehow. Jeb, am I missing any issues? Because I'm just trying to move along. Okay, Jeb, thanks. That's very helpful.
I think he's asleep.
If he fell asleep, that'd be funny, but that'd also not be great because yeah. Yeah, we should do this in my obey. Let me see. To take. Oh yeah, and then we have the issue of why do they arrive at after the variants already happened? Why don't they arrive at the beginning of when the variants happened so they could close it? And then the explanation they have is that when the variants starts, they have to arise at like as it's growing because it happens in real time for some reason. Like they have to arrive in real time, but they don't really explain why. They just say that's how it is, and it is, and it's really dumb because you could just arrive at the beginning, melt Sylvie, and be done with it. So I don't really understand the why they can't just do that. And also, it's pretty funny how small of a team this is to take down Sylvie. It's like what? Two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think eight agents plus Mobius and Loki. And it's like if this variant has been causing so many issues, you'd think it'd have a bigger team or at least be more prepared. Like, you know, having a fucking gun. That'd be neat. So then,
You think so? Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah, and also, you know, the fact that the team in the beginning was just really small, was like three TVA agents going there. Let's see. Oh yeah, and one issue that's like, so they're gonna reset this timeline, right? Before it becomes a red Nexus event. So if they're gonna do that, maybe they could use like some shit that is like held in the vault, or you know, take shit as evidence, like or not take shit as evidence, use shit that they have saved as evidence, like I don't know, using an infinity stone, you know, the thing that they could rewind time with, for example, to get Sylvie back here. That could be interesting for them to do. Like, why don't they use any of the things they have in their arsenal? They have all Infinity Stones. Quite a, not just one of each Infinity Stone. They have a bunch of the Infinity Stones there that could help them, and they just don't.
The only thing I've seen people say about that is that the Infinity Stones don't work outside of the universe they came from, except we know that's not true.
Yeah, we know
of
that's not
Endgame.
true because Endgame confirms that they do. Endgame literally just
Yeah.
does that. They get time stones from other universes because they became different universes and they came back to their own. And not only that, but you know, that isn't never established in Loki. That's all from the comics, which I really don't give a shit about the comics. So.
Yeah. Yeah, people like to reference them all the time, and you know, no thanks.
Oh yeah, and also, why didn't Loki just grab a few of the Infinity Stones and take them with him? You know, maybe he could, you know, get the Space Stone and like teleport away when they drop him off at 1985 Wisconsin, and then he just teleports far away and he keeps teleporting away and somewhere they can't fight him. I don't know, that could work. That could be, you know, in character for Loki.
Yeah, but you know, he's a fucking idiot in this time, though.
Yeah. This. So yeah, we see Loki. So yeah, they say that this Nexus event is about to cross the red line, which is like, so this doesn't really make any sense because it's way too fast, right? Like we've seen bigger events. We'll see bigger events later in this show that don't become Nexus events, and this is just a few people died in a tent, and most people don't even know what's happening, and this is just really fast becoming a red line Nexus event, red level Nexus event, or whatever. So, and they can't reset them after they've crossed the red line, so it's like, oh, so we gotta do this quick. But then Loki tries to stall them and say, oh, if you go outside, you're gonna get killed. Which I don't understand what his plan here was. Like, does anyone understand what his plan was here?
I don't get it.
Yeah, because like he's like, oh, if you go outside, you're gonna get killed, but that is not true, and they don't get killed, and that's it. And it's like, so let's say they didn't go outside and they're sitting here with you. So what would happen? Like, there's nothing they really can do about it. It's really strange.
Well, it just has more people surrounding him. Then it's like, well, what are you trying to do? What's your goal? You're supposed to be smart, for fuck's sake.
And Mobius just also catches him on his lie, which is like, oh, okay, so I guess the god of mischief can't fucking lie to these people. He couldn't create a fucking projection of himself and just walk away from them, which would have been, like, useful if he wanted to actually get away from them, you know? Like, that's all he'd have to do, is to create a projection of himself that goes with them, and his actual version of himself just walks away.
Yeah, imagine remembering the abilities you have.
That'd be fun.
I have returned.
Hello.
Right.
We're talking about how retarded Loki is. Isn't that fun?
Yeah.
Yeah, when
I have
they
the
go
slightest idea how
to
little that narrows it down.
yeah, when he goes to Wisconsin in 1985 and he's saying like, "Oh, if you go outside of this tent, you're gonna die." Like, what was his plan here exactly? I don't understand what he was trying to do. But you know, he just does it.
For context for the viewers at home, like seeing snow outside my window is like spotting a unicorn. So I had to go outside to see it for myself, to experience the gentle snow falling against my body, just to experience that window, because we don't get it very often here. But when we do, you gotta run towards it. Gotta make sure you experience it.
I
lest it
definitely
never come
understand
again.
that. I live in Brazil. Snow literally never happens, so
Yeah.
It's like my around here.
I just can't imagine meme as like Aaron from Mitchell Machines when he sees snow, he just jumps out the window.
So yeah, Loki just gets caught on his lie by Mobius, and they reset the timeline. And Hunter C20 is missing, and then we see Mobius and Ravonna talking, and this is just. What was the purpose of this scene? I don't remember it establishing anything except for the fact that they know each other for a while. And they say the Lokis are like one of the most common variants, which if that's true, then why does in episode 6 that different Mobius never meet a fucking Loki in his entire life? I find that really strange. Because when he sees Loki, he's like, "Who are you?" So oh yeah, he sticks up for Loki. He says, "No, we gotta give him another shot." And then Loki's like, "I was lying to you, but that's because I'm a trickster, and that's what I do." Which is retarded. Like, Loki just doesn't ever shut the fuck up. And then they go through some files to try to find out where Sylvie is. And then he goes and looks at his own file, because it's the only file that's available to him, even though all these files that they say they're classified, they're just in these cases, and they're just paper and anyone can access them, and they're only guarded by this woman who says, "Oh, it's classified. Oh, it's not classified." And yeah, it's just really fucking retarded. Like, their security for these classified files is just nothing, pretty much. And then he looks at his own file and he finds out about the destruction of Asgard and how the variance energy in that was 0. And then he thinks, because he's retarded, that Sylvie must be hiding in an apocalypse. In an apocalypse, because by hiding in an apocalypse, everything you do is pointless, meaningless. So everything you do, it will be erased anyway. So there is no.
The debris will
energy.
still end up in a different place if you interfere. So that still doesn't make any sense. Like, he goes to Pompeii later and goes, "Yeah, nothing matters, nothing matters." But the thing is, his presence there is going to cause those people to be frozen in different positions. Like, that's going to change the timeline, even if in a small way. And small changes can have huge ripples.
Yeah. So. And yeah, which is an issue when he explains his theory to Mobius in a drawn out, really fucking cringy scene, and then they go to Pompeii to test out their theory, which it's fucking retarded. Loki warns them about the volcano and makes everyone just like run away and everything, which means that these carbonized people that would be found centuries later, they're in different positions. This all would be different. So this would definitely cause a different fucking timeline. It would cause a branch. This would be an Axis event, but Loki's theory gets proven right because the writing thinks it's smart. Yeah. Which is also funny that Loki's the only one that found out about this aspect of like hiding in apocalypses, and no one else at the TVA ever thought of it. Like, if it's right, how did nobody think about it?
Because TV are fucking shit.
They are fucking retarded, yes. So then they're looking to where Sylvie could have been hiding. So then what they do is they get the bubble gum that was hers, and they're like, see, we need to find a place, we need to find an apocalypse where they have that kind of bubble gum being sold. Because if there's a place where it has an apocalypse, and she could just get back there to get resources and food and everything, she would obviously always be coming back to there. So if she's gonna do that, we need to find a place where this bubblegum is being manufactured, because I guess she couldn't have taken the bubblegum from one place to the other. Like
And they wouldn't sell bubblegum in multiple places now, no sir.
no, it's this exact place, and like, because that exact bubblegum was manufactured between 2047 and 2050 in Alabama. So yeah, they go to fucking Alabama. But
Fucking, she could be going to like an American import store in another country.
yeah. She could just get the thing and move on to another place. You don't know that she stayed there and she's coming back there. It's really dumb. And also, Sylvie's plan relies on that being dumb. So I don't know who's dumber, her or the TVA. It's fucking insane.
This is what we call an idiot plot, where the plot is only allowed to happen because all the participants involved are fucking morons.
Yeah. And then
It's a real thing, look it up.
and then we have, oh yeah, and before they go to Alabama, there's a conversation between Mobius and Loki, where Mobius is like, see, the TVA, the timekeepers, they created us, the TVA agents and everything, and you know, we just follow their orders, and that's what I believe in, therefore it's true. And it's just a really dumb conversation, where he's doing a whataboutism pretty much with what Loki told him and what he says about Loki, because he says, oh, you come from frost giants, your father is Odin, he's the god and everything. So if you actually start to break down everything, you're gonna see that nothing really makes sense, it's all absurd. But not really, because Mobius believes in something that is like, oh, so these beings that have been controlling time since the beginning of time, they just created you to take care of the timeline. Loki's like, no, I was born from frost giants, I'm an alien, and then this other alien family fucking adopted me, and that's it. Like, that is a complete false equivalence, but you know.
Whatever.
Yeah, it makes them relate to one another, so that's cool. And then they say that they have a line dialogue where it's like, I don't believe anyone good is ever purely good, or anyone evil is ever purely evil, which is a really weird line. Like, it doesn't really say anything, it comes out of nowhere, and it's just really not that smart, because like psychopath, you really think that he's not evil, like as someone who's a psychopath, and just say, oh, they're not evil, just because, you know, they're a fucking serial killer. It's really strange. I don't get what they're going for with this. So then they go to Alabama, which is funny because they teleport not in the inside the place they're going. They teleport in the middle of the street because they need to have their cool walk on the rain. Which then they walk inside. Loki is wet and he uses his magic to dry himself. Which, you know, pretty funny that he uses it for this and not in any moment during these 2 episodes, you know. Like when he may have been trying to run away from the TVA at any point. When he fought the TVA in the beginning of episode 1, no magic, but to dry himself. Now see, that's really important. Or he's fighting Sylvie later in this episode. He just never uses magic at all. It's really fun.
Cool.
So then he goes with Hunter B15, and we see Sylvie planted a bomb with the countdown for 20 minutes. And then they find a dude who's like looking at, I guess, plants, and it's Sylvie disguised as that dude, and she possesses Hunter B15. And they start talking. Jesus fucking Christ, this episode is so shit.
I had a lie.
Shit, I'm trying to just focus myself where I am in Jeb's notes, because Jeb apparently isn't here, so.
You were the chosen one, Jeb. You were the Jebson one.
God damn it, Jeb.
Okay.
With the Joes.
Oh yeah, and it's also funny
Oh.
that Mobius just gives weapons to Loki when they're going to Alabama, and of course on her B-15 is like, no, you're not getting, you're not getting fucking weapons. Not that it matters anyway, because he's gonna have his magic, and he's fucking the god of mischief. So you know, if he wanted to kill you, he'd already have.
It's strange. I always thought that his daggers were just something he manifested rather than them being physical objects that he carried around and just hid. Like it was.
I don't
was a
think
strange moment
I
for
think
me.
it's kind of like, you know how in Infinity War Doctor Strange kind of creates the time stone when he gives it to Thanos. It's kind of like
Yeah.
that, where I thought, well, like, they actually physically exist, but he's just hiding them, and then he just gets them again. Kind of like that. You know?
Yeah, I guess the reason I thought that, does he ever throw his daggers? Like,
Oh, in Loki,
like-
in not Loki, in Thor, the fight with the Frost Giants, he throws his daggers to kill them.
yeah, because I'm just thinking, like, if he throws them, right, wouldn't that would imply that he can just replace them on a whim?
I don't think he uses his daggers after they're thrown. He uses 2 of them, and then they get transported back to Asgard. So
Yeah, it's strange. So it's like that kind of that always implies, I don't know. Now maybe that's me like interpreting it wrong, but it's just odd for me.
okay, they arrive. We see Loki arriving.
Go.
Oh yeah, one thing that's funny is that they don't have trackers to like track where the where the whatchamacallit, the temp pads are, or you know, the reset charges are. Like, you know, you'd think it'd be important for the TVA to keep tabs of where each one of those is, in case, you know, you lost them like they did in this episode. I also don't understand really how this place works, because like half of the team goes to one way and half of the team goes another way. Well, not half of the team, Loki and Hunter B-15, and it's like, oh, so these 2 are alone, but they're walking like through this huge part of the building all alone, and they end up meeting Lady Loki, and it seems like they're walking all through the building, and the other TVA agents never meet them, and they also don't fight any people who are trying to hide inside here, which the other team does. So it's just really, it just seems like they wanted this moment of Loki and Sylvie all alone, but it doesn't really make sense how it works.
Lady Loki sounds like a rock song. La la la, Lady Loki, la la la.
It actually
Don't
does,
make
yeah.
that. Yeah.
I can imagine it.
Hold on. Oh yeah, and then they find the Hunter C-20. And she's just saying it's real all over again, which we'll find out later in the show that what she's referencing is the fact that she is a variant 2, that she was recruited by Kang, and that she is not just created by the Timekeepers. That's what she's referencing, but we'll get to that. And she's just like freaking out here, even though when we'll see her, a recording of her in another scene, she's just really calm. Find it kind of strange, but okay. She says, does she say it now? I think she says it later. Yeah. So we continue watching Loki and Lady Loki talk. And Lady Loki, she switches bodies again. She switches to this dude who works at, you know, this store. I don't really know why she switches to him. I guess because they wanted Hunter B-15 to wake up later in the episode. And then Loki says that he has a proposition for Lady Loki to try to bring down the TVA. And then she says that she doesn't want to do that because I don't know. Her motivation is really strange, because later in the show she says that she wants to, that she does want to kill the TVA and the people who ruined her life. But right now he's like, oh, I want to, you know, end the TVA and overthrow them. And she's like, nah, I don't want that.
Together, you and I can rule the galaxy.
Pretty much.
Make things the way we want it to be. I don't know you anymore, Anakin. You've changed.
Oh yeah, and then Lady Loki is like upset that she's been called Loki by Loki, which I don't really get it. I mean, she says that she moved away from that life or some shit later in the and then episode 3, I guess. But I still don't understand why she just doesn't want to be called Loki. I mean, I know why the show doesn't want us to call her Loki, because he wants her to be recognizable with a different name.
Yep. And apparently, like, Sylvie is her own entity in the comics as well, so that's like another like slap in the face if you're invested from that point of view.
Oof. Yeah, that's not great. And then C20 says that she told Lady Loki how to find the timekeepers, how to, go see them. And that begs the question of how the fuck does she know that? I don't understand how she could possibly know how to go see the timekeepers. Like, does every single TVA agent know that? And if they do, then why have none of them met the timekeepers except for Ravonna? Like, have they not ever been curious to go down there and be like, yo, let me talk to you? Like, everyone just knows, even though the timekeepers are supposed to be like these beings that are protecting time, so you'd think that secret would be more well kept, but I guess not. And then Loki is trying to figure out what Lady Loki's plan is, and then he finds out the bomb, and he's like, oh, you're gonna blow them up. That's why you don't want to overthrow the TVA, because you're destroying them. And then Lady Loki switches bodies into this fat dude who just kicks Loki. Even though it's like Loki is, a frost giant, and this dude is a normal human being, and he just is able to do that. I don't fucking know how, but he is. And this is fucking absurd. Like, he just kicks him twice and he's thrown far back. And then they fight, and then Loki uses his magic wands to grab like a thing to hit him with, but he never like uses his illusions or his teleportation or anything like not that illusions or his, well, I guess he has teleportation established later in this show, so he never uses that as well. It's just really fun. He never uses magic here, even though, it would be very easy to win a fight against a fat dude, even if he's being controlled by Lady Loki, but And then the fat dude just leaves, and then we see, oh yeah, he leaves to mess around with the bombs, and then Lady Loki leaves his body, and then she shows up as herself. She lets the bombs go off with the reset charges, which the show implies that it's creating a bunch of new branches, which, how is it doing that? Because it's resetting the timeline, so it shouldn't create new branches, should it? And the show never addresses that as well. Like, they literally forget this plot point later, so.
Hello?
Hey. Me?
Yes. Oh, did I just drop a second?
Maybe? I wasn't hearing it for a while.
Like the that sound where you go, like, yeah, that was weird.
But yeah, she sends the reset charges to random places in time and creates new branches, which doesn't make sense because the reset charges are supposed to reset time. And also they forget this plot point in the next episode. Like, they never address this later in the show, so who cares anyway? Like, it's just, they just forget that she just did this, so her entire plan was pretty worthless anyway. And then Lady Loki opens a portal that she walks through, and she leaves it open until Loki walks through it, even though in the next episode we see that she didn't want Loki to go with her. So why does she keep it open? I don't know, but she does. So Loki goes with her, but then the portal closes right after Loki walks through. So, pretty convenient, I'd say, for the entire show to happen after this, but whatever. So he walks through, and the TVA is like, no, Loki, don't go, and he did. And that's the end of episode 2.
Local, no.
What a masterpiece of a show. Hey,
I love it so much.
episode 3. Now it's the filler episode. That's great.
Give us some cock, you're a Loki man.
Here. Alrighty. Let me. I'd rather. Okay. So the episode starts with. Oh yeah, we see Lady Loki talking to Hunter C20, and they're just like in a bar, and she's like, "Yo, we're friends, right? How long have we been best friends?" And it's this weird illusion, and then she's trying to to ask Hunter C20 where the timekeepers are, which is here how many people are guarding the timekeepers? That's what she asks here, which is like it shows how powerful Sylvie is. Like she can just create these memories with for these people. Not create. She can show them old memories, but she can also manipulate them to think they've been friends for a while. Wait, actually, yeah, that's a good point. Because Sylvie says later in the episode that she can't create new memories. But the fact that she says, "How long have we been best friends?" and then Hunter C20 says, "Forever," that means she can create new memories.
Or is she just like inserting herself on top of someone who already existed?
That could be the case. But then it's changing memories, and she never says she can do that. She says she can just show people their past memories.
Yeah, what it might mean is that she can't create them from whole cloth. So she needs to take an existing scenario and tweak it.
Right. So yeah, we see her doing that, and then we cut to real life where we see her. She was enchanting Hunter C20, and she walks away, and then we see her teleporting to the TVA where she takes out one guard, and then she sees 3 more, and she takes them out too because the TVA is fucking incompetent. And then we see Loki teleporting behind her, and he's going after her, and I guess he grabs his daggers on the way, because we see him with the daggers. Oh yeah, he did. They showed the locker. So anyway, he has his daggers, and then we see Lady Loki take out 2 more guards with terrible choreography. And then she arrives at the golden elevator, which in theory takes you to the fucking timekeepers. So it's like, oh, that's helpful, isn't it? The timekeepers are just there for you. That's great. And none of the TVA agents ever went there, because if they had, they'd know that they're being lied to. But whatever. So then we have Lady Loki and Loki. They have a discussion where Loki's like, "What? Why are you such a cunt?" And she's like, "I hate you for some reason." Oh yeah, and also she tries to use magic on one of the guards in at the TVA, which it doesn't work, which at least is a consistent rule with the TVA, that she can't use her magic. But it's also weird that she can't like start up her magic. Like we see her hand glow, and I thought that was really strange because it shows that it's not 100% impervious to magic. So it seems like it's just really not, the rules aren't that consistent, but
Bomb.
So then, shit, I'm just trying to get Jeb's notes. Oh yeah, and Loki just shows up as soon as the guards are beaten, and she just knows where to go. I don't know how he does, because Lady Loki had to have been told where to go by Hunter C20, but Loki's just like, nah, never mind. I know where I gotta be to find Lady Loki. And then they start fighting, and Loki says they want to work together. She says she doesn't. Then oh yeah, they're interrupted because Ravonna and some guards show up, and then they teleport away, both Loki and Lady Loki. And Loki goes to try to, and then this temp pad falls far from them for some reason, and they go try to grab it, and Loki grabs it first, but then she gets it from him, and then we see that the temp pad ran out of battery. which is that's interesting, isn't it? The fact that this
Very lucky.
device that can travel through time can just run out of battery. It's fucking absurd. And also, in the plot of this episode try to recharge it, which is how would they, if you actually need something like the energy for something like this to travel through time, you'd need insane amount of energy, like incomprehensible, because it's traveling through time. You'd have to basically create like a wormhole, pretty much. Which, how would you create that with just recharging it? And the way they say is like, oh, we can't use a neon light, but if we get it from the escape craft that we're gonna fight later, because this planet they landed onto is about to be destroyed. Which, wow, lucky that they landed on a planet that has the kind of thing that they could use to recharge the thing. But yeah, so this is really fucking dumb. Like that, the escape pod or whatever it is that we're gonna use to charge it does not make sense, because it would not have enough energy for this. And then let's see. And then Lady Loki tries to kill him. Oh yeah, and then Loki teleports away, or he turns invisible, walks behind her and gets her. But he walks out behind her so fast that he teleported. And wow, at least he remembered he has magic, which he never does in any other episode.
And
of
then,
this.
like, his magic gets like obscenely overpowered later, to the point where you wonder what is even Loki's abilities at this point.
Yeah, but he can create fireworks from his hand, so isn't that cool?
Yeah. No, but yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but yeah.
Oh yeah, and then Loki grabs the time pad himself, the temp pad, and then they're hearing that like debris falling all around them, and then they realize that they arrived at a planet called Lamentus 1 in
I
2077.
lament watching this show.
And it's like this is not a planet, right? I think this is a moon that's gonna be hit by a planet, or the other way around. Either way, basically this place is about to be destroyed, and they gotta get away. And we see like a lot of these meteors landing very close to them in this scene. And then after they run away from them, and they run into this place here, like they just, none of them hit the top of that place, or like break through the roof or anything. And then after they get out of here, we will see that none of this debris, or none of the meteors, they ever get anywhere close to hitting them, up until the beginning of episode 4, which is when the planet just like collapses into this moon, and which they already should have been dead for, but the TVA saves them, which, yeah, fucking retarded.
Fucking retarded in.
Oh yeah,
the
Lady
show.
Loki tries to enchant Loki, and Loki's like, nah, I'm too smart for that. And like, considering this show, I don't think you're smart enough, Loki, not gonna lie.
Yeah, you didn't figure out the power of foot meets other foot, so you know.
Oh yeah, and then Lady Loki says that the plan that Loki interrupted was years in the making, which is pretty funny when her plan is really fucking stupid. But at ECUM, does the alligator live at least? I think it does, right? The alligator.
Yep,
and the kid.
alligator
Yeah,
Loki
yeah.
does live.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
and the
he
kid.
lives.
But though Richard E. Grant dies, unfortunately.
I want him to get a spin-off with Walker called US Alligator.
You see, Loki's plan is to not use the magic until he uses the magic. I guess that's genius.
Yes. Can't you see it?
Just trying to locate myself here. Oh yeah, they run into a building. Oh yeah, and then she says that she wants to fight Loki, even though Loki's like, dude, why are we fighting? Are you retarded? And hold on. And then Loki says, why are we fighting? And she says, what else do you want to do? Like, yeah, as if fighting is the only way they could have done this, which is retarded. Which they already had established this truce between them before, considering how they were running to this place together, and Loki's like, oh, so now we're together. Like, it's just really fucking strange how everything here works. And then Loki says, hold on, just trying to get the exact line.
Cock and balls.
I mean, she does want his cock and balls.
Yes, exactly. It's kind
Yeah. Basically,
Mhm.
Loki says
Mhm.
they gotta work together to recharge the temp pad so they can get out of here. And then she says that as soon as she recharges the temp pad, they're going back to the TVA to finish what she started. Which, okay, whatever. Oh yeah, and also really interesting is like, so Lady Loki, just the fact that she was born as a woman, wouldn't that make her a variant?
Yes,
So
100%. She would 100% be a variant.
so she'd be, killed as a baby. Well, not as a baby. Her parents would have to be killed, right? So they'd have sex again.
Well, she would
This
be
time
killed
she's-
at conception, basically. Like, because remember, they act pretty fucking quick when Loki deviates.
Yeah. At ECUM, is it true that the multiverse lives again because of Loki? Kinda. It doesn't make any sense, but yeah, the multiverse is a thing. Basically, Loki was a
Yeah.
pointless show, just like any other Disney Plus show, where it starts by changing something, and by the end, it's like, oh no, we're back to where we started, so it doesn't really matter anyway.
Yeah, it's like WandaVision starts where it's like she's the Scarlet Witch. Oh no, wait, she isn't. Oh wait, she is. Falcon Winter Soldier. Sam is Captain America. Oh no, he isn't. Oh yes, he is. Loki, the multiverse is here. Oh no, it isn't. Oh yes, it is. It's like
Yep. It's so
it's
pointless.
like
Make
like
up
a-
your damn mind!
It's just they can't
like,
change the
it-
status quo because these are shows and they want to keep the big stuff for the movies, so it's just pointless. And they just start introducing
They
these
try
new
and
concepts
pretend-
that break everything. So
They just want to pretend like they've done anything meaningful when they haven't.
pretty much, yeah. So yeah, so she would have been erased as a kid, definitely as like a baby when she was born, but she wasn't, and she is, she has been fighting the TVA for years now. Which, good on her. How the fuck has she been doing that? I don't fucking know. Like, maybe she was
And
just
remember,
gotten
she's
as a...
been evading them before she found the apocalypse trick.
Yep. But, maybe she's just found as an adult, maybe the show will just break that rule and that'll explain why she's been being able to evade them. It's not like she was captured as, like, a child, right? The show would never establish that.
Well, speaking of child, you are a sweet summer.
Ah, that's so sweet. She... And then they say yeah, they're gonna go find power. They don't know how, but they just do. And they're leaving. And they start walking, and this is what I mentioned. Like, we see all of this debris falling here on the background, all of these meteors, and none of them falls close to them now. So, like, they just evaded danger by existing for a few minutes.
Wonderful.
Are you telling me this show might be a bit retarded?
Maybe. Kinda.
Oh, why?
So
Well-
does that mean the Doctor Strange movie will have a multiverse now? I mean, yeah, it was always gonna have it. Like, if you don't watch Loki, it's pretty much the same thing. It's just basically he created the multiverse. Loki created the multiverse, the show, but the multiverse is controlled by different Kangs. So, there's still predeterminism, but now it's the multiverses exist, pretty much. So there
Big
still
old
is no free
cock
will.
on a Saturday.
So yeah, if you want free will, don't watch the MCU. None of the character choices matter.
yeah, but you have to watch MCU, otherwise you'll get melted.
Good point. Good point.
I'll take the melt. I'll take my chances with the cloud dog.
I
Yeah, I
mean,
think
not that
that'd be
Elioth
better.
is a good fucking way to kill these variants anyway. Fucking slow as shit and can't grab fucking Sylvie, even though it touches her. It didn't consume her, but just by touching her, yet it consumes time and space. It's fucking retarded.
Sing us the song, you're a Saturday.
And yeah, so they're good. They've just left to go find power for some reason. To try to get the temp patch work, and then but they don't know where or how, so they're just walking to try to find power for that power source. Which is also weird. Like, how does the TVA recharge their own thing? Is like, I guess they have, but if they live outside of space and time, why do they need power, like actual energy? How does that work? How does the TVA work?
Uh. Uh, how do you work?
Well, I make more sense than Loki, so I'd say I'm at least a 2 out of 10.
That's that's a fair enough assertion, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, like I don't understand how any of this works. And like, yeah, that's a good point that Jeff brought up in his notes. Like the Tesseract, it was being harnessed for energy, both in the Second World War and in Avengers 2012. But it's like, so that doesn't work as a power source. But I guess they also have normal power sources in the TVA. I don't understand how any of it works because like the Infinity Stones, I guess they have energy, so, but I guess they don't when they're the TVA. So why does anything else have energy? Like magic is energy as well, but magic doesn't work there. Yeah, nothing makes sense in this fucking show.
Mujic.
Oh yeah, it's also strange that Lady Loki didn't think of like recharging before she did what she did, but that's whatever.
Or to at least bring a battery pack.
Yeah, like if she's
I
been
mean-
she's been after the TVA this long, she would know that she needs to recharge it, which she does. She says that Loki wouldn't know how to recharge it, but she does. So if she does, then
like
yeah.
you prep that shit for like a car trip or something, let alone a fucking plan to overrule the fucking TVA.
Yeah, you'd think you'd have a backup plan with at least be able to recharge the fucking batteries of this thing that can teleport you anywhere in time and space.
Exactly.
Want it so bad I can't taste it. It's driving me mad and it's burning me.
Oh yeah, and then
Nothing's gonna
Loki has a conversation with Sylvie, and Sylvie says, I'm called Sylvie, and that's because I wanted to hide from the TVA, so she needed an alias. And then Loki's like, an alias is not Loki like. And then she says what makes up a Loki, and shit, I'm gonna need the exact line here because it's absolutely fucking retarded. Episode 3. That's right. So he says, she asks, what exactly makes a Loki? And then Loki says, independence, authority, style. Which, I guess that that is not what Loki is. Like, Loki's so much more than that. But I don't understand what makes exactly would make a Loki. I don't understand how she is a Loki. Because she can't exist as a woman because she would have been erased from. And none of the other Lokis as well make sense. This is fucking absurd, and my brain.
And there are different variations with her as well. Like she was told she was adopted, for example. Like
Oh yeah, her entire
more-
life is different. She was told she was adopted instead of as opposed to Loki, who wasn't, and he found out that he was adopted. Oh yeah,
It
and
kind
then,
of implies that the only reason she's quote unquote villainous is because of the TVA, which is just like, okay, whatever.
yeah. Oh yeah, and then Loki. After Loki says independence, authority, and style, Sylvie's like, "So you're working for the oppressive time police?" Which, yeah, if you're looking for independence and authority, you wouldn't work for them. But like he says he wasn't working for them. He was working as a consultant. When his correct option was no, I was manipulating them to get my way, which is very Loki like, because the god of mischief. But whatever. I guess Loki's just retarded in this fucking dialogue.
Yes.
Oh yeah, and then fucking retarded ass then Loki spells out Sylvie's plan, which is he says, "Your years in the making plan was to tear the place down, create the ultimate power vacuum, and then just walk away." And she says, "I'd never have done that." And she says, "Well, yeah, well, I'm not you." But it's like, why would you do this? Like if you're creating a power vacuum, that means that you're creating the opportunity for for someone else to take its place. Oh shit! Another donation from Dominic the Donkey. He says, shit. He says, "Oh yeah, here's some money to round off my donation. Also, hi meme."
Hello,
Yeah,
Mr. Donkey.
yeah. Thank you very much.
We ruining the money today.
Yeah. Then ba, ba, ba. Oh yeah, did they arrive at this town? Like, luckily, and just like for this entire planet, they just happen to arrive close to this town. It's like, hey, that's good for you. And then Loki's like, could that charge the temp pad? And she says, no, a neon sign is not enough. She says at first he could, and then she says, well, a neon sign is not enough to power it, so I don't understand why she says he could have, but whatever. Yeah, because he needs a large power source. Then they walk to a house, which is far from that city. Like, this, I don't know, at least this shot looks cool. But like, it's far from that city, and they just found the house. And again, the meteors, this one hit close to them. They don't even flinch. Almost like, this was added in CGI and they didn't think of where the meteors were falling. But like, they just happen to find this house, who happens to have a woman that they're gonna talk to, and who happens to know the exact information they need to recharge the temp pad, which is the entire plot of this episode. So pretty convenient, if I do say so myself. And then yeah, Sylvie tries to just break in, and she is shot with a weapon, kind of like the Coulson shoots Loki in Avengers 2012. I think that was the reference they were trying to go for. Someone tries asking if the lizards get their comeuppance at least. The lizards are Kang, and he doesn't, because the Kang who was controlling the sacred timeline dies, but other Kangs start to rule the multiverse, so it doesn't, like, it's pretty useless, to be honest.
It is
Like,
basically Snoke.
it is basically Snoke, yeah. It is. I mean, what I'd say is about the last episode of Loki, it's kind of like Timeless Children, where it's just exposition dump for 40 minutes, and none of it makes sense, and it just reverts everything back to, well, the difference between Loki and Timeless Children is that Timeless Children doesn't revert the show back to its original state. Revolution of the Daleks does that. But Loki is just like, yeah, so anyway, we now have the multiverse, but it's being controlled by Kang, so I guess it's the same thing. We don't have free will anymore either way, so whatever.
Like seriously, like this TVA should have just been there to, like, the simplest tweak I could give to this show is just have it be that the TVA is there to stop timelines that would lead to multiversal ruination. Like, you don't need to prune every single moment.
Yeah, it's really strange how everything in this works. Like, because it's impossible to prevent the timelines, because don't they say in the Miss Minutes thing that they have infinite timelines?
Well, yeah, that's how multiverse theory works. It's infinite because every single decision, every single femtosecond of every day can lead to an infinite number of outcomes, and thus there's an infinite number of universes that could stem from that outcome. So you can't just prune every single one.
Yeah, so it's like, and then Kang in the last episode says he knows every outcome of every timeline, but if they're infinite, how does he know that? It's impossible. And yeah, like the way that I would do that. Something Legion that I really like is that they explain the multiverse theory, even though it's not the rules Legion abides by. But they have a scene with where David is explaining it, where he just gets a bunch of French fries and he's like, each choice you make creates another branch because you could have made a different choice. So that branch makes branches, that branch makes branches with each choice you ever make, and that creates new timelines. Each one of these choices, which would mean it's infinite. So, but I guess not
Yeah.
by this show, even though they say it is. It's really fucking retarded.
People are creaming because it's just like, oh, the multiverse now means everything is canon, and it's just like you could have done that. You could have done the thing. Could have done that. You didn't need a storyline for that. You can just say, yeah, the multiverse exists. That means that all Marvel properties are allowed to exist within the multiverse. Which, by the way, how does this even work? Because the Marvel, this is a meta thing, but the MCU does actually have like a designation within the larger comic book multiverse. So it's just
Yeah.
like, how does that even work? I
I
don't know.
think the MCU is like 999999 or something.
Yeah, it's like
think
or
so.
29999, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Obviously, it
I
has no bearing on the MCU itself, but it's just like
I
weird to
think
think
this is
about.
more just of a meta standpoint, I think. Because like
Yeah.
even Legion has its own universe, but it's like it's not connected to anything. Like it itself, it doesn't connect to the other universes. So I think it's just more meta than just trying to actually make it a multiverse. Though it'd be interesting to think that the comics universe and the MCU universe could connect at some point, but I don't really know how that would work now, considering
Well,
Loki.
yeah, especially there was actually like apparently there was an event where like it wasn't major or anything, but one person did like briefly pop into the MCU to on like a multiversal journey. So I don't know.
Yeah, so we're getting back to Loki. This scene, they go to this moment because they need to find out about the arc, which is how they're gonna get the energy to recharge the temp pad. But later in the episode, Sylvie is shown to know about this apocalypse and how events would transpire, so she would know about the arc. So it's like, why doesn't she know now, and why does she know later? This is really fucking strange. Oh, Jeb did fall asleep. That's cool. Hey, at least he's awake now. How you doing, Jeb?
I'm in existential hell.
Hey,
Good answer.
I've been trying to follow
Makes
your
sense.
notes. This show is so bad, dude. I need your help. Please hang in there.
Hang in there, bud. You'll get there.
Mm.
Let's see.
Guessing not.
So yeah, see, after they talk to this woman and they realize they have to go to the Ark, they just follow the way and they arrive at the place where the Ark is. And then they have this genius plan of sneaking onto the Ark because they don't have tickets. So, Loki, being who he is, you'd think he'd be able to, I don't know, look at a ticket and be like, create an illusion of the ticket and show it to the guards guarding this place here and be like, yo, let us in. But what Loki does is he creates an illusion of this kind of these suits for the guards and to take her as a prisoner. And when they get in, they're like, yo, you don't have a fucking ticket. And then she enchants this dude, and that's how they get in. Which will cause issues later because they're gonna be like, yo, you don't have tickets when they're inside the Ark. They're gonna be thrown from the Ark. So it's like, oh, if only Loki had been smart and had materialized tickets for themselves, then they would have been fine with dealing with these guards, and none of the conflict later in this episode would have happened, and then they would have been able to recharge the temp pad and not be arrested by the TVA. So pretty convenient if I do say so myself that all of this transpires the way it does. So because otherwise the plot would not be able to happen. And then they get inside this Ark and they just sit down and they start to bond. And Loki says that he learned his magic through Frigga, his mother, and Lady Loki says she taught herself. Which, what?
Okay.
Like, this is like textbook Mary Sue. Like, how did she teach herself how to use magic? It's fucking absurd. And well, it'll get worse in episode 5 when Loki just learns how to enchant the cloud monster because, yes.
Because reasons.
Yes.
Because she says he can.
Yeah.
I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can.
Yeah, and then Loki, he's talking like about his mom, which is like an interesting moment. I don't really have many issues with it, like Loki being fond of his mother. And then he shows the firework thing, which looks really fake, to be honest, but whatever. Let's see. Jeb, help me out. What's next, Jeb?
Jeb
What's up?
man. Da, 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 da.
Where are we at?
Loki showed the fireworks to Sylvie.
You get into like a. Okay, so a massive fight starts happening, and Loki's retarded.
Oh yeah, so
Um,
Sylvie falls asleep even though she says she can't fall asleep in places like this. And then when she wakes up, Loki's drunk and they get in a fight because this dude was like, Loki was calling too much attention to himself, and this dude was like, "Where's your ticket?" And then they start to fight. And the fight is fucking retarded, and they end up being thrown from the arc. And yeah, they lose at this point. Like they've lost their only way to get back to use the temp pad is because Loki was drunk and because Loki couldn't materialize fucking tickets earlier in the film. The episode.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, it's great. I love
Isn't
it
that
when
great?
the plot consists of contrivances and characters being retarded.
I love it so much.
Oh yeah, and there was this weird dialogue about what love is. It's just like really fucking strange. Let me get the exact lines they say. Love. Oh yeah,
Love is like a dagger.
Maybe love is hate. That's what Sylvie says. And then and then they say then she says love is mischief. And then Loki's like, love is something I might have to take another drink to think about. And then Loki's like, love is a dagger. It's a weapon to be wielded far away or up close. You can see yourself in it. It's beautiful until it makes you bleed. But ultimately, when you reach for it, it isn't real. Love is an imaginary dagger. And then Loki's like, that doesn't make sense, does it? And it's like, no, terrible metaphor. So that entire dialogue exchange was really worth it. None of it makes sense, but you know, these characters are developing their relationship. This is all worth it in the end.
Loki fell in love with himself. That is called incest.
Like I
believe
hate.
I believe it's called masturbation.
Well, the thing is, it would be masturbation if it was another male Loki, but this is a female Loki, and so genetically that is a sibling.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, because it's not actually him, because it can't actually be him because they're genetically different. They're just brothers or siblings. So he just is in love with his sister. That's so sweet. Love it.
Yeah,
Thanks, Marvel.
That's so much better.
Did you see the cosmonaut actually defended the self-cessed meme?
Why does that man do anything?
He said that because self-cessed is impossible IRL, then we cannot have a moral judgment on it.
That's not how this works. Like, you can't kill someone by chopping their head off with a portal, but that would still be wrong.
No, it's impossible, therefore you can't judge it.
Like, aren't the most interesting stories in fiction built on things that can't actually happen? Like, just exploring the implications of these differences in realities.
I mean, a film like Tenet is like about what if you could use this technology that reverses the flow of time, and if you could have that kind of technology, how would you use it? And there's a moral way to use it and an immoral way to use it, which is the conflict of the film, of the protagonist versus what's the name of the villain?
Come Man, the animated series.
Sator, yeah, Sator.
Sir Cock and Balls.
Yes.
Sir Come On Face, the Cockmanster.
Oh yeah, and what's hilarious about this when Loki gets thrown out of the train and Lady Loki jumps after him, he broke the temp pad, so you know that's unlucky. And then Lady Loki
Hmm.
just like has a temper tantrum and uses her magic, and she causes a small explosion. And I don't get what the point of that was, but that's a thing that happens.
You're goddamn right it does.
Uh,
Loki's a retarded show.
and then Loki tries to console her, and and it's really strange because they're still like their death is like moments away, and they're just like sitting down, not trying to stop it, and it's just a thing that happens. And then they are trying to plan how to get to the arc now to try to escape and go back to the TVA. Uh, oh yeah, and they say that their plan is to get the arc and escape to change time, which would if they change time, then the TVA would get them. So it's kind of useless, you'd think, because well, their entire plan is to not be noticed by the TVA, so they can overthrow the TVA. But whatever.
You would think so, but no.
No. And then they walk to this huge city with hold on. Oh yeah, they're just casually walking, even though their death is like they don't really close. They're just not running to safety. And if they ran, they'd actually have arrived at the Ark fast enough. If you think about it, which is pretty funny.
Suckle your.
Oh yeah, and then like the scene is to establish how they trust each other, how they end up trusting each other. Shit, I'm trying to get the exact dialogue. Oh yeah, and it's fucking hilarious, this dialogue. They're like, Loki says, you know a lot about me. I don't know everything about you. I don't know anything about you. And she's like, thanks for the tactical advantage, which is like, yeah, Loki, why would you tell her so much? And why would she tell you? Especially when she's told her so little, you know? She's told you so
Because
little.
fuck you, that's why.
Yes, because she needs to know a lot about Loki, even though in the last episode she just stops trusting him because the plot needs to happen. And then Loki's like, I
How
just need
dare
to
you.
know if I can trust you.
Um.
And she says, oh, you want to know how enchantment works? And she says they have to make physical contact and grab hold of their mind, which is like, how did she do that with the cloud monster in episode 5 when it's like, is the cloud monster, can you actually make physical contact with it? Because it doesn't seem like it would work, especially when it's a monster that can eat time and space, but
Whatever.
almost like these rules don't make sense. Oh yeah, and then they drop the information that the TVA agents are variants. So I guess this is what this episode establishes as well. So the two things that this episode establishes: Loki is bi, and the TVA are made of variants, which is like, why in the fuck are these TVA agents variants? Like, you'd think that you just have people you'd train and trust, and you'd actually just create them, or create a battalion for it. Or if they are variants, why don't you have better variants instead of human people?
Shit fella. Shit
Like-
variants.
Yeah, it's retarded.
Mhm.
Like, Kang is retarded in every way with this with how he set up the TVA. Though I guess it works out for him because he wrote everything. So, yay.
I've seen how everything goes. Dun dun dun.
Yeah, and then the one issue I find it really interesting is how the TVA agents, they're like, a lot of them are human, but they don't age. How does that work? Because the TVA can't exist outside of time, because, well, if it did exist outside of time, you wouldn't see time passing for them. Like, they do things. You need time to have like cause and effect. It doesn't work how they did it. It's not like they're fifth dimensional beings. They're just humans existing in that place. And they say
Mhm.
time works differently for them, but even then, that doesn't really excuse it because they experience time normally. So how would they live like hundreds of years? Which we know they do because, like, for example, Ravonna, she got Lady Loki as a kid, and Lady Loki's like old now, so like thousands of years would have passed. So I don't know how any of it works, but it does.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
And then we have
she's
this
a low.
pretty cool oneer, which is not really a oneer because they have like 95% of this shot is just CGI, so you know, yay. But it's pretty impressive, and it's at some points how they all do this in one take.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah. Hold on, I just yeah. So yeah, they start running, and a bunch of retarded shit happens. Like they get like fucking meteor hits close to them, and the people start running, even though no meteors hit them before this. That's really strange. And then they start running, and some guards go after them, even though these guards are like most likely be trying to save themselves because their planet is about to be destroyed. But I guess they don't. They don't care enough about that. They want to arrest Loki and Sylvie first. And then Loki and Sylvie, they're running. Oh yeah, and we have this moment where where a building is about to fall on Loki, you know. So what you'd think would happen is Loki would just teleport away or something like that. But what he does is he actually stops it midair and reverses time with it. And it's not like he's just, you know, putting it back on its place or throwing it away with telekinesis. He's actually reversing its time because every piece of it is getting back together, like every small part of debris from the building. So I guess Loki just has that power now, which
So Loki is a time stone.
pretty much, without any of
Yeah.
any of
Well,
the
Thanos.
consequences of using the time stone. Isn't that fun?
Yes,
Yeah.
very fun. I love it.
Yeah.
My favorite show. 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
would-
like it's not
would
like he
do.
could have used something like this against Hulk or Iron Man or Thor in Avengers 2012,
Definitely.
right?
Definitely not.
I hate this fucking shit. So yeah, they're running away, and then did they have this shot of the of the Ark being destroyed, and it's like, oh, we were too late. If only we had arrived earlier. If only we had, you know, run here instead of walking here, despite knowing that our impending doom was coming. So yeah, that's how the episode ends, with them not being able to save themselves. So yay, episode 3 was worthless because like nothing happened. And
Great episode.
and now we have episode 4. Yay.
Mm.
Let me put it on screen properly. Here. Here we go. So episode 4. What what the episode starts with is, you know, they start on Asgard, and then we see Kid Sylvie here, and we see the TVA arresting her. We see Ravonna arresting her, and she says, "Oh, there's our variant," and they arrest her as a child. So you'd think, huh?
Here's
how,
your war.
how was she able to evade the TVA? Like, how was she able to escape TVA if she was, you know, a child? So what happens is, when she's at the sentencing place, she she bites Ravonna's arm, and then she steals the temp pad, and she gets away from her, and nobody stops her. She just runs away, and then she uses the temp pad. She just knows how to use it, and she teleports away. A kid, Lady Loki as a kid. Isn't this beautiful? Isn't this fucking amazing?
So why didn't the main question, you know, of course, is raises is why didn't, you know, adult Loki think to stamp on the fucking guard's foot?
I guess
like we were going too complex with his magic, you know. We should have been asking the real questions. Why didn't he think of foot meeting other foot in Mortal Kombat?
see, Loki, he's just not taught in the arts of foot stomping. Lady Loki,
Yeah,
though,
you know.
that's what Odin taught her, her entire life. How to stomp on feet.
Yeah. Do you think Lady Loki has a foot fetish?
Perhaps.
Maybe that's why she knew about. Maybe that's how she got the foot fetish. Actually, she's like, huh, I stomped on that
You
foot,
know, the
and that got me free.
foundational moment.
Yeah, it's like the inciting incident for her life. Um, Jeb, you're saying you gotta get going, right? Do you want to say goodbye, or are you just gonna hop out? I guess that's just you're gonna hop out. Okay, good to see you, Jeb.
I'll
Get
answer
some
that.
rest. Sorry for keeping you up this late.
Whoa, whoa, she's a Loki.
So yeah.
I think he's fallen back asleep.
Oh yeah. Also something that I find funny is the fact that Lady Loki just didn't have handcuffs when she was arrested, which yeah.
I
Loki.
like the implication is the inciting incident for the TVA using handcuffs is Lady Loki escaping.
I mean, it isn't even that because they don't have handcuffs for Loki. They have like that neck bracing.
Oh right.
So they didn't learn from Lady Loki, I guess. They're
Oh,
more
okay.
retarded than you're giving them credit for. I mean,
Okay, every time I try to give, benefit of the doubt, just blows up in my face. Story of my life.
so then oh yeah, which I think is weird as well. Ravonna, she of course gets blamed for this, but like she becomes like the head of the TVA other than the timekeepers. Like you'd think after letting
I should give the TVA head though.
ooh, maybe she does. Maybe that's how she got to be head of the TVA. Yeah, it's the only way she
Curiouser
could have
and
done it.
curiouser.
I mean, that's the only plausible way for her to actually become like the leader of the TVA when she, let a fucking variant escape, a child variant as well. Fucking absurd. So yeah, we cut to. Oh yeah, and then we see here. This is the place where the time keepers are, which we'll see later in the episode that they're androids. Which, yay, awesome, fucking great.
Like, imagine I feel sorry for the people who perhaps like the TVA and the comics or something, and then the timekeepers are just revealed to be nothing.
I mean, it's kind of the same thing with Taskmaster, right? It's like Taskmaster is such a cool concept, and then Black Widow, it's like, no, it's just this. It's Dreykov's daughter, and she doesn't really, do anything in the film.
Why is everything the Mandarin now?
I guess people thought the Mandarin was a good reveal. The people working at Marvel.
Oh no, though no.
I mean, I've seen a lot of people who work at Marvel saying that it's a really good reveal. So who knows? Oh yeah, and then Mobius is like, "Yo, what happened to what happened to C20?" And they're like, "Oh, she died. Even though you saw her and she was okay, she was just like, oh, it is real, it was real. Yeah, she died. Oof, definitely not us. We definitely did not kill her." And Mobius is not suspicious at all for some reason. I don't really know why he's not suspicious. When it's like clear that they killed her, and her trying to hide something, especially after Loki has already made him question a bit of like why he believes in what he believes. But whatever. Ravonna says, yeah, C20 is dead.
C4.
And then and then we cut to fuck. Okay, and then we cut to
We cut to a sex scene.
sure. And then we cut to the planet where Sylvie and Loki are at, and they're just sitting there on a rock, and then they have this heart to heart, and they're like, "Yo, kind of like you for some reason." I mean, that's pretty much it, right? Like that dialogue is really retarded. It's just they end up liking each other and don't really any reason
Fan
why.
function.
Yeah, it's like that trope of two attractive characters. Attractive characters just falling in love with each other because they're attractive.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's just.
Please, sir,
Oh,
may I
yeah.
have some cock?
She exposits what the first scene we saw of her escaping the TVA as well as a kid, and then after they they get to know each other a bit, Lady Loki just goes and like touches him. They touches Loki, or does
Bad
Loki
touch.
touch her? Let me see.
I don't approve either way.
Oh yeah, it's Lady Loki. She touches his arm, and then it's like variant energy starts to be sensed by the TVA by the mere fact that they're touching each other. Like what in the
Like
fuck?
fucking hell. Because he fell in love.
Oh yes, Loki falling in love is like a level 55 variance. Like I don't understand how this works, dude.
Falling in love with himself, no less.
Yeah, I know. It's the worst thing is how it's how they say that they've never seen a branch out that fast before. It's like, oh, okay, thanks. So just the mere fact that they're touching each other means that this is the biggest, most impressive branch in the timeline that you've ever seen in your life. Fucking amazing.
Top marks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and this is a moment where Owen Wilson, Mobius says that that stepping on a wrong leaf could cause a branch, so that's also fun. And I also find it interesting how they're in an apocalypse, so how would them touching each other create variant energy? That also makes no sense with the rules established, but at least we know it wouldn't make sense anyway because apocalypses wouldn't be able to hide variance energy.
Yeah, but I just love that their touching is creating more variant energy than anything else they've done. Like that. Fuck.
Yeah, like
there's a planet about to collide and debris is about to go into different places because of their very presence. But no, they touched each other.
Yeah, touching each other. I mean, we all know masturbation is wrong, but I guess they're taking it to another level. Then they have a talk with Loki and Sylvie about what makes Loki, like what makes a Loki. They're like, it's the fact that we don't die. Okay. Which is what causes them to touch each other, and they're in love with each other now, I guess. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the TVA goes and gets them, and then they throw Loki in a time prison where it just loops Sif punching him in the nuts because this is like a memory of his where he cuts Sif's hair, and it's like, oh, you'd think Loki, like him getting hit once is already like, that's not normal for Loki. He would fight back. He would just get out of the way, but Loki just stays there in her way, and he gets hit in the nuts like a gazillion fucking times, and he just never stops. He never fights back against Sif, even though we know Loki would definitely be able to fight against fucking Sif, and it's the same thing every time, and he keeps getting hit in the nuts. He just keeps happening, and yeah, it's great. And this time, Sif just keeps saying to him, "Oh, you deserve to be alone," every time. And Loki tries to reason with her instead of fighting her. Which, why would you be able to reason with her? She's a memory, but whatever, he tries to because he's retarded.
You can sum up a lot of the show that way because he's retarded.
Yeah, I'd say 95% of the decisions made in the show are all because, yes, it's retarded. And then Mobius is like, "Can I talk to Sylvie?" And Ravon is like, "No, you can't." And and obviously making her more suspicious, which is not great. Like, she just does not play innocent at all. It's really dumb. And she knows she can't let him go talk to Sylvie because Sylvie knows that they are the TVA agents are also variants. But like, at this point, wouldn't you think that regular Loki also knows that? And if that's the case, why would you let Mobius talk to regular Loki instead of and not Sylvie? But I don't get it anyway. None of this makes sense. Oh yeah, and then one question that Mobius asked, which is hilarious, it's like, why is there more security for Sylvie than there is for the TVA? Which is like, yeah, why is there? It's fucking, it's really dumb. I don't get what's happening with this. And then we see more of the time loop with Loki. Oh yeah, and then we see Hunter B15 or whatever, this lady. She's like kind of suspicious of shit because as we'll learn later, when she was possessed by Lady Loki, she was put in one of those things where she just sees her past memories, and she saw her past memories as before she was a variant, before she was a TVA agent, which means that she's now like questioning what is real and what is not. And then we cut here to more of Loki being hit in the nuts because that's funny, I guess. And then we see his character being destroyed by him saying, like, yeah, you're right, I don't deserve I deserve to be alone, or I don't deserve to I don't deserve love or anything like that. Let me see if I can get the exact line. What he says is, Jesus fucking Christ, show. See. He says, please no more, please. I beg you. I'm a horrible person, I get it, I really am. I cut off your hair because I thought it would be funny, and it's not. And I crave attention because I'm a narcissist. And I suppose it's because I'm scared of being alone. And then she says, you are alone, and you always will be. So, you know, I'm very happy that Loki, that guy from 2012 who wanted to rule Earth, has said this. It's very in character for him.
Yeah. I mean, look, he saw a highlight reel of his entire life. Now he's a different person.
Yeah, he's so different to the point of, you know, being a completely different Loki. So I guess it makes sense that he's a variant, you know?
Yeah, imagine that.
So yeah, he gets hit in the nuts one last time, and then Mobius shows up, and then they have a conversation. And then Loki tells him what, because earlier in the episode, Loki told him, like, yo, the TVA are lying to you. And Mobius is like, you said the TVA is lying to me, and tell me why. And Loki says it's because the TVA agents, they're all TVA agents are all variants. I forgot the word. So that's why they're lying. And Mobius obviously just doesn't believe him. He says he's just tricking him, which, yeah. Why would he believe him at this point? And he says, oh, is it just a cockroach's survival mechanism kicking in? Or, you know, are you actually trying to tell me? And Loki tries to, you know, not gamble, like strike a deal, says, let me out of this place and I'll tell you. And then he says, like, oh yeah, the variant, Sylvie, she's dead. Don't really understand why he lies about that. Like, he learns that Loki is in love with her, which is like, yeah, why are you in love with her, Loki? You've known her for like a day and you guys don't like each other, but I guess you're in love. Okay. Fair enough. Like, not really, but sure. Let's see. Oh yeah, and also, like, it's really funny how the TVA, with all their advanced technology, don't know they don't have like a fucking lie detector. Like how would they're so fucking retarded? They don't have a lie detector to know if Loki's lying when he tells about the TVA agents being variants or anything that they're ever told. But you know, that's something we have nowadays. This fucking super advanced agency that takes care of, you know, time itself can't know that. Can't use that. It's fucking hilariously dumb yet again.
Oh, yeah.
Detector? Like how shit. I'm trying to get chat on screen here. But anyway. And then they throw Loki again into one of those cells. I don't know why they just don't prune him. Because you know if he's useless, then why would he not be pruned? I guess because the plot needs him to the end of the episode not to be pruned.
Perhaps.
Shit. Let's see. I mean, that's just every fucking excuse for the show. It's like, yeah, the plot needs him. So yeah, he's thrown back into the cell, and then we have Hunter B20 go talk to Sylvie because she's, you know, questioning shit, and she's like, "Yo, I saw some memories. What was that?" She's like, "Yeah, it was memories of your life before the TVA, before you went agent because you're a variant." Which begs the question of like when are these variants when do these variants become agents? Like why do they become agents and not or just pruned? Like how does that work? How are they chosen? Because clearly they're not really chosen because of their prowess, because you know they're not great agents, so I don't understand why they're chosen. Then we have another scene of Ravonna and Mobius talking, but you know the scene is actually not terrible. It has a bit of character for Mobius. He's like, "Yo, try to find out the truth about me," like that's you know him actually having at least the smallest bit of character, which he hasn't before this, so yay, I guess.
Finally, something mildly positive.
Yeah, it only took us
finally
four
got here,
episodes.
guys. Finally did it. We did it.
3.5 episodes, and we have one scene where it has a bit of not terribleness.
We achieved
Yeah,
character.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we've only been
We
talking about
achieved above
2 hours.
above shit.
Hell yeah.
Hooray.
We've gone above the one for one singular moment.
Let's see. Oh yeah, did they say that they didn't prune these variants because the timekeepers want to see it for some reason? Which, yeah, very convenient. Thanks, plot. Oh yeah, and then Mobius says that he's not buying what she's saying because, you know, Ravonna's a terrible liar, which she is. Oh yeah, which also doesn't really make sense because, well, given her position, her being a liar would be very, you know, useful considering she's the head of the TVA, other than the timekeepers themselves. So, you know, awesome, but whatever. She just doesn't know how to lie. Which, yeah, and then Mobius leaves because, you know, he was trying to like persuade her in a way, and he steals her temp pad and swaps it with his own because, you know, he realizes that she is lying to him, and she also realizes that he's lying because he says he's only gonna have one drink when they usually have much more. So, you know, let me just check one thing here. Yeah, she basically was trying to poke around about the fact that C20 was killed. He was trying to understand why and how that all worked. And she's like, "Yeah, you spent way too much time with Loki's." And then we have a scene of Hunter B20 because they teleported away. I don't know why they teleported to the place in episode 2 where Sylvie was hiding, because it's like, why would you come here? You know this is an apocalypse. So are you just did you just come here to put yourself at risk of dying? But whatever. They come here and they talk to each other. And then she tells Hunter B20 about everything, about how her life is a lie and that she's a variant, and that's what the TVA has been hiding from her. and she says that she can't create memories. That that's how she creates the enchantment. She makes the enchantment. She basically uses a memory to trick the person's mind, and then she possesses them. Which I don't understand how that doesn't work on Loki. Like, Loki says that he's too smart for that, but I really don't understand, because it's like you're just showing a memory to trick him. Like, it's just a memory. He'd be trapped inside his own head. I don't know how Loki would be too smart to evade that, but
I like how Hunter B15 or whatever her name is just takes Sylvie's word for it that she's not creating fake memories as well.
Yeah, that's something I thought really weird as well. She just takes it. She's like, yeah, I guess you could be right. Who knows? And then yeah, sorry, what'd you say, Tin?
Jeb's back.
Oh yeah, Jeb is back. Jeb.
Really?
Maybe
did
he
you
isn't
misclick in your sleep? Did you misclick in your sleep?
Okay, Jeb.
Came back just to
You're just gonna hear snoring.
on stream.
I mean, sure. He came back to snore on stream. That's fun. And then we
Do
see
it, Jeb. I believe in you.
and then we see Mobius using Ravona's temp pad, which is like, wow, so you can just do that. You can just use her temp pad. And her temp pad fucking has a video of Hunter C20 saying, yo, we're all variants. I saw my life before the time the TVA. Just like, how can you verify that that's what it is? Like, how can you just trust Sylvie as well? And why does Ravonna just record this? And why did she just not delete this or archive this somewhere else? And how can Mobius just access it without any sort of security for her temp pad or something? But these questions are never answered because this show is fucking retarded. So yay. Once again, it's just
You are
stuff
correct.
happening. It's just stuff happening.
That is how a writer do.
Yes. Fucking MCU writers in 2021 couldn't be good. And then Mobius just shows up at Loki's prison. And then he goes to talk to him because he's like, yo, you're right. And I guess he just, I mean, that was really contrived how it is, but, if she says it, then I guess he can, if he can believe what Hunter C20, whatever, what C20 said, but it's like, how does C20 know that she's right? She doesn't, but whatever. And then he went to Loki, and he's like, do you really think you deserve to be alone or some shit? It's like, he's not asking about about the TVA or the fact that they're variants, which I think is really strange. I don't understand why.
Oh, that'd be more important too.
Yeah, do you think there are more important things? Yeah, and then Mobius is like, the Nexus event that you and Sylvie caused, that can bring this whole place down. And it's like, wow, isn't that convenient that these two characters, merely by existing close to one another and touching each other, can bring this entire place down.
Well, in the words of the immortal Huey Lewis, that is the power of love.
And then Mobius just happens to trust Loki, and Loki just happens to trust Sylvie, even though Sylvie doesn't trust Loki, as we'll see in the last episode. So good to see Loki's just that gullible, I guess, and Mobius is that gullible. It just this generates the conflict over the rest of this episode, which gets them to the void at the end of time. And then Ravonna catches them as they're walking out of there, and Mobius is like, yeah, I know I'm a variant. She catches him on having stolen her temp pad, and she's like, and then he says a line that is a callback to the conversation he had with Ravonna earlier in this episode, and then they prune him, and it's like, oh no, Mobius is dead. That's sad. Rip Mobius. It's been fun. Yeah. at ECUM, is this more ruined than Star Wars? Easily. Is the MCU beyond
Oh,
repair?
God, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yep, it's done for.
Yeah,
IMC.
basically, the only real thing you can do is basically start over.
Pretty much. Which is not what
You would
you'd
need a
think.
very creative writer to fix this. Is all I'll say. You'll need very, very creative,
Yeah.
and they don't have creative writers anymore. So it is.
I mean,
for
yeah,
all intents and
like the writer
purposes,
for Loki he's writing Multiverse of Madness, right? And then we have
Yep.
the WandaVision writer. What's she writing? She's also writing like some other shit. Like basically all the writers for this garbage these garbage they've been making, they're just being hired back to write more shit. So you can't expect writing to be good like anytime soon. So yay.
Yeah, the first step to fixing a problem is realizing there's a problem.
Which they don't. So
Yes.
Basically, Marvel's at the place where they think they can do no wrong, so basically they're not going to address anything.
Yep. I don't like to say concretely that nothing can be fixed, but I also say that you can't fix something without realizing there's a problem. So that's where I draw the line with these things.
mm-hmm.
Exactly, yeah.
Star Wars is redeemed then. I mean, Star Wars is less broken than this, so sure. The moment they bring in time travel into the mainline Star Wars, then it's gonna be very, very bad.
Yep.
So yeah, then they bring Loki and Sylvie to the timekeepers, which I guess Ravonna has been here before, but she never knew that they were androids somehow. She's been here like a bunch of times, I guess, but she doesn't know that they're androids. They've just been hiding that from her. It's like a huge realization for her at the end of the episode. Oh yeah, and then B-15, there's an alert put out for her. I guess they just can't track her. Like, you just don't have trackers for her. Like, congratulations, TVA, on being once again very fucking incompetent. It's impressive, honestly. Probably the most incompetent agency I've seen in like anything. It's really impressive. Let's see what happens next. Oh yeah, and then in the elevator, Sylvie asked Ravonna what the Nexus event for Sylvie was, for Ravonna was, and wait, whose Nexus event did she ask it? I'm confused. Let's see. It's the next one. Oh yeah, she says, what was my Nexus event? So yeah, Sylvie asks where her Nexus event was, and they're like, Ravonna's just like, yeah, well, I forgot, just, to be rude to her, but it's like, well, just the fact that you were born as a woman, you'd think that'd be your Nexus event, wouldn't you?
You would think so.
Yeah, but nah.
I don't ever want to be late again, so take me away.
Was Alligator Loki the problem? No, he was the solution, but the writers couldn't see it.
Alligator Loki was the key to all this.
Yes. Let's see. So yeah, they're in front of the timekeepers at this point. And gotta say, the CGI for them does not look good. Let me take off the copyright cover. Like, this does not look
One
great.
of them is like the Lorax.
Yes.
It's the Lorax and inexplicably me as well. Like, I was quite impressed how accidentally they've recreated my avatar for one of them.
Yeah. Here, let me see. This is the third one.
That's my secret chat. I was the timekeeper.
No, we are an android.
Oh, I do have robot legs, so that's something.
Oh yeah, and it's also really funny how they're like two guards here, even though it's the timekeepers, but they're androids, so who cares? The real timekeeper is Kang, and he's at the void at the end of time somehow. So yeah. And then hilariously, B-15 just shows up. How does she show up? I don't know. She just shows up. She made it through all the guards, and she's just there. And I guess her thingy just counteracts Ravona's thing that resets like Sylvie's position in time. It's weird. And then she just disconnects the fucking collar that both Sylvie and Loki are wearing, like remotely. She can just do that. And then we see the we see the TVA agents behind Loki and Sylvie, and instead of just pruning them right away, what they do is they prepare their sticks and they use the pointy ends. They have the pointy ends pointed at them. They don't have the melty ends, you know, the ones that would 100% do the job you wanted to do, like just by touching your opponent. And then we have this retarded fight where they never I'm not gonna analyze the choreography, but yeah, the choreography is terrible, and they never use the melty bits, only the pointy bits. Then we have Sylvie fighting Ravonna. Sorry, go on.
Oh, so this is the only time you don't stab them with the pointy end.
Yep, this is the one time you'd like, yeah, melt them. And then
And they don't.
sorry.
Oh, I just did. And they don't.
Yeah. And then oh yeah, Sylvie throws her fucking the stick she had at one of them, and she realizes, oh no, they're androids. The horror, they're not actually timekeepers. Which, yay, saved our review for the last episode of who the timekeepers actually are. And then we have Sylvie and Loki talking, and then Ravonna gets up, and Sylvie just doesn't realize that, and she ends up melting Loki, and it's like, oh no, Loki.
Oh no!
Let's see, Loki died here.
again.
Hey, Loki died. Yeah,
Yeah, he's totally dead.
has never happened before. And then what Sylvie does is she is able to somehow disarm Ravonna, and then she points the melty bit at her, and she's like, you're gonna tell me everything I need to know. Which is like, yeah, that makes sense. She wants her to tell everything. You'd think she'd, you know, interrogate her there instead of like somewhere else. Like you'd think she wouldn't take her to another place inside the fucking TVA, because that'd mean going through a bunch of guards. But you know, we'll see what happens in the next episode. So anyway, we have this post-credit scene where Loki wakes up, and there are 4 Lokis here right next to where he woke up, which is, yeah, kind of lucky that he woke up right next to 4 Lokis. The 4 Lokis who want to help him instead of the other Lokis that we'll see later in the episode who just do not want to help him at all. Yeah, we see Alligator Loki, Kid Loki, Boastful Loki, and Richard E. Grant Loki. Which, yeah, Richard E. Grant is great in the next episode. So, yay, at least we have that.
What, base Loki?
Hey, we're almost done with this.
Like that.
Only 2 episodes left. Yay.
Everything is pain.
And the 2 worst ones as well, right?
Let me just center it on the screen, and here we are. Okay, so how does the episode start? Oh yeah, it starts with oh yeah, we see the place where Loki was sent to, which we'll later learn is the Void at the end of time, and we see this huge cloud, the purple cloud, and they're like, yo, we gotta get away from here. Oh yeah, this is basically what Richard E. Grant says. This is the Void. That's Alioth, and we're his lunch. Come on. And then they gotta get away. Because otherwise Alioth is gonna kill them, which is like, okay, strange.
Or like Aligoth.
So then we cut to Sylvie and Ravonna at the TVA, and we're at the trial place, and it's really weird. Like, why are they here? How did you get here? How did none of the guards stop you on the way here? Why did you not interrogate her at the place where the timekeepers are? Like, none of this makes any sense. And yeah.
Not in the
So what they do here is they explain how the Void works. They say that when they reset the timelines, it's impossible to remove all the matter. So what they do is they move it to a place at the end of time where it's just gonna be eaten by Alioth. Because that's how it works. So Alioth can just eat time. So hey, that's cool.
I ate time once. It wasn't fun.
And now you'd think one thing that I find really strange. So if they are always sending it to the void at the end of time, you'd think they send it to exactly the same time, right? Like you wouldn't think there'd be new things popping up there. Like it'd be always at the same point in the end of time. So, but like we see that Loki's a new thing there, and the other ones have stayed there for a while, and we see Mobius and we see that Sylvie has arrived there after Loki has when she's gonna melt herself later in this episode. And then we also know that like a pirate ship just shows up. No, not a pirate ship, just the ship shows up later in the episode where that Alioth consumes. So it's like, how does this work? Like, why do new things show up? Why aren't they just all teleported at the same time to the void? And none of that is answered because it's Loki who needs answers. So let's see. Just going through Jab's notes. Jab, are you here? He's not. Why did you join the call, Jab?
Apparently not.
Yeah, it's
Jab.
hilarious. He just joined
Pretty
the
sure
call.
Pretty sure he's dead.
Yeah, I think he may have done this by accident.
What, just came online and accidentally pressed the join the call button?
Yes. Haven't you ever
Very
done that?
complicated thing to do in sleep.
Happens.
Happens to the best of us.
Let me just.
Spooky, spooky cock and balls, they go one down and dun, dun, dun.
Let me just try to get the exact quote from the show. When we prune a branched reality, it's impossible to destroy all of its matter, so we move it to a place on the timeline where it won't continue growing. Basically, the branch timeline isn't reset, it's transferred to where? A void at the end of time, where every instance of existence collides at the same point and simply stops. So, do I need to explain how none of that makes any sense? Like, that's absurd. Like, every instance of existence collides at the same point and simply stops. That's how they define the void. If that's the case, how are they just able to walk around and, exist there? And if it just stops, why do they need Alioth there to consume it? If it's the end of time, then time is just gonna end and they don't have to take care of the timelines anymore. And if the timelines are just gonna be colliding, wouldn't that cause the chaos they've been trying to prevent by the existence of branched realities? So, it doesn't really make any sense.
You don't say.
Yeah. And it's like, if you remove the origin point of a timeline, nothing else happens. Because we know this from Endgame, and they also are from this year. But, like, wouldn't this cause just many different timelines? Does the multiverse war? Like I said, like, you're just putting a lot of timelines at that place, which means these multiverses would occur, thus multiversal war. But I guess it doesn't work. I guess that's not the case because we'll see Kang has only like one timeline behind him when we meet him in episode 6. But that doesn't make any sense.
Because as soon as you transplant it, there's just going to be a literally an infinite number of outcomes coming from that transplant. Like it can't work the way they said it's working.
Yep. Yeah, it's not like someone said in chat here. Since they teleport entire universes to the end of time by having matter exist in the same place, then the end of time should be one giant bonfire of atomic soup. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, like it should just be a furnace. Like that's the only way you can get it to work is everything you throw in there is a furnace. But they can't do that because Loki needs to survive.
Yeah.
Loki must live.
Yeah, it's all written by Kang. Don't worry, it all makes sense.
I hate this. I want death.
So let's see here. We get back to.
I wish for cock's sweet embrace.
So Sylvie asks for Ravonna's stamp pad, which she gives her, and then we cut back to the Lokis here in the end of time, and they're just walking around. And Loki's just extremely confused. Oh yeah, which is also really funny because we see places like this. Like he's just lucky that he wasn't teleported to a high place and fell down and just like died from the impact. Like the place where he landed was so fucking fortunate because it's genuinely the only place he could have landed that would have benefited him because he landed near the 4 people who want to help him. He landed on the ground instead of just in the air or inside Alioth. It's like, yeah, good on you, Loki. Let's see what happens next. Oh yeah, and this void is pretty big. I don't understand how Alioth is that effective when he just isn't nowhere to be found here, for example. Like, Alioth exists to eat time and space and therefore reset the timelines, but he clearly isn't effective. He's very slow and yeah, we'll see more of that when Sylvie manages to outrun him. And then let's see. Oh yeah, it's also really strange how he only meets Lokis throughout his entire journey instead of meeting anyone else here. Like every person he meets is a Loki other than Mobius when we see him later in the film. When the episode where Mobius just manages to find a fucking car for some reason that manages to save himself and Sylvie at the same point. So, yay. Like, this is just extremely fucking contrived. Like, I don't get it.
I just saw a clip from the new Space Jam movie, and I don't know what life is anymore.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I've seen a bit of that, and all I can say is why, fucking why.
Hey, Space Jam obviously left with an open-ended ending, where you had to know what happened next.
Of course.
Yeah, and it was called Looney Tunes Back in Action, a completely different film.
Oh yeah, and then apparently the TVA doesn't care about Nexus events happening at the end of time, which is like, oh okay, so I guess your entire purpose is no, because of that. That's fun. I like that. When the show basically says, oh yeah, this entire thing we've been building, it's pointless, but whatever.
So good at their jobs.
Yeah.
Creamy, creamy, common ball. Do, 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 do.
Oh yeah, so then they get back to their base, which, okay, I guess they just have a base here, somehow. They just created this underground base. They just can survive there. I don't know with what resources, because everything just seems like to be a wasteland that is devoured by Alioth. And it's also weird how there's like a crashed plane there close to them, and later in the episode Loki's like, see, Alioth, he's just like any monster, he wants to eat the big things first, but he doesn't eat that the airplane close to this base, and thus doesn't eat the base for some reason. I don't know how that works, but okay. And then let's see what happens here. So we see Sylvie asking for Ravonna to look through her files about the beginning of time and the end of time, because, well, she wants to understand how everything works. And they can just access it, even though Kang later in the show is like, yo, no, these aren't the files you wanted to access, but are the ones you need or whatever. So clearly he can control Miss Minutes, but I guess he doesn't at this point. Or he does, because he wants Sylvie and Loki to get to him. This is so dumb. Kobe just Kang just controlled everything in this entire fucking show, and it's like, oh great, love it. Let's see what exactly the line here is, because I'm trying to get it. Nope. Fuck. Yes. Right. What about the end of time? It's just a void. What if the void isn't the end, or if there's something beyond it, hiding in the shadows of apocalypse is obscured from me from the TVA because I couldn't create a diverging branch there, right? So if all of this is still being written, whatever happens is just a new timeline. It would be impossible to start an Nexus event there. You could be completely undetectable. That's it. That's the only place it could be. So how do we get past the void? It's impossible. There's nothing for the temp patch lock onto, no destination. Then you go through it. So yeah, that's her plan. And then oh yeah, and then Ravonna tries to lie to her to see if she can survive, because Sylvie said that her need for her has expired. And then the other agents just they come into this room to help Ravonna. Yeah, she was stalling, and then the agents show up, and what Sylvie does is she hides behind this place, and she melts herself to go to the void at the end of time to meet Loki, and then go to meet Kang. And we have this conversation between Loki, boastful Loki, Richard E. Grant Loki, and Kid Loki, and Alligator Loki, which is pretty worthless. I don't understand this. Oh yeah, it's also funny how Richard Grant says that he created another version of himself that was so real that Thanos himself thought it was real, and that's how he escaped dying in Infinity War. So that's great. I love that. Establishing that our Loki could have done this. Isn't that fucking awesome?
Well, I think the explanation, and probably doesn't hold up, is that because that Loki didn't use daggers, he was focused completely on his magic, and that's why he was able to do it.
Which is really dumb. If he could have just focused on his magic rather than that, our Loki could also have done that. Which shows that our Loki is not that smart, which, yay, once again. Let me just see here. Oh yeah, and also it's funny how Richard Grant just says he was able to hide from the TVA in other planets, even though like he wouldn't have been able to, because he is a Nexus event, just his existence, so he would not have been able to hide. And he says that he wasn't able to hide because he was alone, and then he went after his brother, which I don't understand how he I don't understand how he'd be able to look for his brother after all this time of hiding and everything. But whatever. Let's see. Oh yeah, and then Loki says they're the same, which is really strange because obviously they're not. Like, for one, boastful Loki is like black, so, and then we have alligator Loki, who's a fucking alligator, but Loki says they're the same, so I guess they're the same. Who the fuck cares anymore? Let me just yeah, he says I'm the same, really. I'm the same as all of you. And then let's see. Oh yeah, and then Loki's trying to escape because he said, "Oh, we're gonna try to fight Alioth," and they're laugh at him. And then he tries to get out of this underground space, and when he opens up, he sees a bunch of Lokis here, which I thought was weird that we just see a lot of people. I thought it was another Loki, just commending all these other people like they work for him. But apparently they're all Lokis as well. So I guess Lokis are all that exist alive at the end of time, at the void. Like, I'm sorry, but there are many characters that are much stronger than Loki. Like, we know this fact, but the fact that Loki died in Infinity War, so how is he the only one that survives this? But I don't know. He just does. Right. So then we cut to Sylvie waking up inside a bus, I guess, which then we see that Alioth begins to consume this bus, and she tries to run away. And for a second, she ends up touching Alioth, but she doesn't get killed by Alioth. She doesn't get consumed. She just sees Kang's castle somehow, by touching Alioth. Like, okay, that's a thing that happens, I guess. It's also funny how Alioth went after her and the bus, even though later in the episodes it's established that he goes for the biggest things, and that bus was definitely not the biggest thing, and it's been there for a while because of, you can see leaves and everything like growing around it. So yeah, that's just not consistent at all. But drama. And then we see Mobius showing up with a car to rescue Sylvie, which he does, and he drives her away. Like, hey, congratulations, you found a working car here at the void at the end of time, and you found where Sylvie was, and you were able to save her without Alioth going after you. Congratulations, I guess. And then we cut to the underground bunker again, where President Loki is being like, yo, found you finally, and we're gonna win, I guess. And then like every one of them betray each other. Like boastful Loki betrays Kid Loki, and then these other Lokis betray President Loki, and they all start fighting. And then our Loki just runs away with Richard E. Grant, Kid Loki, and Alligator Loki. And Jesus fucking Christ, can't believe I'm saying this, but yeah, this is what happens in this fucking show. And it's really retarded because they wanted Kid Loki, so they just let him run away, but whatever, I guess. And then Richard Grant just apparently can teleport away with his powers. Which, yeah, they do. This is so fucking absurd. Let's see here.
So I gotta pop out.
No worries. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for sticking it out for this long. Loki is a painful show, so yeah.
Oh yeah, that's not a problem. I just got other things I gotta do today, so that's all
No
well and good.
worries. Your channel is in the description if anyone wants to check it out, and if you want to like talk about your channel or something.
Yeah, but just I've got a few things. Snyder Cut's almost done. In fact, I've been multitasking and working on it while talking about the show. If you're wondering how close we are, I'm getting everything sorted right now. So you'll be seeing that over on the Moolah channel, and I've got my own projects in the work. And after Snyder Cut's done, I'll actually have some time to work on them. So that'll be cool. So yep, so you can check out the stuff that's already on my channel, and look forward to more stuff soon. So yes, I'll pop off now. Bye bye.
Right. Goodbye.
Yeah.
All right. We lose
Oh.
another one. It's just us three and the memory of Jeb. Okay, we're gonna do this. We have like 1.5 episodes left. I believe in us.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah. Aren't they? This is. I imagine this is the moment. Oh, yeah. So just Alioth and Alioth. Hey, what the fuck?
Okay, it's down to us two.
I guess Tin died as well. Okay, awesome. So anyway, Alioth, I guess he just gave up on Sylvie and Mobius, so they just got away from him. That's okay. That's good. Oh yeah, and then Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, we see a lot of shit just popping up into the distance of like when they reset timelines, which again, like I said, it doesn't make sense that things just keep popping up. They would all just arrive at the same time and everything. So I really don't get it. And he's also the Alioth is also able to like completely just devour like these things easily, but I guess he's too slow to catch up to Sylvie somehow. And this car, okay. Oh, Tin is back. Hey, Tin. Okay, Tin.
Not you two.
For fuck's sake. Let me just check something. Let's check here. What happens next? We get back to Kid Loki, Alligator Loki, Richard E. Grant, and normal Loki. Apparently there are cannibalistic marauders or cannibalistic pirates there. Okay, that's strange. I don't.
Oh,
Okay, I guess that's the thing. Yeah, but then so anyway, Loki says uh that it feels odd walking toward the gargantuan creature. Uh, Richard Grant says that, and then asks if they have a plan of action. Says get inside, find its heart or brain or whatever, and then do it in. Then Kid Loki. I mean, just because it's complicated doesn't mean it's bad. Also doesn't mean it's good. Okay. And then they see a boat popping up. And then Loki says Elioth is like any animal, he'll go after the big meal first. Which is not true as we've seen. But yeah, they just eat this fucking boat here with a bunch of people in it. Elioth just annihilates it. It leaves the boat, but it gets the people. That's retarded. I didn't realize that the first time I watched. That's wow, amazing. Fucking
yeah, it doesn't
brilliant.
just like rust over.
Yeah, that's the only thing it does. Just wow, fucking brilliant. Love this.
Fucking worthless cloud.
Yeah. So anyway, let's see here. Oh yeah, and it's also like way faster for the ship than it is for like anything else we see in this episode, but whatever. And it's like Alioth is like guarding Kang, but it's super inconvenient and incompetent, and it's like, oh, so I guess you're guarding the being that controls all of time, but you're not that great. I don't think that should be the case, but it is, I guess. So we gotta deal with it. Let's check here. Let me just. Oh yeah, and then Loki tells Sylvie the plan about killing Elioth, and she's like, yeah, this is dumb, but they're gonna do it anyway. And then Loki's like, and then she's like, no, we're gonna enchant it. Sylvie's like, we're gonna enchant it, and Loki's like, this is absurd, even though he just said we're gonna kill it, even though they don't know how it works. So it's like, oh, okay, I guess either plan is retarded, and you both don't understand why. And then we see Hunter B15, B20, I don't know, this lady, she is she's imprisoned here because she is being punished for betraying the TVA. Why they haven't pruned her, I don't know. You could say it's for knowledge, but we'll see that she doesn't really have much knowledge, and it's like, well, after they interrogate her, why don't they prune her? I don't fucking know. And their form of interrogation here is not that great. Like we mentioned earlier, they just don't use the fact that they could slow down time and make her feel pain, and the like 16 times as long, which will cause some big issues for that. So awesome. Like this is just retarded, and it's like such a small thing, but like none of it makes sense. Let's see here. Here. And then we get back here to the void at the end of time. And they say yeah, and it's like apparently the way they get resources is by hunting each other, but like even then that doesn't really make sense. Like how about water? How would you get that? And the environment really isn't survivable, but I guess just Loki's can survive it, but no other species in the universe. Okay. It's also really like hard to survive this. Like they describe this as like a shark tank because Elioth is a shark pretty much. And they're like, oh, but I guess they can just survive here, even though everything is gonna be consumed by him. They can just have the resources to do that, and they don't have medical resources as well. Jesus fucking Christ, you have to know they're very thorough. So they have lack of food, lack of water, lack of resources. They have cannibals, Lokis wanting to kill each other, Elioth, and no signs of medical supplies. And I guess they're fine. They can just survive here, okay. And we have a moment where Sylvie and Loki are just talking to each other, and they end up falling more in love. And Loki says he's cold for some reason. He's a frost giant show. How would he be cold, you fucking moron? So anyway, Loki creates some like piece of cloth around him, a blanket to, make him less cold. Which, yeah, I guess he can do that. Like, I know he can like create. I know he can create like the way he looks. Like he can create clothes and shit. But this is just the fact he can create like actual cloth. Like she can feel it, and it's just a thing that he creates. Like means he can materialize shit, which means if he can materialize shit, why can't just create another like version of himself or some shit? Which he just never does, or there are a bunch of uses for this power, I guess. And then they talk about the TVA, and like you're just like, yeah, we love each other now. It's like, yay, fun. And it doesn't really make sense, but like they're in love with each other, so yay.
Wonderful. Good to see a nice, well-established relationship.
Yeah, this is just like Danny and Jamie in Blind Manor, just as good. Shit, you guys haven't seen that yet, but whatever.
It would do if it weren't for Neb.
Yeah, just blame Neb, as always.
Yeah,
Fucking Neb.
bastard.
Oh yeah, so then Loki and Sylvie are gonna confront the fucking Christ, the scene was like very long. So Loki and Sylvie are gonna confront the monster Alioth. And Mobius is gonna get back to the TVA. I guess Sylvie gives Mobius her the Tempad she got from Ravonna, so that's how he gets back to the TVA. And then we have Kid Loki, and Richard E. Grant Loki, and Alligator Loki. They are gonna like, now we're gonna stay here because this is our home, even though what the fuck. How in the fuck is this their home? Why would you not want to get back to, normalcy? Like, this is genuinely absurd. Like I outlined before from Jeb's notes, it's like they have no resources here. How would they be able to survive here? And the answer is they wouldn't. Especially after they take care of the TVA, which means no more resources could spawn for them. So, like, oh shit, Neb's in chat. Hello, Neb. We're just shitting on you, unironically.
Yeah, you're a dick. Neb.
Yeah, fuck you, Neb. So yeah. So then Sylvie and Loki are gonna attack Alioth to try to enchant it, and then she is like, "Oh, how are we gonna get its attention if another Nexus event doesn't happen, like something else doesn't spawn in?" And she's like, "Oh, we're gonna distract him." So Loki just starts running away to cause a distraction, which is weird because here he touches Sylvie and it doesn't cause a Nexus event, and so I don't really get what's happening, but whatever. So then Loki runs at it, runs and calls attention to it, but then we see fucking Richard E. Grant Loki. He creates Asgard. He just generates a version of Asgard because I don't fucking know. It's Asgard, I guess. He does that. He creates Asgard. I know he's doing it for a distraction, but why Asgard specifically? I don't know. It's weird, but he does that. And then Loki and Sylvie meet, and then Alioth just eats through that illusion and ends up killing Richard E. Grant. Which, yeah, rip Richard E. Grant, I guess. He died for nothing. And then when Alioth tries to attack them, they just are able to enchant it. And it's like, how is Loki able to enchant it? He didn't know how that worked. Well, you see, very inspirational words from Sylvie. Her words are like, so we're the same. So if I know, you know, despite our upbringings being different and me teaching myself and Frigga teaching you, but whatever. If I know, you know. So I guess Loki just knows how to enchant shit now. So yeah, that's a thing that happened. So they enchant it, and it opens up a portal, and they see this castle, which is finally, thank fucking god, we're at the final episode of this retarded fucking show.
We're so close.
This is unfortunately it's the worst. So, but ooh, this is definitely gonna be the longest ECUM. We're at 5 hours and a half, and we still have the final episode to go through. To be fair, nothing happens in the final episode, so you know.
We might be able to get done by 4 a.m.
If I can get it done in 30 minutes, sure. Let's see. So the episode. Oh yeah, so the episode starts, and for some reason, wait, whatever. This is the recap. Nobody cares about the recap. So yeah, so for some reason they have like this montage instead of like having the Marvel music. It's just the characters are showing up here. We just get quotes from them for some reason, and then after we have quotes from them, we see this weird shit here. Like I don't get what's happening, and it shows world and it expanding, and like I have no clue what's happening here. It's just a bunch of shit happening. Like it looks cool, but it's like I don't understand. It's just planets and shit, and yeah, we have Loki saying glorious purpose, and it like I can't describe this. It's just stuff happening on screen. So yay, I guess. So after this stuff happens, we have the intro for the final time, and the final time for in season 1. Yay. Yeah, this episode confirms the season 2, so that's great. So they stop at the door, and Loki's like, "Yo, we're gonna get in," and she's like, "You know, this thing you've been doing like for a few days, I've been doing this my whole life, and so like, just give me a minute," which I actually think is a pretty cool character moment where she's like trying to get ready for this. Like you know, it actually gives her a bit of character, which it's good because the show has no character at all. But this is dropped like a minute later when she tries to kill Kang for existing. So, you know. But then the door opens itself for them. They walk in and they see Miss Minutes. She is just she basically becomes a whatchamacallit? A horror device, pretty much. That's pretty much the only thing. Like she becomes like a jump scare, and she starts talking to them. Let me just check here. Oh yeah, it's just also weird how the doors wait for them to finish their having their conversation. So it opens, like it's after Sylvie says, you know, wait a sec, like I want to be ready, like, but did not open at first, and like at most you could say it's because that's how Kang wrote it, but why did Kang write it like that? Who knows? Like why did you just not leave the door open when she knew that Loki and Sylvie were gonna go through it? But whatever. And then Miss Minutes talks about what's his how does he call it? He Who Remains as the name for Kang that she has. And she says that he is impressed of that about that, you know, they were able to make it, and that he created and he controlled all as in time and space and everything that's ever existed. So yeah, the predeterminism confirmed for like the gazillionth time in this fucking show. Isn't that fun?
It's pretty neat.
Oh, and it's not only that, because like in episode 2, Loki talks to Mobius and he says, you know, we're the only ones with free will here at the TVA, which, you know, kind of would make sense if they're like, well, we're the only ones who aren't controlled by what the rules that they're establishing. Like we can do whatever we want at the TVA, whereas we got to protect the sacred timeline. We live outside the timeline. But you know, the fun thing is that that's not actually true anymore, because everything about the TVA was written, as we'll see later in this episode, by Kang. Who are the other 3 on this podcast? To my left is Jeb, who's one of the hosts, and he is asleep. I don't know why he's in the call yet. To my right is Tin. Tin is the quiet one. Say something, Tin.
hello or something, and
Yes. And then to his right is Zodiac, who changed his profile picture to a Furby from Mitchell's vs. the Machines at the beginning of the stream. And that may be why you don't recognize him. Say hi, Zod.
Let the Dark Harvest begin.
Uh, amazing. So yeah, I suppose after 5 hours and a half, you may not know everyone who's on stream. We got a bunch of new people here today, so that's pretty cool. But getting back to Loki, so let me just check here. So, oh yeah, and it's like, so how does it work? How King controlled all of the timelines? Like, how would he have controlled all of the timeline? How would he have known everything? Because he's just a guy, as evidenced later in the episode. How does it work? Like, unless he's a fifth dimensional being, that this doesn't really make any sense whatsoever. So, yay, I guess. Let's check. Oh yeah, and then Sylvie's like, "Oh yeah, this is fiction," and then Loki says that they write their own destiny. When Miss Minutes tries to like make a deal with them, it says like, "Oh yeah, you can rule a Midgard or whatever you want," and Sylvie, you can have. I don't remember exactly what she can have. Let me check 1 second. Like a deal. Let me check. Okay, here. Yeah, Miss Minute says the Battle of New York. You versus those self-righteous Avengers. How would you like to win? But not just there. You can kill Thanos. You want the Infinity Gauntlet? Yours. Throne of Asgard? No problem. What about you, Missy? All those years on the run, desperate alone. How would you like to wake up tomorrow with just a lifetime of happy memories? Which like Loki saying, no, we make up our own destiny. It's like, well, that is making up your own destiny, right? Because like you'd be choosing right now to have that destiny, right? Like, am I not going crazy? Am I going crazy or am I right? Because I always thought like that line was weird. Like, we can make our own destiny. Yeah, if you choose this, you'd be making your own destiny. You'd just be taking a shortcut.
that's basically it. Yeah, like you basically you're choosing your destiny. That's the entire point of destiny. Like it's just. Nah. This show has fucked me. It's fucked me.
I mean, unless they mean that they want to earn it, but like, why would they care? Like, it's not like they've earned shit in their lives. Like, the plot of Thor, the film Thor in 2011, it's like when Loki gets the throne, he didn't earn it. He manipulated his way onto the throne. He cheated. Same thing at the end of a Dark World and beginning of a Ragnarok. So he's clear that he's okay with cheating. So I don't understand what the issue here would be. It's like, oh, we make our own destiny, and that just sounds very self-righteous, kind of like the Avengers they were talking about, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Loki's not Loki in this show, so
Yeah. So then, but it's also weird that they have this deal, but then at the end of the episode, it's like, no, you're gonna either control time or have other kings show up to control the multiverse. So it's like, oh, actually, you aren't giving them this choice. This is strange, but whatever. And then let's get here. Hey, Jeb finally left. Good on him. And then we have Ravonna. And she's asking for files from Miss Minutes. And Miss Minutes gives her the files, but it's not the files she asked for. These are just, and what is exactly the line from Miss Minutes? Yeah, she says, this isn't what I asked for. She says, I know, but he thinks this will be more useful. So I guess Kang is being like, no. These are the files you're looking for. The way that I said it kind of sounds like a reference to A New Hope. So I'll leave it like that. Which is kind of strange. I don't understand what. Wait, do these come back? These files? I don't understand. I don't remember. Let me check.
I'm not sure at all. I don't think so.
Well, let's continue moving on here. Oh yeah, and then we cut back to Loki and Sylvie here, and for some reason we have this shot, like horizontal shot of the palace. I don't know why. I don't know why it's like horizontal, then it flips back to normal. Like I think the cinematography in the show is really good. I think the soundtrack is really amazing. Like I don't understand why they had to have this shot. It just sounds like showing off for some reason, which is indeed a nitpick if you are asking yourself. But I like to nitpick stuff. Jeb said that this twist is more obvious is the most obvious twist next to Agatha Harkness, that it's Kang. But yeah, they just Kang. They just go that they just walk here, and they meet Kang, the man himself, who actually, yeah, good actor, good performance from him in this episode. Yeah, really great. So what did I miss? Probably nothing. Depends on how long have you been gone. You know, breaking down how retarded the show is, like quite a lot of it. Jesus fucking Christ, Jeb joined again. Jeb,
Really?
what the fuck is happening, Jeb?
How do you keep doing this?
Jeb, are you alive? Jeb, are you awake? Okay. So anyway, yeah, Kang shows up and they end up going. Jeez, oh fuck. If you guys have the stream open, you're gonna be able to catch a very interesting screenshot of Kang's face from the VLC glitch. I wasn't able to pause it in time, but you know, I recommend checking it. Oh, actually, the cover may have been over it, but whatever. So anyway, Kang talks to Loki and Sylvie here, and they go inside the elevator together for some reason. And then Sylvie tries to attack him, and she announces that she's attacking, which is really dumb. Like, I know that later Kang will say that it doesn't matter that she will say that he already knows everything that will happen, so it doesn't really matter at this point that she announces that she will attack, but it's still a retarded thing for her to say. Like, oh, it makes it easier for us to kill you. It's like, no, why would you announce? Just kill him if you want to kill him. And why do you want to kill him, actually? Wouldn't you want answers? Like, this is your entire life's purpose. I think you wouldn't just end him. Like, do you even know if you can kill him? He's the being that controls all of time. How do you know that he's just gonna be able to be killed with a knife? Maybe you should, you know, take a minute about thinking about it. Maybe you could, you know, enchant him to understand what's going on. But no, I guess he just wants to kill him. And then they walk to his office and like drinking tea, and then we have Mobius walking into Ravona's office. After he teleported in the last episode to the TVA, he's in Ranslayer's office, or Ravona or whatever the fuck her name is, and oh yeah, there's no security at her office, which I find hilarious. And she's like, "Yo, I'm gonna call the other agents to come here right now." And Mobius is like, "Nah, you can't." Okay, this is getting really silly with this spirit of Sleepy Jeb. Yeah, I don't understand what's happening with Jeb, but you know, Mobius says that Ravona, the other agents, they are occupied, and what we'll see is that Hunter B-15, she somehow got freed, I'm guessing by Mobius, but how did Mobius get past the guards? I don't fucking know. And she was sent to, at some point in time, where she could lure the TVA agents to show them a young Renslayer who is a teacher. This Renslayer here, she is a teacher, Ravona. And that's how she convinces them that they're all variants, which seems kind of easy. Like, I don't think you'd be that easily convinced. Like, they've been dealing with Lokis like for the past few days. You'd think that they would be like, huh, I don't really trust this. This seems like an illusion. But I guess she turns all of them to her side, so I guess that's good. So now they're all against Ravona.
Or maybe it's just someone who looks like Ravona, which, you know, is possible considering how many
the multiplicity of the universe, how the fact that the universe is expanding at a faster rate than we can like possibly perceive. So someone who looking exactly like some other person wouldn't be like that far-fetched. Yeah, that is also a good point.
Pretty much. Considering it's across all of time as well, so there's bound to be at least one person who looks like someone else.
Yep. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's from the beginning of time till the end of time on Earth. There has to be someone who looks like Ravonna. So, you know. Amazing. Oh yeah, and it's also really funny how they do this and they don't like show they don't show the video from Hunter's C20, which would probably be the easiest way to tell them about it, rather than, you know. Yeah, because Mobius already had that video, so he didn't have to do all this plan. Just show the video and then everyone is on his side, I guess. Because, well, he got turned, I guess they could as well. Or just maybe get them to be curious enough to go investigate it and then be like, yo, these people on Earth, they're also, they look like us. So I guess we're variants. Maybe, yeah, they could try like to do some kind of hypnosis to access lost memories or anything like that. So, you know, things that make more sense than just being like, yo, this woman, she looks like Ravonna. So I guess we're all variants. That's cool, I guess. Which is also weird how, like, if this is all it takes to prove that they're variants, how did none of them stumble upon how did none of them stumble upon another version of themselves while traveling through time? Like, it's the entirety of time, and they've never met one of themselves. One of themselves is a variant, which is really fucking strange considering we know there are like a bunch of Lokis as variants, you know? So like, oh, if you can become a variant, why can't another version of you can become a variant? And how did nobody ever like bump into one of themselves? And if that would probably happen because it's the entirety of time, you know? But whatever, I guess. Like, if you can tell, the fact that they're variants breaks quite a lot about this show. The TVA agents being variants. Oh yeah, which is also a good point that Jeb raises here, that if we see that the version of the sacred timeline of Ravonna that exists, that means that they have files on her, which they'd be able to access, because we know, not only do we know that security is not great, but we know that those files will not be really that classified. Or maybe not the Ravonna ones, but their own. Like, maybe Mobius would look into his own file like Loki did, because it was the only file he had available to him. So, you know, this is retarded. And then we get back to King and Loki and Sylvie, where King is explaining to them, you know, about everything. Which, because like I said, this is just Timeless Children, but with a Loki paint. Like, it just is an exposition done for 40 minutes, and it basically destroys every sense this universe could ever make. So, you know, Timeless Children. So, yeah, Sylvie tries to attack King for some reason. Again, she just keeps trying to attack, and he's like, yo, you can't kill me because I know everything, and like, genuinely everything. He's written all of time. He already knows everything that's gonna happen up until the threshold, which we'll get to that soon. Like, here, we see their exact conversation they had. Here, he knows everything. He also planned everything to create variants. Like, he wants to erase variants, but he also created variants so that Sylvie exists, and Loki is able to exist as well. Like, how does that work? The answer is it doesn't, but you know.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
Yes.
Like,
As
this
you can
makes
tell, we're both very, very not tired.
Yes, don't worry, we're almost there. But yeah, King, basically, he knows everything, which doesn't really make sense, because like, he wrote everything, even to his own future. Which, how would he have done that? because he clearly isn't a fifth dimensional being, so he can't just see time and understand how it works. So he just predicted his own future. Like, I don't get how this is the thing. Like, he can't have written this part and be like, see, I'm gonna predict what happens. But like, how he can predict, because it's not happened yet, because he's still experiencing time right now. How this doesn't work. But yeah, this also proves predeterminism even further, to the point where everything that happened in this entire show was written by him. So again, this is really pointless. Like, to the point of like, oh, okay, so I guess this is all what Kang wanted. Which, this show does predeterminism really bad. Like, Supernatural toys with the idea of determinism. It's not even predeterminism, which is much better. And it does it really well. And I think this show just really doesn't understand how it could have done that concept in an interesting way. I think it just like, whatever. Isn't that such a cool concept to explore? But they don't really explore. They're just like, yeah, it's a thing we do, and now they're gonna have free will. Isn't that fun? Nothing that happened before had free will, but whatever. Let me just get the exact quote here because I remember it being retarded. Is this it? Yeah. He says everything that's going to happen. There's only one way this can go. And then Sylvie and Loki says, "Then why are we here?" And then he says, "Oh, come on. You can't get to the end till you've been changed by the journey. This stuff, it needs to happen to get us all in the right mindset set to finish the quest." So, okay, so we'll learn that his motivation is to get Loki and Sylvie to kill him and take over his place as like the ruler of all of time. Because if they don't do that, then the other kings are gonna come back and create multiversal chaos. If they don't, if they just don't want to kill him. So why does he not write it so that they do kill him? Genuine question, if you care to try to answer.
Yeah. Does you go first?
Because I don't know.
Good answer.
Thank you. I thought very hard on it.
I kind of didn't know what the question was, so I'm just gonna say the same.
Yeah. So basically, if Kang can write everything and predetermine everything, why does he not predetermine the outcome he wants instead of letting it up to Sylvie and Loki's fate? Up to their choice. And not only that, but we see that he's excited about the fact when they cross the threshold, and that which is when like he hasn't written anything about it anymore. He's excited about it because he doesn't know what's gonna happen, which I kind of understand. But like, wouldn't he want to know what's gonna happen because he wants things to go his way? Because, well, he's manipulating Sylvie and Loki to get his way. But he just does not do that for some reason. So yeah, this is really fucking dumb. Like, extremely fucking dumb.
Thanks, shit villain.
Oh no, yeah, he's already the worst MCU villain, and he's only had like what, one episode, like 30 minutes of screen time. That's fun.
Right, can't wait to see him in Ant-Man.
He'll be even worse.
Just what I need. Right, I'm very excited.
So yeah, they say like it's all a game, it's all a manipulation, and then Kang is like, interesting that your head would go to that, but it's like, no, not really. Like, this is exactly what's happening. It is a game and it is a manipulation. So what exactly is interesting that Loki's head would go to that? But whatever. And then, for some reason, Kang is like, Sylvie, do you think you can trust this guy? Do you think you're even capable of trusting anyone at all? And that's really strange because, like, we've seen that she trusts Loki and that Loki trusts her, and I really don't know why they wouldn't trust each other at this point. After everything they've been through, and it's not like I get that they shouldn't because their characters aren't established that way, but they've been developed that way, despite that being a contradiction to their characters. So at this point, they should trust each other, which Sylvie wants to trust Loki later in this episode because the plot needs to happen. So they kind of character assassinate her for it to work. So yay. And then we cut back to Mobius and Ravonna talking. And then Mobius is like, it's time for people to know the truth. That the TVA is a lie. And yeah, and he's like, the concept of pruning and everything, like, this is all a lie. Because there is no pruning the timeline, but they send them into the future. And then Ravonna says that Mobius betrayed her, but Mobius didn't really do anything wrong. Like, he was shown it was a lie. And he's like, I just want people to know the truth. 5 hours. Hey, we're almost at 6 hours. 5 minutes till then. Thing. We're almost there. And it's almost 4 a.m. for these two, and Jeb, but Jeb's asleep, so who cares?
Lucky bastard.
Oh, lucky fuck! I would kill to be asleep right now.
And then Mobius goes to fight Ravonna, and he gets beaten like instantly. So that was worth it. Like, he charges up the melty stick and he tries to go for her, and she just gets it, and that's it. Like, it's really strange how it works. Like, Mobius just loses, and it's like, oh, if you thought you were gonna lose, maybe you could have done something else. I don't know. And it's also really strange because Ravonna said that there is no free will. There's only free will for one being, which is Kang. I guess that's who she's referencing. But she spares Mobius and says she's on her way to free will. I don't know why, how, or what the fuck is happening, but yeah, she says that. And then, yeah, that's it for her. She never shows up again this episode. She just leaves. Such fun. Love Ravonna. Great character. Shit, I want to get the exact shot of her leaving. Here. In search of free will. That's where she's going. And it's like, okay, I guess. So again, Kang starts explaining his motivations. Let me just get the exact lines here. Okay. Yeah, so Kang says, I understand your moral objections to what the TVA does, and the methods are deceptive, but the mission never was. Without me, without the TVA, everything burns. And then Loki asks, what are you so afraid of? He says, me. And they ask, just who are you? Oh, I've been dubbed many names, whatever, I don't care. So he says that eons ago, before the TVA, a variant of himself lived on Earth in the 31st century. He was a scientist, and he discovered that there were universes stacked on top of his own. At the same time, other versions of us were learning the same thing. Naturally, they made contact, and for a while there was peace. Narcissistic, self-congratulatory peace. They share technology and knowledge, blah blah blah. But not every version of himself was so pure of heart. So basically, he says they created like this war between timelines and different versions of Kang because they all wanted power. And then like the first variant, who it's this version of Kang, he encountered a creature who is Alioth. And a creature from all the tears in reality, capable of consuming time and space itself. It just, okay, I guess Elioth can just do that, and it's like, oh, but he can't move fast enough to catch up to Sylvie. Congrats, fucking retarded show. And then Kang says that he harnessed the beast's power and began experimenting on it, and that he ended up weaponizing Alioth. And that he ended the multiversal war. But it's like, how did you do that? Because you'd have to literally end infinite timelines. Like, important part here is the word infinite. If it means infinite, then it's like you're never gonna do that. It's literally impossible for you to, do that.
Kind
Like,
of
the
like
entire point of like the multiverse and parallel universes is that you create a new one every single time you do anything. Like, it's like basically anytime you do anything that's different to another one, you create a new one, and it's fucking infinite. Like,
yeah,
you
it's kind of
cannot
like
fucking wrap all that up.
it's kind of like the anti-monitor destroying infinite Earths.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, this is infinite crisis on Infinite Earth's level of shit.
Fucking hell, it really is.
Oh shit! What if
Oh, I hope
Reed
so.
Richards turns out to be a variant of Kang in the MCU? I-
Oh god.
I don't doubt they do that, but that is so retarded that it makes me want to cry. So yeah, Kang says that once he isolated the timeline, all he had to do was manage the flow of time and prevent any further branches. Hence, he created the TVA, and the Timekeepers. And that's pretty much it. He just controls all the timelines. Let me just check Sheb's notes here. Oh yeah. In the void, how does it work if all it has at the void at the end of time is just Alioth, which is a being that eats time and space? Like, that's impossible for people to exist, but whatever. And how is Kang alive if, he's a normal dude who just, found out about multiverse? And, the fact that this is all predetermined makes the TVA kind of like a paradox, because it's like, you predetermine that X thing is going to happen, so the TVA is just irrelevant at this point. But it's not really predetermined because he needs to keep the timeline working properly, so it's just determined. But it is predetermined because he knows literally everything that's happened and it's gonna happen, so it is determined. So I guess it just works. So yeah, it still makes no sense for a multiversal war to exist, because, well, how could there be a multiversal war if he's at the end of time and he prevented it from the beginning of time? That doesn't really work. Tin and Zod are in pain, having to stay up. Yeah, I've noticed that. But this was the deal they signed up
but
for.
we signed up
It
for
was-
this, we have to deal with it.
It was a mistake.
So basically, Kang is like, yo, so either you kill me and take my place and control the timelines the same way I do, or you kill me and just walk away, which means that the multiversal war will start again with chaos. But it's like, how could that be the case if we're at the end of time? How could new branches be created if we are at the end of time and new branches are created here? How could they loop back and like create new timelines from the beginning? That doesn't make any sense. And is there anything else I can say about the well, basically the fact that they're at the end of the timeline, and new branches could be created, and thus looping back to create new branches makes this entire show a paradox. The fact that this show exists because there would be infinite universes, as we know, like the multiverse would be a thing, like, and would always have been. But also when they when Sylvie is gonna throw Loki here later in a portal and back to the TVA, but it's a TVA from another universe, that means that would not make sense because it'll always be one universe instead of a multiverse because it's all being controlled by Kang. So none of it makes any sense. So yeah, basically I think we can just skip past most of this right now. Basically, Sylvie doesn't trust Loki because she thinks Loki wants the entire she thinks Loki wants the throne for himself for some reason. Shit, I'm rewinding this on whatever. So yeah, he wants the throne for himself for some reason, and she is like, no, all I want is you. What time is it for you, Man of Tin? It's 4 a.m. for Tin and Zod and Jeb, but though Jeb is asleep. So yeah, they start fighting because she doesn't trust Loki. And then yeah, then they start fighting after they meet they cross the threshold. Because that's when King is like, see, after this I haven't written it, so I don't know what's gonna happen. And it's when we see this shot here of timelines branching, which doesn't really make sense because it's the end of time, and they said the Nexus events are impossible at the end of time. So this doesn't make sense, but whatever. So then we get this fight between these two, which is a really retarded fight. They barely use magic as well. It's really dumb. And then they hold on, let me get the exact shot because I know all of you love it. But yeah, then they kiss. That's a thing that happens here. Loki and Sylvie kiss. Yay. Aren't you happy that we got self-cessed in a TV show? Wait, are you saying that there was a different TVA or the same one? Well, Loki teleported to a different TVA that's created from the multiverse that is only established after Sylvie kills Kang. Which doesn't really make sense because they're at the end of time, so killing Kang wouldn't really create a multiverse because he's already existed through all of time except for this moment. So, not... None of this makes sense. But yeah, they kiss each other, and then she opens up a portal with Kang's basically she gets Kang's thing that controls the portal. Somehow she uses it to create a portal for him. I don't know how that works, because how would she be able to know how that portal system works? Because it's different from the temp pads, but she knew how to use the temp pads from the get-go. So, and being a child, so I guess she just is that smart. So yay. And yeah, Loki's here now, and then she goes and kills Kang, and thus we see the timeline branching here, all these new branches of the timeline. Which means, multiverse is happening. And then we see Loki crying because he's sad that Sylvie doesn't trust him. And then he goes to talk to Mobius, and he's like, we were at a Citadel at the end of time, and that I thought it was the same TVA, but Kang took over. No, it's got to be a different TVA because we know that timeline existed because we were at the end of that timeline. It can't be the same timeline that Kang took over. Otherwise, it'd be a paradox. No, yeah, it creates a new timeline, so it can't have been the same timeline. So anyway, it's a Citadel. Loki's like, we were at a Citadel at the end of time, and Kang is like, no, we gotta allow the multiverse to happen, or we gotta or you gotta control it. So we made a big mistake because Sylvie just killed them, and I guess the multiverse is gonna happen. And Mobius is like, wait, who the fuck are you? And then we see here a statue of Kang, and it's like, oh no, Kang is controlling the TVA. Oh no, this is so sad. And then that is the end of the show.
That's it.
Yeah.
Back at fucking square one with just
Fucking finally.
Yeah, we're back to square one, but worse, like with every Marvel
Yeah.
TV show. And I
Wonderful.
just want to show this shot because it confirms that Loki will have a season 2. So yeah, I guess.
Best news could have ever gone.
Yeah. Jesus. Yeah, we would have gone more in depth, but because of the time we were starting and everything, could not have done that properly. But yeah, we did it. We talked about the show, talked about the main issues, which Jeb will be making a video, thankfully, talking about all the issues in the show, which means the video will probably be as long or longer than the stream. So yeah, that was Loki. How'd you feel about it? A 10?
want to fucking kill myself.
You're being too harsh. Zod, what do you think about it?
I'm pretty thoroughly convinced that it has to be the most broken TV show ever made.
I actually
Well,
think it is the
they
worst
can't
piece
be
of
anything else.
content ever made in terms of like TV shows and movies, like, or at least writing wise. Like the technical aspects are pretty good, but like everything else, it's like holy fucking shit.
It can't get worse. Like it's just
Mm.
physically not possible.
Basically, yeah, and you just. This is the worst written thing I've seen in years.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. It destroys the entire MCU again, which WandaVision already did, which was fun, and with Black Widow, the next thing that's gonna destroy the MCU, I guess, is gonna be No Way Home. And after that, we have Multiverse of Madness. So I can't wait for it. It's gonna be great.
I've got the Eternals.
Yeah. So yeah, we're really tired now. We all kind of just want to fall down and die. So thanks everyone for watching. If you've been here the entire time, congrats. I don't know how you did it. I don't know how EFAP does it for going 12 hours longer than their EFAPs, but shit. I think I forgot your channel, Zod. Yeah, I forgot to put your channel in the description, and you put Zod Jeb Zentin's new Twitter, so that's great. But either way, I'll do that later. Thank you. Thank you everyone for watching. We will see you probably next week talking about what Black Widow and maybe covering a Loki video as well, because why not? So yay, talk more about Loki. Right. I guess you're all excited for that. We see you all next time, guys. Goodbye.